Howdy, chat. I am a few minutes late. Of course, Najawin is gunning for Chomsky. Look, for all Chomsky's failures, he's running short of Kissinger's death toll by like a million or two. Hey TM, hey Najawin, hey I don't know was dead. Kissinger is gone. Damning with the faintest of praise. No, I mean, no public intellectual in American history doesn't have at least one like de facto war crime denial. Like all of the new atheists, I think, were in favor of the invasion of Iraq. They were like hard on the invasion of Iraq. You don't get to be a public intellectual with denying it out at least a few human rights violations. It's just the way of life. We all get one as a treat, I think. We got the good ending today. Dog, it's it's a good goddamn day. Dennett was middling on it. Okay, he got half of one. Okay, I bet you I scour through his work, he's gonna get the other half somewhere, okay? There's like literally the only people who don't end up justifying war crimes are people who stay like in purely abstract. Any philosopher who gets into politics, they always end up defending some war crime, whatever. Yeah. Like I was going through the Black Book of Communism, and it will not surprise you to learn that the author of the introduction was like a vociferous advocate of the Iraq War, but not just because, oh, Saddam's a bad guy or whatever. He was a vociferous advocate of the Iraq War because we had to fight Islamofascism. His path was like Maoist who didn't like Maoism anymore, moved right, and then went right into like anti-Islam politics. Dennett was barely into politics. Well, that's what I'm saying. Anytime a public intellectual decides to wade into politics, they always decide there's some morally reprehensible thing that they want to defend. Like for the French, it's always being a PDF file. For Americans, it's always some kind of war crime denial. Take your pick. Do you still think the labor theory of value isn't true? Yeah, absolutely not. The labor theory of value, without getting way too deep into it, is based on the idea that the logic of it is actually fundamentally very similar to Austrian economics. When you read, say, like literally the first chapter of Capital 1, it argues that the reason that labor must be this common value is because there must be some commonality to all goods, and that thing must be labor time. That's not, I mean, that's expanding on it and saying labor time rather than like labor than value, whatever, gets into like, I don't know, a specific theory of labor theory of value, but all labor theory value is based on the idea that there must be that labor is like the unifying element, and it's just not true. The fact is that goods do not directly correlate with the amount of labor time. It's impossible to calculate stuff like integrated labor time without accounting for economic efficiency. And once you're accounting for economic efficiency, you have to make assumptions beyond the sort of basic assumption that labor is involved in all production. The fact that labor is involved in all production doesn't tell you that it's the only thing that matters. Other things involved in all production include like matter, time, energy. And what I would broadly say is that, in my view, value is entirely a social phenomenon. It is not grounded in any like objective fact. The labor theory of value is one attempt at an objective theory of value that tells you this is exactly how much something is worth because of this is how much time went into it. And I think that's complete bullshit. Okay, I got him. Okay, so the reason I was waffling a bit, and I'll read site chat in just a minute, is two things. First, you should like the goddamn stream. While we're taking off, okay? While we're going to the moon, we got to get those numbers up, okay? We need to win the socialist army. The socialist army who defends one human rights abuse as a treat. Two, I have a second AnCap debate. It was supposed to be last Friday, but I got the dates wrong because the guy's in Australia, so they're like a day ahead. So they were gonna have us do it on like Thanksgiving, but I thought it was gonna be the day after Thanksgiving, so that did not work out. But yeah, in a few minutes, we're going to be doing another AnCap debate. I'm going to try it because we have the flowchart from the last one. I feel like I can streamline this one. I feel like I'm gunning for a speed run of 1 hour. Okay, 100% AnCap debate speed run, 1 hour, world record. I think. Fudge Smith, rip bozo. I'd never wish a man death, but I read many obituaries with pleasure. Look, I don't agree with that quote. The first half is completely wrong. There's a few men. No, Kissinger's the type of guy who should have been tried. Like in a just world where the UN is stronger, he and like unironically people like Brezhnev, like Lyndon Johnson should have been tried for like the just starting wars in general. Tiernak says, I wish I hadn't been so badly polarized against Islamofascism because it was the spiked magazine crap that I always used to see talking about it. It's a real phenomenon. It's one that should be opposed, but my God, do the people... Yeah, no. The thing that sucks so much is like Muslim nationalism in the usually it's called Islamism. Basically Muslim theocracy, we call it Christian nationalism or Christian theocracy, is like really evil. Actually, it's a deeply, deeply reactionary ideology. And it sucks sort of that like, because Muslims are oppressed in the West, we like a lot of, like, I very much remember like there was an era where like, you know, people were justifying crusades against the Middle East because they were like the wrong religion or whatever. And I think that in that context, it obviously makes sense that people were like hesitant to be too critical of theocratic regimes. But I feel like it's actually really changed back. With the exception of like the US bad left or whatever, I think that I've seen like 99%, not 90, I've seen like 90% of liberals and leftists outside of like the US bad types, the campus types who are just like pro-Russia, pro-Hamas, whatever. Like critiquing, they're like, yeah, Saudi Arabia sucks, Iran sucks, like Hamas theocracy sucks. Like, I don't know. It feels like there's been a real swing back, that the balance has shifted. Butchman says Islamism is actually a serious problem. Yes, it's like one of the most reactionary forces. All right. So before I start this debate, I wanted to pull up the flowchart again. Because I feel like there was some good work that came out of this. I feel like we can simplify it. I have some ideas on how to simplify the scientific epistemology discussion and an idea for how to simplify like the once we get into economics, how do you know that the model is correct? How do you do model choice? For those who aren't aware, Austrian economics, and specifically Misesian economics, is the idea that you can derive economics from first principles, and those principles always end up deriving to a libertarian conclusion where the rich should be as rich as possible, the poor don't need any welfare, and all welfare fucks over the economy. All intervention fucks over the economy. So, not usually a fan from the left. Demarcation is wrong, though. I'm not a fan of demarcation in, like, an absolute sense. I think it's a spectrum. I don't think there's a point at which it's demarcated. However, I do think that there is some substance underneath that spectrum. There is a real difference between like science and stuff like herbal medicine and stuff like homeopathy. That like there's a spectrum between those. And the fact that there's no fine line is not the same thing as saying that there is no difference in value, Najwin. One is better at accessing the truth than the other. Read Landon, it's impossible. Philosophers have abandoned it universally. I don't, this is the thing, I'm not defending demarcation as like a harsh line. I'm defending it as like the sort of less wrong approach, which I think is like almost obviously correct. Let's see. All right, I have up this flowchart. The TLDR of the debate we're going to have in just a second is, first, what is science? So that's sort of the question. I call it the demarcation question, just for ease of terminology. I don't think it's a firm line. I don't think that demarcation really exists. I do think that there are like categories of knowledge generating ability, and most scientific methods tend to be better than most quote unquote non-scientific methods. That's not even like getting pedantic, but TLDR is that if you believe in like modern scientific methods, other than like stuff like the idea that science is just a social thing that people do, if you believe either that science is something which you can test or that science is like a puzzle that you solve, then it gets harder to defend praxeology, because one of the key points of puzzle solving in that theory of science is that you try and solve a puzzle one way, and if that fails, you change the method or you change the way you approach the puzzle. Praxeology rejects that. They think there's like an objective truth of the world which will always lead to the correct conclusion. So it's very hard to defend praxeology in either of these views, and especially the view on the left, like testability, because praxeology explicitly rejects testability. So they have to accept like something like over here, and that makes it it's not this guy, it's a different guy. There's a whole bunch of AnCaps that were like, this guy will never debate anyone on Austrian economics after I shit-talked Millet. And I was like, yeah, I'll debate you. Absolutely. Give me a time and a place. I should do more debates. I literally was thinking of putting up a Google forum for if people want to debate me. The second question is economics a science? They're going to say yes. So I feel like that always puts them in like these top two boxes. The reason why all that matters is once you accept something like this, then you need to be able to choose between models. And if you need to be able to choose models, I think this is the way we're going to try and speed run it. That gets into questions of like minimum wages. How do you know whether a minimum wage is going to increase or decrease employment? And how do you know the scope of whether that will be a large or a small change in employment? And the only way you can answer that is using empirics. You can't, by pure theory, derive that minimum wages are going to reduce employment. It's just not possible. The chain of logic does not occur. So you need empirics to choose between models. And if you don't have that, then you can't come to useful conclusions, and then science is no longer useful economics is no longer a useful science. It doesn't predict truth. So that's the TLDR of the argument. We're gonna give it a shot. This one took 3 hours last time, in part because I and the other person both spoke at length, and also because I kept failing and going off track into a morals question. And that was a real mistake. I should not have gotten onto morality. So I'm going to try and purely stay on science. Yeah, it's a different guy. They just texted me, just got a call from the girlfriend, will be 5 minutes. All right, let's try and clean this one up a little bit. This is argumentation ethics. Add like Look, I choose to believe it. An Austrian with a girlfriend, it is possible. Hey, babe, I'd like sex, but I gotta debate a commie, so give me a few. Honestly, Chad, if that's what's actually happening, okay? Chad, asexual pill.
I love you.
I couldn't actually say. Was that Tiernax? Wait, I can't see it. The feed isn't loading correctly for me. If that was Tiernax, thank you very much, but I couldn't actually see your message. I don't know why the feed's not working. All right, something to pester. I think he can do it in 5 minutes. That's fine. Hey, okay. No shade on the Austrians. This motherfucker out here moving like Einstein with that flowchart. Dog. Okay, this is the thing. How do I phrase this? I don't know whether... I don't know whether you and the audience have had a lot of debates before, but if you have, then... I'm of the opinion that it naturally comes to you that arguments are all flowcharts. It was you. The message is unimportant. Oh, I see it. It was on Twitch. I'm double subbed. Are you double subbed, chatter? Tiernax #1 SDL warrior. Oh my god. The argument that I have is this. Okay, I challenge you to do something like this. Like, if you're the type of person who enjoys debating, which is not all of you. Something that I did a lot for like 2 years when I was in high school is I would go on like a I think it was the politics Discord, and I would debate people on the right. And there's always like 5 arguments it boils down to. It's like immigration, race, like a whole bunch of other things. All the things that fascists only have like 5 topics they actually debate about. And once you've done them like 5 times each, maybe, like you realize, oh my god, they always have the first, like it's always the same talking point. It's always the same follow up when you respond to that. It's always the same follow up when you respond to that. People are so predictable. Dudes making flowcharts to debate a guy who doesn't believe in data. We give AnCaps way too much time. I want to start doing this in general, actually. I wanted to, I was going to do one. So TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, was going to debate me on Monday, but they had a really bad neck, I don't know if injury or just like cramp or something, but we were gonna. I think we're gonna do it on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. And the debate is about like voting blue type stuff. He's of the like don't vote blue type opinion. I am Biden's strongest soldier. No matter how many war crimes he does, he will do less than Trump. I am the lesser evil, strongest soldier. And I feel like the flowchart for that one is also very simple, but it always gets off into the weeds really quickly. And I want to see, like, I want to test it out. I want to drop a flowchart, see what actually happens, do it again, drop another flowchart, see what happens. And eventually you'll identify, like, the objectively correct argument path. And you pick this up when you do a debate, like, several times over. All right, I'm going to give the guy a call. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, coming in loud and clear.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. I heard you got a call from the lady, the missus.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I was like, oh well, I better take this one. I better not upset her, because otherwise I'll get about 5 calls while I'm on this one. So, yeah, no, awesome. I also had a very big night last night, so I was like just out with some mates, and I wasn't going to go too crazy, but then we did end up going crazy. So I'm feeling a little bit worse for wear, but I'm still looking forward to a bit of a debate. Let's do it.
Absolutely. I don't know if you have a camera, but I'll just show my camera for your sake, if not. So I guess why don't we start with like, what is your position broadly? Why do you think it's correct? What's, what do you believe and why?
Yeah. So obviously, I'm an AnCap, and I'm an Austrian whether I should call myself an economist or not, like it's probably a bit of a stretch, but I support the Austrian School of Economics. And the reason, more or less, is I found I guess, logical, deductive methods of it to be pretty convincing. I came at being an AnCap more from the, I guess, what would you say, the legal philosophy side of it, in terms of like I kind of agreed with that half of it rather than kind of the economic stuff that comes along with it. But as I suppose I became more familiar with the theory, started reading a little bit more from theorists, whether they were AnCap or kind of proto AnCap or pre AnCap, or guys that are kind of in that kind of school of thought. I started to kind of be reasonably convinced that Austrian economics is I guess correct, or the way to go, as opposed to, I guess, any other free market school of thought, or obviously definitely as opposed to Marxist economics or anything like that. So in terms of what I believe, it pretty much comes down to that economics can be kind of summarized as, or economic theory, I suppose, can be summarized as generally true statements that we can derive logically, and that don't need to be, that cannot be, I suppose, tested empirically, right? And I'm sure this is going to be kind of the crux of the debate, right? Is you're going to kind of contest the notion that we don't need to, or I guess that economic theory doesn't need to be empirically verified. But I mean, that's fundamentally my position, is that there are true statements that we can know about the world as it relates to economics that don't need to be tested, right? And the scope of that is up for debate, I suppose. But that's the fundamental proposition that I think holds true.
Sure, and I guess just to respond in the same way, I'm Stockton Left. I am a socialist. I hold to post-Keynesian economics, which is not Marxist economics. It does take certain things from Marxist economics, like a lot of focus on class and inequality. I think it does a much better job at predicting the real world. It does a much better job of, like, for example, incorporating heterogeneity, the differences between people. Does a much better job of, like, incorporating how rising worker power can actually lead to economic growth as well. But we're not here. I mean, we can talk about that in a maybe at the end. But I guess, why don't we start on what you talked about with the need for empirical testing? So I wanted to ask, like, a sort of abstract question. What do you think science is, and what do you think differentiates, say, like, astronomy from something like astrology, or like a social science from someone just saying something about human nature? Why is science useful?
Yeah, and to be clear, like, when I say, I'm going to answer your question, don't worry. But when I say, I believe in economics, like, or Austrian economics, I should say, like, certainly that isn't a rejection of empirical evidence on the whole, right? I certainly believe that there are times, and plenty of times, when it is important that we go out and test our assumptions in specific fields. I just don't think economic theory is one of those fields. So science is, I guess, a set of, in my understanding, is a set of theories about the world around us, the natural world, the way, and I guess we use it to perhaps predict, but maybe to just, I suppose, get a better understanding of, whether it's, physics, chemistry, biology, subsets of that. We use the scientific method to get a better understanding of those areas. And in terms of the difference between astronomy and astrology, I would suppose that, without having much expertise in either field, I would say that the difference would be that astronomers are able to produce testable hypotheses that they can, recreate in some fashion and get, close to the right outcome. And if they fail, then they're going to go back and retest in some fashion. Whereas astrology is very much reliant on, or they don't have the same level of rigor in terms of how they go about validating their theories or their beliefs, I suppose. So
sure. Well, let me drill in on that. Why do you think it's useful in something like astronomy or something like a social science or medicine to have testable theories?
Well, because Christ, that's a good question. Or I guess, how am I going to phrase my answer here? Yeah, I mean, the basis of those fields, right, is fundamentally testable, right? And I think that's the point that I get as an Austrian, is not so much that we just want to eschew data for, like, no reason, or because it suits our arguments. Is that the fundamental arguments that, or the fundamental, I guess, truths that Austrians talk about aren't actually, like, testable with an empirical experiment, right? So we need some other way to discover the truth of those matters.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, sorry,
so
go ahead.
let me then pivot towards, do you think economics is a science as well? That's maybe a short one.
Not if by science you mean a natural science where you have to. I mean, it depends on what you mean by science, because some people mean different things. Like, what would you say a science is, I suppose, and then maybe I can tell you whether or not I think economics is one.
Sure, I think science is useful because, a large part, because of those testable theories, it tends to lead us towards the truth as we discard false theories, and we narrow the domain of what's left, or we focus on things which keep showing up in our tests. And I think then economics is, or should be, a science. That purely mathematical economic models are mostly useless, that you need real world data, because economics is a social science. And like most social sciences, you can't know how people work from first principles. I can't know that people will, like, prefer this or that situation without actually testing it, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, then I would say that no, economics is not science, and I suppose perhaps we're talking like cross purposes here, right? Because when you said to me, when you said just now, you said we can't know from first principles whether someone will prefer X or Y, I suppose. Would that be fair? Like, we can't know just based on, the law of identity or the action axiom whether someone's going to prefer apples or bananas, right? That's according to Austrians, that's actually not the domain of economic theory. That would be more the domain of some other field, whether it's, so whether we, do we say that people's preference for apples or bananas is psychological, or is it, socially constructed? Then it's the field of psychology or sociology, right? So an economist would say that no, that is not an economic question. Why do people prefer, or why does person A prefer bananas over apples? So
sure, but there are lots of, in my view, testable economic theories. Like in the 90s, there was a huge debate over, do minimum wages cause unemployment? Does the increase of the minimum wage increase or decrease employment levels? And the mathematical theory, not just Austrian economic theory, but mathematical theory from basically everything left of the Keynesians, said that it would increase unemployment. And then we did like 1,500 causal tests of it, and that didn't seem to show up. So I guess what the question I would sort of get at is, why do you think testability is useful in, say, medicine, but that sort of testability for a testable question like minimum wages are not useful? What's the difference? What's the symmetry breaker?
The fact that, well, as I said, I don't believe they are testable. And the reason why is because, well, among other things, is because human beings are not predictable, I should say. So when
Why not?
if you do
we can predict social science, right? Like we can predict that people who have a community will be happier than those who don't have a community, right? Why would other behaviors not be predictable?
Well, you can predict that on aggregate, but each individual person may not conform to that aggregate, right? So
sure.
If you say, so it's true, yeah. So,
but is economics the study of individuals, or is it like sociology the study of many people? Because sociology doesn't claim to predict individuals either.
Well, I would say that, well, again, according to Austrian economics, the study of economics is like, we follow methodological individualism. We focus on individual action rather than, I guess, assessing people as a whole. Because, yeah, I mean, if you take for granted that you can assess people when it comes to economics as a whole, I suppose, then, yeah, I mean, you could probably argue that you do need, or that there are, I guess, valid ways of, or, if you change variable X, then in general you will get result Y. Like, that's probably the case. But, like, on an individual level, is each person going to respond to the same way, to the same exact stimulus? Well, no. Whereas, and sorry, just let me get my thought out here. Sorry, I'm just getting another call here. Hang on. It was a girlfriend again. Fuck's sake. What was I saying? Yeah. Whereas when you have a field, say chemistry, right? If you decide to test the boiling point of water at sea level, it's going to be 100 degrees Celsius every time, right? Assuming you have an identical set of water. But two different people, if you give them the same choice between X and Y, like you can't predict what they're going to choose just based off of the fact that they're, you've done this experiment a million times. 50% of people have taken X and 50% of people have taken Y. It's not like you can predict what the 1,000,001st person will do. Whereas with some other field like chemistry, you can predict, okay, we know now that at sea level, water's boiling point is 100 degrees, right? So that kind of, I think that distinguishes the two fields between like economics and like natural sciences.
Sure. I mean, I would totally agree that a natural science can isolate all the variables and change just one thing. And we can't do that in social sciences. But we can't do that in medicine. We can't do that in biology. And yet these produce things that we think are very useful, right? The fact that a medicine might only work for 90% of people doesn't mean that a medicine isn't useful. If let's say that we can only predict the economic behavior of 99% of people, is that not useful on its own?
Yeah, but again, I would say that that's not economics. Like that I think that's what I'm what
would you call it then?
Well, so give me any. So what are we saying? So
sociology.
I suppose maybe psychology. What are we predicting? So we're saying, okay, we have a set number of people, and we're asking them whether they prefer X over Y. Well, it depends on the parameters, right? But I suppose that's probably psychological. So, like for an example, like say you have there's a family experiment where you asked children, okay, would you prefer one marshmallow now, or if you wait an hour, we'll give you 5 marshmallows. Like that's a quite well-known experiment. I can't remember what it was actually called, but and they had their predictions, I'm sure, and then there was a set of results, and my memory of that test was that most of the kids chose to take the marshmallow now rather than wait, and that has some economic principles relating to it in terms of time preference and just opportunity cost and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, that's still a psychological question. Okay, what's going on in the psychology of the child to make them want to choose X over Y, right? So when you get into, I guess my point is that economics is not a quantifiable field in the same way that even there's social sciences like you're mentioning, like sociology or psychology is, and certainly not to the extent that the natural sciences are, like biology, chemistry, physics.
So the question I just ask is, in medicine, we started with a lot of models which started from first principles, like humor theory, or like various theories of miasma and stuff, which are like, we have an idea of what causes disease, and we're going to act based upon that. And over time, through testing, they turned out to be false. And medicine from first principles disappeared. Right, the idea that you could test, like, choose people's fates based on first principles from like astrology or whatever, disappeared. All of these things have sort of faded away in favor of empirical testing. Why don't you think that economics should similarly follow the same route from starting from abstract principles, and then, hey, turns out those aren't actually real, and then turn to the ones that are quantifiable? What do you think is so useful about sticking to the abstract principles and the derivations? What's the benefit?
Because they are true, I suppose, would be
how do you
the first point.
But like, that's how, if I said the humor theory of medicine was true, how would you prove me wrong?
Well, if I was familiar with it, then I would try and establish some kind of logical flaw.
Well, sure. Let me give an example of it. One derivation of humor theory was that if you didn't shit often enough, you would get sick. Okay? And it turns out that the amount of times you shit per day is not correlated, except in extreme cases, with how sick you are. So,
yep.
That's the empirical side. But let's say I said that, right? I said that not shitting often enough will make you sick, and it's because of the 4 humors. The brown bile is building up in your body, and it's toxin. How would you prove me wrong?
Well, I would say that's a different question to the one that an Austrian or a different statement to the one that an Austrian economist makes, right? So that is something that you could, in theory, whether you have the capabilities or not, you could quantify. You could figure out that this person does or does not have this brown bile that's causing them to not, or sorry, they're not shitting enough, so this brown bile is building up. You could, in theory, figure that out with empirical testing, right? But the problem is that as I said, economics. So if I can, I suppose the point that I'm getting at, and I think because I've listened to a bit of your stream when I was drifting in and out of consciousness just before, and one of the things you said, which I agree with, or you were talking about the labor theory of value at one point, and you said, yeah, I don't support the labor theory of value, which I think is awesome. But you said that ultimately, value is subjective. Would you agree with the notion that value is subjective?
Well, I think it's socially derived. I think it does result from something that we can measure. I think value is based on power. And the fact that it's a social phenomenon doesn't mean it's not a measurable phenomenon. The price of a product is basically the power differential between who has it and who wants it, which is sort of like supply and demand, but not exactly.
Okay. Yeah, so I think, so we do, while you still do believe, I think from that value is subjective, we have different views on what that means, right? So to an Austrian economist, and look, I'm sure you're familiar with this, but value is subjective, and it is based on the value that a consumer has or that appraises for the next unit of the good in question, right? So that's fundamentally marginalism, but it is ultimately subjective to each individual person and each individual person's value scales, right? So, and those value scales, and this is like a key point here, those value scales are subjective to each individual person, ordinal, i.e. not cardinal, i.e. they're not they don't have a magnitude, right? So you can't say objectively, okay, so let's say that my highest value scale is to play PlayStation, and my next highest value scale, or my next highest value is to drink lemonade, hypothetically. You could say that I value playing PlayStation higher than drinking lemonade, but you couldn't say I value playing PlayStation 3.5 times more than I value drinking lemonade. That wouldn't make sense in any objective. You could say that as like some sort of like colloquialism, but it wouldn't have any actual objective meaning. So the point that I'm getting at is that there's no quantifiable measures when it comes to economics for us to test, right? So things like
Well, why
opportunity
not?
cost, incentive. Because of what I'm saying. Right? So value scales are subjective; they change with each interpersonal and not intersubjectively comparable. So two people's value scales cannot be compared, and you cannot say, okay, well, John values playing PlayStation more than Jennifer values drinking lemonade. Again, that comparison like just doesn't make any sense, right? And so my point is that the economic theories that we're talking about, it's not just that we don't want to test them, they can't be tested, right? Because again, value is subjective, ordinal, and not intersubjectively comparable, is I guess what I'm getting at. So the fundamental things that make people do what they do cannot be compared between people, and they're not measurable or I guess quantifiable is what
this is where I'd interject. The fact that something is subjective does not mean that it is not measurable. So take something like, I don't know, gender or like preference for ice cream flavor. Yeah, these are subjective, but you can still measure them. You can ask people questions. You can observe their behavior. And we are bluntly, as a science, we aren't interested about knowing like exactly why, to down to a single variable, exactly why everyone does every action. We're interested in trying to make useful predictions about society. So that's why I was asking questions earlier about like the humor theory of medicine, or earlier about like the minimum wage. Because to me, when I say stuff like, hey, minimum wage do not decrease employment, that's a testable theory, and it lines up with what's tested. And it's also a useful theory because it tells us what that policy will do. So what I'm sort of trying to get at is, like, yeah, you can point out that value is subjective. We can't know exactly what someone is doing, why exactly they're doing it. But that doesn't mean that we can't predict how society will react, because society is composed of hundreds of thousands of people. When you get to law of large numbers levels of people, you can start to aggregate and predict with really good prediction, at least in my view. So why not make those useful predictions? Why not use that to pick out good policy?
Yeah, I mean, you can use those things, and that would be valuable. But I'm sure that businesses do those surveys all the time. So if you take your ice cream example, if you've got 100 different flavors of ice cream and you want to figure out which ones are worthy of being put on sale and which ones are not, I'm sure you do some kind of empirical testing to figure that out. My point is that the fundamental, I guess, I still feel like, from what I said earlier, that we're not talking it. We're talking it, I guess, towards different things. So my point is fundamentally the fundamental truisms that Austrian economics is built on. So stuff like, obviously the action axiom, which we can talk about if we want. The action axiom, stuff like opportunity cost, value scales, like I mentioned, time preference. These are all things that are necessarily true. So if the notion that the idea that it would be logically impossible to say that they aren't true is what I'm getting at. So that fundamentally you don't need to test them because, again, they're derived from an axiom which is necessarily true, and we could not conceive of a reality where they aren't true is what I'm getting at.
Sure. Let me do it like this. Let's say I concede completely that you can derive from first principles stuff like scales of preference, right?
Yeah.
The problem that I'm having is that from that, you can't derive any meaningful data about the world. So the point I'm sort of getting at is like, so what use is this purely theoretical framework if it can't tell us what to do? Yeah, let's say we can perfectly rationally derive scale of preference. How do we change the world in response to that?
Well, I suppose it can tell you certain things about it. So what it can tell you is, okay, here is a policy proposal that we have. What will be the impact of that proposal. It can tell you, I suppose, it can tell you qualitatively, you doing X will change Y, but it cannot tell you to what degree, how much, or what the second and third order effects beyond that might be, right? So say we have a choice, the government wants to institute a subsidy on...
Do like minimum wages, right? Like that's the one I keep pointing to because it's also one of the most tested one. What would your theory predict about minimum wages? And then you can talk about the second order effects and all that.
The theory would predict that if you increase the minimum wage, then you cannot expect to see a net increase in employment.
Yeah. So like that's what. Go ahead.
Here's the problem. And this is what I keep coming back to: is the problem with the tests in, or trying to test economic theories, that you mentioned that with the natural sciences you can control for every single variable imaginable, and you have laboratory conditions, right, where any change in one specific variable, you're going to know that any change in the outcome or in the result is going to be the result of your changing of that variable. The problem is if you have a concept like the minimum wage, where again we're talking about large numbers of human beings who all act differently and have specific goals, preferences, and values. If you and not only that, but we're talking about an ever-changing world where people's I guess stuff happens, I suppose, all the time that influences the results that we can influences the results we can expect for the specific thing we're trying to test, that are beyond our control, right? So the minimum wage, for instance, let's say the minimum wage currently stands at $10 an hour and you want to increase it to $15 an hour. So you do that policy, and then 5 years down the track, you look and you say, okay, well, unemployment was at 3.5% before we introduced that policy, and then now it's at 3.2%, right? Well, clearly, minimum wage didn't increase unemployment, right? It was 3.5%, now it's 3.2%, despite the fact that we increased the minimum wage from $10 to $15 an hour. The problem is, I guess, the counterfactual. We don't have the counterfactual because, by definition, a counterfactual that doesn't exist. We don't know what the unemployment rate would have been if we didn't make that change, right? So it's possible that if we didn't institute that minimum wage policy, that the minimum wage, not the minimum wage, that the unemployment rate would have gone from 3.5% to 2% if we hadn't made that change. The thing is, we can never know. That's something that we can absolutely never know, because by the nature of what we're doing here, we don't have the ability to go back in time and retest the experiment without making the variable change, unlike in the natural science, where you can produce the identical circumstances and then change one variable and see the result. That's not possible when it comes to economics.
Sure. What I would point to is that we can never do true causal studies in social science. You're completely correct. But a huge part of the empirical revolution, the credibility revolution in economics over the past 30, 40 years has been shifting away from mathematical models to attempting to do causal testing, what we call quasi-experiments. So for example, a lot of the early minimum wage experiments use something called differences in differences. We compare one county that did increase its minimum wage to all of its neighboring counties, which tend to be pretty similar. And we see that they have the same trends on all the variables. So we see that only the difference in those trends is likely due to the change in the minimum wage. That's not, particularly compelling for one case, but then if you do it over and over and over again, like 1,500 times, then it seems pretty likely that the result you're deriving is close to causal, because you're de facto controlling for all the other variables. And there have been fancier and fancier methods of this. But the simple idea is that you simply compare a case where the event actually occurred to all the nearby, very similar cases where it didn't occur. And the difference, you think, is what's causal. Why do you think something like that can't derive something close to causal reasoning?
My simple question would be to you is, can a logical, like a deducted reasoning argument that claims to make some kind of truth claim, can you refute that with empirical evidence?
What I would, no, comma, The problem here is that there's not just one model of how minimum wages would affect employment. So, for example, the one you're pointing to is like the classic supply demand. You raise wages, therefore employment has to go down because employers can't afford as many workers. That's like the classic supply and demand. But one of the modern economic theories that's been derived is monopsony theory, the idea that some firms have so much market power that they artificially drive down wages. And because they drive down wages, they actually drive down wages below full employment. Raising the minimum wage could actually increase employment by this model. So I can send you a graph and a nice explainer on this, but in short, again, I don't think that you can derive supply and demand from the axiom, but nor do I think you can derive the monopsony model. But let's say you have two models, classic supply and demand and monopsony model. Why should we just assume that the supply and demand one is necessarily correct? Why should we not pick between these models based on what the empirical evidence says?
Well, if you tried to, my presumption would be you can derive the former explanation from first principles, and and I know you disagree with that, but my position is you can derive the first statement from first principles and get an answer. You could try and derive the monopsony, theory from first principles, but it would be wrong because
Why?
you would because either you would either be relying on a false premise at some point, or your conclusion wouldn't follow. Right? That's how you disprove a logical argument. Is
Sure.
you establish premises is false, or you establish that the conclusion doesn't logically follow. Right?
Sure. I would just note, I don't think that you can even get from preference scales to stuff like supply and demand. But if you can get to stuff like supply and demand, why can't you derive from first principles the idea that employers could use their power to push down wages? And that
I think employers probably do push down wages.
Well, if they do push down wages due to monopsony power, then this theory pretty logically follows that they push the wages below full employment, and raising wages would actually bring it closer to full employment. Right?
Right.
So if both of these models are logically possible, right? We're not proving that they're true, we're just saying they're both possible. How do we know which model to choose?
Well, again, I'll come back to the fundamental premise would have to be that I don't know the exact logical derivation that you're trying to make for the monopsony example, but I would say that at some point there would have to be a logical error in it, right? If we're talking about economics.
I mean, so let's say we start with like preference scales and time preference. How do we even get to supply and demand? What's the logic here?
So we're starting with preference scales and time preference. Well, at the end of the day, people have to the logic is that people have specific preferences. They have value scales, and they have obviously a limited amount of time to fulfill as many of those as possible. So they're going to obviously preference the ones that they by definition, they're going to attempt to satisfy the ones that they value higher versus the ones they value lower. And one of the, factors that's going to come into whether they value it more or less is going to be how much they have, what the opportunity cost is of selecting that option. And one of the things that comes into opportunity cost is how much, what the price of the good is, right? So if you're going to select option A over option B, one of the factors you have to consider is how much you are going to have to part with in order to consume that resource. And in doing so, I guess that's where supply and demand comes from, right? Is the idea that, well, you can expect that of an identical good, once people have to pay, if you are charging $5 for a particular good, and then you change that price from $5 to $10, the expectation it logically follows that the number of people that are going to be willing or able to purchase that good would have to decrease by definition.
Sure, but we observe tons of good where that's the opposite, where prices go up and consumption goes up. They're luxury goods. I think it's like habit burger goods or something. So like
I think heard of Giffen goods or something like that. Yeah, that's like a neoclassical.
So this is what I'm trying to say. If we observe that, would you say that people consuming more of a luxury good is logically impossible? Or
Well, no, but I would say that some other variable, namely people's valuation of that good with respect to its, I suppose, desirability has changed, right?
well, sure, but then classic supply and demand doesn't naturally emerge in all or even most markets, right? It could be possible that every good that people consume is a giffen good. How would you know from first principles that people don't have universal giffen good consumption curves where they prefer to consume more expensive things all the time? Like,
Yeah. So my fundamental point here is that a giffen good does not actually break the supply and demand rule, right? It's simply the fact that so if the good is exceedingly expensive and people's desire to consume it goes up, that simply means that the the expensiveness of the good was, I suppose, a factor in its desirability.
well, sure, but what you're saying is that what we would naturally assume from the logical derivation, prices go down, consumption goes up, is the opposite of what we actually observe. And so what I said it what you responded is, well, maybe there's just some other thing that's changing the desirability of the good. Okay, but again, here we have two models. How do we know which model applies to a given product? Right? How what I'm trying to say is these are both logically possible outcomes. Again, you're posing a choice that, hey, maybe this good is giffen, maybe this good is normal. How do I decide which? And given that, given that we don't know whether, say, labor is a given good, we don't know whether dozens of goods are given goods, we don't actually know whether increasing the price of labor will decrease consumption of it. Maybe people love expensive employees. Maybe they love cooperating with each other and giving each other expensive labor gifts, right? From first principles.
Yeah. So here's what I would say to that is that, yeah, again, like, this has been addressed by Austrian economists, and it's simply that if someone is, so if a classic example of a giffen good would be like a really expensive car, like say a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, right? Where you increase, like, obviously Lamborghinis are exorbitantly expensive, but they're still in high demand because the actual price itself, or the price tag that you have to expend in order, you have to expend in order to get that good, is actually a factor in your appraisal of that good, right? So what I would say is that a giffen good, right, is a different product versus a like the normal version, say, hypothetically. So if you have a choice, so a Ford car, like a standard F-150, whatever, Ford, versus a Lamborghini, those are actually two different kinds of goods in the mind of the consumer that's deciding to choose the Lamborghini, right? Because it's actually the fact that it has such a hefty price tag, and people are going to know, potentially, the fact that people are going to know that it has such a hefty price tag, and we're doing a bit of psychology here, I suppose, but
Yeah, but this is all stuff that you can't derive from first principles. You can't know, like, I'm just trying to say, all of this is things that you pick up from observation. That people value expensive goods because they value the appraisal of other people. It's a social good, but you wouldn't know that from first principles. You wouldn't know that, well, people have preferences and finite time, so therefore they prefer some things that are very expensive because they want to socially signal for like reproductive success or whatever.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm just bringing all this up is, again, this makes it very hard to derive from this that, hey, clearly minimum wage laws must raise employment. Sorry, minimum wage laws must reduce employment. They must increase unemployment. So I'm trying to bring this all back to, like, trying to make this useful. Trying to say, Austrian economics, we derive XYZ. How do we know that has a policy, a real world impact? Because otherwise it sounds like this is all just intellectual masturbation.
Yeah. So I guess, again, I'll come back to Austrian economics gives you quantifiable rather than, sorry, not quantifiable, qualitative. Sorry, I'm trying to get that word out there. Qualitative. You can make qualitative assessments of how a particular policy will impact the real world. So, say you have the government has a choice between introducing a $100 per unit subsidy on corn versus not introducing a $100 subsidy per unit of corn, right? For a corn producer. So if you produce a unit of corn as a corn producer, you get $100 from the government, tax free, whatever. It's $100 for you. Austrian economics would say that we can know based off of that the amounts of corn produced relative to other goods would begin to increase over time, but we can't say by how much or what the price would be. All those factors are ultimately going to be outside the scope of what the economic theory tells us, which is simply that a subsidy on corn will increase the quantity of corn produced. So, that's a real world example which could have some sort of implications for, our understanding of...
Sure. Well, let's actually extend that a bit. Let's imagine that we know that adding let's say a wage floor to a certain type of good, like let's say labor, let's say that we know that it will decrease employment. I personally tend to believe that minimum wages do decrease employment. However, there's a difference between making a directional prediction that employment will probably go down on net and a scope prediction. I think that it will reduce employment by such a small degree that it's basically negligible. And that is, in fact, what we observe.
Because ultimately there's very few minimum wage, or I suppose a proportionally small percentage of the working population is on the minimum wage.
No,
right?
When minimum wages go up, the wages of the bottom half go up because it increases workers' bargaining power. Because again, it all goes back to power. And I can send you a little study on that if you'd like. But minimum wages affect like half of the country. So yeah, they raise wages for workers for like half the country, and yet we don't see major employment losses. So maybe the deductive theory is correct, but maybe due to studying human behavior in practice, the actual scope of it doesn't matter. Maybe it's negative, but so tiny that we don't give a shit. So that seems like a use case for empirical evidence, no?
Well, that comes, I suppose, that's potentially true. And what I would say to that is that our valuation of whether that is a good policy to then institute would not be an economic question, but rather, I suppose, a legal philosophy or, some other moral philosophy question.
Well, sure. So then what are there any policy areas where you think that we can like purely deductively derive the correct economic policy? Because it seems like this is going to be, to me, it seems like this will be a problem for literally every economic policy. I can't imagine a single policy where you could know from first principles the correct economic policy. Can you think of one?
No, because economics is a value-free endeavor, right? So
call it economic sociology or whatever, or the structuring of how we run our economy as a science, whatever you want to call, like semantically, I'll call it schmeconomics or economics 2. Okay, so in schmeconomics, how do we make the right schmeconomics decision?
I enjoyed that one actually. How do we make the right schmeconomics decision? Well, my fundamental position is you don't, right, in terms of making policy changes, because fundamentally I'm an AnCap, as we discussed earlier. So making a change to introducing a corn subsidy or raising the minimum wage, all that stuff I'm against, right? So my fundamental view is that there's no place for the government to do any of those things. So what I would say to that is that I don't think there's any, I guess, good economic policies if it comes to a government or similar organization making, I guess, aggressive interventions into the economy.
So, sorry, just to clarify, then the utility of Austrian economics is just that it can derive some useful principles that we can't actually apply to society because society is too complicated. Is that more or less what I heard? And therefore we have to use schmeconomics?
No, I would say no. We certainly will. If schmeconomics is, from my memory, is figuring out what policies a government should implement, then no, I would say we don't use schmeconomics. I suppose what the Austrian insight, more or less, is if you then tack onto that, if you layer on top of pure economic theory, if you layer on top of that I suppose, a philosophy where you desire to, I suppose, maximize productivity, for instance. Well, when then we can use economic theory to postulate what is and isn't going to increase, or we can use economic theory to tell us what isn't going to increase um, productivity. And I guess the best example of that is probably taxation, right? So obviously, a raging AnCap, and taxation is theft and rah 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 rah. But not only that, but what the, I guess, Austrian insight is that, okay, taxation is more or less a disincentive away from productive behaviors. So how do you what produces a taxable asset? Well, you have to either homestead something, you have to produce something, or you have to trade for something, right, in order to do something that is taxable by the government. So the Austrian insight would be that, well, to the extent that you are taking money away from people for doing those actions, you're going to disincentivize them from doing that. And that comes back to people's value scales, right? So you're decreasing the marginal utility of doing productive behaviors versus not doing productive behaviors. So that's where the Austrian insight comes in, is that, okay, so we have value scales, we have preferences, and those preferences are informed by what I guess those preferences or are based on the utility we can expect to gain from performing an action, right? And by changing the utility of that action, i.e., by decreasing the amount of money that we're going to make from doing some kind of taxable activity, you're decreasing people's incentive to do those behaviors. So that would be an Austrian economic insight, right? So that's, I guess, applicable to the real world and can inform policy decisions, right?
Sure, but let's consider that one on its face. Let's say that we use the taxes to pay for something like basic research, which pays very high dividends. There's a lot of research into like how effective NASA's innovation has been, and in general, public sector basic research performs better, provides a higher return to the economy per unit of dollars spent per unit of research in than private sector, because public sector research tends to be the type of stuff that a whole bunch of companies can benefit from. Private sector research tends to be stuff that only one company can benefit from, because that's intentionally, like, that's their whole goal. That's the whole point. So you can profit off of it. I can send you some studies on that if you'd like, but let's just take that as a possibility. Let's take it as possible that public sector research has a higher return on investment than private sector research. Then maybe taxing people's behavior, which would maybe discourage their ability to work a little bit, but would yield a more productive economy in the long run, which would increase work per person, would yield a better world overall. How do you know that the world I'm describing, where you use taxes to pay for something useful and the world is better on average, is less true than your world? How are you able to make that choice?
Well, what I would say is, just to touch on your the very, I suppose, last sentence that you said there, where the world is better on average. I reject that you can make that claim, right? Because like, better on average, better by whose standards, by what metric, right? So I'm talking about, I suppose, maximizing productivity. And
yeah, and if you do a bunch of research and basic research, people get more productive. They produce more per unit in. That's the
okay. Well, so there's a few factors that I need to be taken into account here, and one of them is, so this concept of, I mentioned counterfactuals before, but what is seen versus what is unseen. So what you're seeing, excuse me, what you're seeing is exactly what you described. So you tax some amount of money from the working population, it goes towards funding research, and that yields a specific outcome. What's unseen is what might have happened had you not chosen to tax those resources. And again, by the way, we're assuming here that, that the people that are handling the resources are, competent and good at their jobs, which would be disputable in many scenarios. And I'm sure you agree with that. But so even if we assume, right, that the people in charge of managing the taxed resources, managing the government's resources, are good at their jobs, there's a few points that are missing from that. One is, obviously, as I mentioned, there's what is seen versus what is unseen. So we don't know what would have happened in this scenario had we chosen not to tax resources.
Sure, we can't ever measure it perfectly, but So what I would point to is there's some attempts to measure the causal effect of public R&D. And again, you can critique that, but the attempt here is to try and compare firms which benefited from public technologies versus firms which didn't. Like the scope of basically there's an attempt to try and derive a causal estimate here, and you can critique that. You can say, well, there's other things that could have happened. Maybe it would have been more, the economy would have been more productive had you not taxed it. And I can't prove you wrong. Like that's a counterfactual that's too large to disprove. But what I can say is like there are some things that we can observe at the macro level, like more social spending as a percent of GDP does not reduce economic growth, which is the opposite of what we'd observe if taxation reduces productivity. So I can't tell you why that is, but I can tell you that it is. So to me, that seems like, hey, maybe taxation reduces productivity as like an overarching theory. It might just not be true. I guess what I get to is like, how do you know? This is getting all the way back to it. How would you be able to determine whether a policy is actually benefiting people? Like you can derive, maybe that Austrian economics would conclude that it's the correct one, but how do you know after you've done it that it is the correct one?
Yeah, I mean that's a good question, and what I would say is again that's like not really the field that like or what we want to what we want to do when we talk about like, again pure economic theory, right? So what Austrian economics fundamentally comes down to, and this is what I mentioned when I said because what all these statements that you're making about public research being a better I guess use of our money than leaving it up to private hands. And I know that you said that can be disputed, but let's just take that as a statement. That ultimately that assessment or an assessment of whether it's good or not. Let's not even say that it is better. Let's say that we're trying to make an assessment over whether it's good, whether it's better for society or not. That's a proposition that like cannot be verified because again, people's value scales are subjective, not intersubjectively comparable, ordinal. Those three things that I mentioned earlier. And I know you addressed the subjectivity matter, but we haven't really touched on the fact that value scales are ordinal and not intersubjectively comparable, right? So when you're trying to make this assessment over whether or not a policy is good or bad, like the statement, well, it increased X, Y, Z, or it did this, that, and the other. It's not really an explanation for whether or not the policy increased people's utility.
Sure, but by that logic, I could also say that taxing people and stopping productive work is not actually a bad thing because the preference scales are all subjective, and maybe people's preference scales are all that they would prefer not to work. Like,
but to interject there, then they wouldn't be working, right?
Sure, maybe that's their preference. Maybe we tax everyone back to $10,000 per person, and everyone enjoys their mediocre, moderate life. How would we know that's false from first principles? How do we know from first principles that people prefer 50,000 GDP to 5,000?
Well, because you would expect if that was actually people's preference, that they would be doing that.
Maybe it's a collective action problem, right? Maybe everyone would do it collectively, but maybe as an individual, they can't do degrowth. Maybe everyone loves degrowth, but everyone's just locked in the rat race individually. How would you know?
Well, so why wouldn't the question just...
Maybe I should make, like, more broadly, how do you know what metric, or I guess you kind of, okay, I'm phrasing this poorly. To me, when I want to look at metrics of how well people are doing, you want to look at stuff like happiness, you want to look at stuff like income, disposable income, free time, stuff like that. Because, I can't know exactly what people value, but the average person really, really, really values stuff like free time, lifespan, happiness, income, stuff like that. And so when I'm comparing the world, I look at these things. But if your argument is just that there's no way to know whether one world is better than another because it's all subjective, then how do you know that my plan to crash the economy and burn everything down will actually make things worse?
Well, I guess this is the fundamental point that the Austrians come back to, and the reason why many of them end up being AnCaps is because, leaving people up to their own devices and allowing them to fulfill their own most highly desired ends is like if what you're saying was preferable, then my point is that we would already be seeing it, right? If people really wanted to burn the world down and go back to primitive times, then more people would start doing that, right?
I mean, why do you do you think there's ever a case where someone wants something but can't effectively achieve it?
Yeah, like sometimes I like it's raining outside and I wish it wasn't. But I don't have the means to change it. Yeah, sure.
So what I would point to is like there's a category of problems called collective action problems where individuals would make a worse decision than if they were able to make a decision collectively. Um, so like lots of examples. Just as a very clear example, it comes from like fishing. So every individual would fish as much as they possibly could because that maximizes their profit. But as a group, they wouldn't fish as much as they possibly could because that would drive down fish stocks, and eventually they won't be able to derive a profit anymore. At least that's an example.
That's why you privatize fisheries, because then the person that owns the area where people are allowed to go fish has the incentive to maintain the stock of fish so that he can continue making income.
They solve the collective action problem by creating one actor that's big enough to take on that whole collective thing. But were it a whole bunch of small independent fisheries, they would make a different choice. So what I'm trying to get at is like the mere fact that people don't make a choice is not the same thing as saying that that wouldn't be an optimal choice.
Well, how could it be a choice that they don't make, but then also not? Sorry. What?
Well, let me give an example. Like, let's say there's someone who's addicted to a drug of some kind, like say smoking. At every choice, they might have an option to quit smoking, but they can't or don't because of the strength of the addiction. That doesn't mean that that's what they actually truly want. Like there are things outside of people's control, even things that feel very close to their control. Why would we not assume the same thing of social systems?
I would say that the smoker that chooses to continue smoking, even though they say that they have an addiction and want to stop smoking, which may be true, they may be thinking that at the time, but each time they have the craving for a cigarette, they value having that next cigarette over trying to beat their addiction. That's kind of why they're addicted, right? Is each time that the craving comes along, the craving is too strong and they want the cigarette too much to overcome it, right? So their preference at that time is to have the cigarette over quitting smoking.
So here's maybe a question related to that. Would you ever force a friend to go into drug rehab?
By force, do you mean like physically compelled? Like
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, you put them in your car and you drive them to the clinic and they don't have a choice. You'd never do that? So someone could, okay. Would you ever use coercion on any of your friends to stop any activity or force them to do any activity?
To stop them doing an activity? Yes. So if they were trying to harm another person?
Sure,
yes.
But let's say it's something that's not hurting another person. It's not violating the NAP. Just, is there any instance where force is justified?
If it's not violating the non-aggression principle, then no, that's the point, right?
So I guess the reason I bring this up is that like, it seems very hard to me to believe that a world in which no addict ever gets like essentially forceful help to stop is a better world. That people always know what's best for them, and therefore you should never take someone into the clinic ever. No one should ever go to a suicide ward ever, right? These things just should not exist.
Well, would you say that like currently we have a kind of regime where people are, addicts are being like pretty constantly like, I mean, that's probably besides the point, right? But yeah, I mean, what I would say is that ultimately, like you can, I suppose, do things or implement measures to attempt to make an addict receiving help for their addiction as desirable for them as possible, or as easy for them as possible, or as preferable as possible versus continuing their addiction. But ultimately, that choice has to be up to them.
Well,
as to whether
I'll say there is an importance of patient involvement, of patient interest in ending it themselves. You can't force a patient into therapy if they don't want it. At the same time, I would be willing to force a friend to like stop them from like ending their own life. I'd be willing to force a friend into a clinic if I felt that drugs were destroying their life, and like all of the other friends agreed. And so I guess I'm bringing this up because, like, to me, a very common sense view of human nature says that sometimes people make really bad decisions that they get stuck into, and someone needs to like push them out of that local like crevasse, that little pit they're stuck in. Someone needs to push you out of that so you can get back to normal functioning. And I'm bringing this might all sound odd, but like the reason I'm bringing this up is that people have often been stuck through history. Like they were enslaved, they were in a fiefdom, they weren't truly free, they were impoverished. So naturally, I wouldn't assume that what someone is doing is their best life, is their best, most optimal choice.
Yeah.
Why would you assume otherwise?
So the example of a slave, right? That is a person that's being controlled by. And like to be clear, like slavery is something that I absolutely abhor, right? And the reason why is because you're not allowing people to pursue what they desire most, right? So the slave is being forced to work for the slave master, even though, if he or she was free, they wouldn't do that, right? And the same in a fiefdom, right? So the reason why I abhor slavery is because it's not allowing people to pursue their own most desired ends. Rather, they're being forced via coercion, right, to pursue something other than what they desire most, right? So I completely agree. People throughout history have been placed into situations where pursuing their own most desired ends was not possible for them because they were under some sort of control from another, or some other person was.
Sure. Slavery was a bad example, but I'm just trying to point more generally to there are barriers on people's lives. Sometimes, like drugs, for example. Sometimes I would say poverty is one such barrier that stops people from doing what they'd want to do. You might say, like to someone, "Why don't you start a business?" And they could say, "I don't have access to capital. Like I'm literally just too poor to do it. I can't get any investors."
Yeah.
So I would just say, like, the fact that someone is doing something broadly, what you were trying to refer to is revealed preferences. People's behavior is a reflection of what they truly believe, what they truly want to do. And I'm saying I think that seems false on its face. There are clear examples where it's not true.
Would you say? Well, yeah. I mean, I would say that. So revealed preferences relies on the assumption that people are not being, coerced, or they're not suffering they're not under the sufferance of any kind of aggression, right? So, free people will make choices that align with their most desired ends at any given time. I would agree with that statement. And what I would say to your examples of, poverty, addiction, and I think those were the two examples that you used, right? Is like, absolutely, I want to end, poverty and addiction. And fundamentally, my view on the best way to do that and the quickest way to do that. And I think that, if you want to talk about the empirical studies, I think that, for the people that value those, that the evidence has kind of bared that out, is that the best way to do those things is to allow people to, pursue their own most highly desired ends. Because ultimately, any other decision, first of all, that's going to be the very coercion that we were talking about, not wanting to put on people, right? So if you force someone to make a choice that they might not necessarily make, and if you think that it's in their own best interests, ultimately that's still, forcing them. And, people justified all kinds of terrible things on the basis of that. Like there was certainly, and I'm not accusing you of this, obviously, but, there were certainly slave masters or people that lived in kind of the chattel slavery of the Civil War period in America, who justified slavery by saying it's what's best for African Americans. I think, Robert E. Lee made that argument at some point, I believe. But, so I guess my fundamental point, and I probably, waffled a little bit here, is that, if we want to maximize human prosperity, then the goal should be to allow people to pursue their own most highly valued ends without coercion.
So I pulling back a bit, I'm getting at all of this. That I'm sort of questioning the idea that there should be no interference in someone's preferences, because I think sometimes people's preferences can be wrong on like a social, that from a simple view of how people work, or like a lived experience of how people work. Sometimes you think someone's making a wrong decision so bad that you're willing to coerce them to stop that. Like someone who wants to like hurt themselves in a like life-ending way. So I'm bringing this up as like as an edge case example, but more broadly, I would just say that when you look at people's consumption habits, this is actually a big part of post-Keynesian economics. They are not perfectly rational. People make habits. I guarantee that you buy 90% of the same foods week to week because you know what you like and you don't want to spend a lot of time looking around the store. People don't spend all of their time searching for the most efficient, perfect option, testing out all the possible options, because they form habits and they just get on with life because there's other things that are more important.
Well, sorry to interject. Would you not say that is an example of people making an economization over their time and saying, well, it's not worth the time investment to make those changes in my habits?
Well, that's the point. It's rational from like a global perspective. They're economizing time, but it's not rational on a decision to decision perspective. That's my whole point, actually. Each decision that someone makes is not necessarily rational. Even if you think someone's overarching philosophy is rational, it doesn't mean each sub decision is. That's
so. What do you mean? Because so when Austrians, or Misesians especially, use the term rationality, what we mean is that people will employ what they believe are the best means to achieving their most highly desired end. So, strictly speaking, and I made this point, I think, when I was quote tweeting you or quote exegeting you, or whatever we call it these days, is that all choices, or all action in the Misesian sense is strictly rational. There is no such thing as irrational behavior. So I'm sure you're obviously referring to rationality in a different respect. But like when you say rational versus irrational, what do you kind of mean?
Sure. I mean, if you'd prefer we use optimal, so we get away from the economics term rational, I would say that optimal behavior, what I'm trying to talk about is like, even just from someone's long-term goals, a lot of times someone can make a decision that is not optimal for their long-term goals. And so it might be useful to dissuade them from doing that. That's the example I was pointing to earlier.
Dissuade them.
What's that?
I agree that you should dissuade someone from, if you see someone making a choice, if you know that someone is trying to do a certain behavior and you see them making a choice that you don't believe is going to help them achieve that behavior, then absolutely you should try and dissuade them. But but taking the next step of then forcing them to choose a particular behavior under the threat of violence, right? That's a completely different step, and that is ultimately like unjustifiable in my view.
Okay, let me try pulling back one more step. The reason we got on this tangent is because I was trying to ask, let's say that you had like a society A or a society B, or policy option A, policy option B. How would you choose between those options? And like the arguments that we've gotten so far are, one, there's no way to know whether people are better off in one system or another because that's all subjective. And two, the only thing that Austrian economics can tell us is, hey, situation A is more productive than situation B, or something along those lines. But bluntly, like, do you believe in an objective morality? Do you believe in a subjective morality? How do you decide to advocate for one policy or another?
Well, I think that like this is like it's a false dilemma in respects, because like, you know, the fundamental Austrian position is against central planning and against, you know, so if the policy option is between, you know, again, I've used the corn subsidy example, I'll use it again. If policy A is subsidizing corn by $100 per unit and option B is taxing corn by $25 per unit, then I would say that that's a false choice, and I would make neither choice, because both choices are going to have results that I don't want to see. The answer for me is to do neither thing and allow people's preferences to reveal how much corn should be produced and how much corn and the price at which they're willing to purchase it at. Sorry, I lost that. What was so you asked, how do you know which kind of policy we should choose?
Yeah, like you have policy preferences. Why? Yeah. Why is one policy better than another? In general,
well, as I said, I would say that a policy, or any kind of policy that involves coercively manipulating the price or the quantity of goods produced, I would say is a bad policy, or a policy that I don't prefer, because for the exact reason that I've said before, that we don't know, right, what people's preferences are, and we don't know how they're going.
If we don't know what people's preferences are, how do we know they don't want to be coerced upon? Maybe addicts would prefer sometimes to be kicked out of their addiction. 90% of people who attempt to commit suicide and are stopped do not go on to do so. Should we therefore conclude that they would prefer to be coerced?
No, I would say not, because ultimately, at any given moment, if someone preferred to be, would preferred a given action, that they would choose it, right?
I mean, that is, people do actually choose to get placed into like mental health clinics, but again, hey, maybe someone's in a really bad mental state. They don't have the ability to choose that. So I guess what I would try and point to is this.
Oh, hang on.
Before we get into the empirics of it, like without getting to the empirics of it, how do you know that people do not prefer to be coerced? I'm not like, I don't think people prefer to be coerced in general. I think that sometimes they do, actually. But how do you know, as a general rule, that people always prefer not to be coerced?
Well, I would say by definition, coercion implies forcing you to do something that you don't want to do. Right. So if you're coercing someone towards doing something they want to do, then it's not like, it wouldn't be like.
Do you think it's possible for someone to not want to do something in the moment, but prefer enormously over some kind of long run preference? And that we, like, broadly, what I'm trying to get at is you and Austrians in general seem to take the only preference that matters as the one that someone is currently feeling at this very second. And the argument I'm trying to give is people also have long-term preferences, like not dying, for example. And that seems to be a really strong one. And they really, really, really appreciate not dying or being stopped from killing themselves. Mm-hmm. So why should we prefer the instantaneous preference over any other types of preference?
Well, I would say they're not really different types of preferences, right? So ultimately, people's preference for not dying is going to inform their actions at any given moment, is what I would say. So, I may have a fleeting desire to, what's called the call of the void. I might be standing on the edge of a cliff and have a fleeting desire to, jump off of it. But my overriding desire not to be hurt or killed is going to inform my choice not to do that.
But I guess what I've been trying to bring up for this whole subsection is sometimes people can want something in a long-term goal, but temporarily not want it, either for rational or irrational reasons. Like, do you want to have a fit body is probably something you'd say yes to, but moment to moment you don't actually engage in it. To me, that doesn't prove that you don't want the fit body. It might indicate, yeah, as you say, that you have other preferences which are stronger in the moment, or it might indicate things like, hey, your impulses are stronger than your long-term goals. But if we value, we're getting to morality, if we value stuff like long-term morality more, or long-term goals more, then maybe we shouldn't prefer someone's instantaneous preferences. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's not clear to me why you should prefer someone's instantaneous, momentary preferences over preferences people sustain over their lifetime.
Yeah, well, what I would say to that is that, so people can express or, think about having a desire to do something so yeah, your example, people want to have a fit body. I'm sure 95% of people would love to have the body of of a supermodel or whatever, but I guess the fact that you're not considering, and again, this is something that is like purely subjective and not really, I guess, quantifiable, is the opportunity cost involved in attaining that thing has to factors into people's preferences. So what you're talking about with people's you're talking about instantaneous preferences versus long run preferences. I wouldn't really make that distinction. I think ultimately, there's no real such thing. It's just preferences, right? But one of the things that informs people's
you're consistently preferring the short run one.
Let me just get this out. So one of the things that informs people's preferences is the cost involved in attaining the good that they are thinking about whether or not they want to strive for, right? So in the example of attaining a fit body, the cost involved in that is reasonably is decent. Like, you have to spend time multiple hours a week in the gym. You have to eat certain foods that you may not enjoy. You have to make sacrifice. You can't go out drinking as much. Maybe you have to make a choice between going to the gym or going to see a movie with a friend, and that's a tough choice. So there's costs involved in that. And those costs ultimately just factor into people's preferences for what they're choosing, right? So when you say, well, people might want to have a fit body, but in the moment, right, they choose the action that's going to not lead them to having a fit body. Well, what I would simply say is that person, the costs involved in attaining a fit body are not worth it for them, as much as they may desire. Well, in a perfect world, I would have everything. I would have no uneasiness at any given moment. Their preferences at that given moment simply reflect the fact that the cost involved in attaining that long run goal are too great for them in that moment.
I guess I'm struggling to put into words something which to me seems so obvious, that someone's momentary preferences can be a bad reflection of their long-term preferences. So I guess, okay. Let me, an example would be something like, I don't know, fluoride or something. Let's say we want to put fluoride into the water supply. And it might minorly hurt a very small minority of people, but it will help the vast majority of people. How would you decide whether that is an increase or a good or bad policy? This isn't even economics policy, but just how would you decide whether fluoridation of the water, fluoridation of the salt is a good or bad policy?
You can't. right? That's what it comes back to, is the value. Like, that would rely on kind of an objective measure of utility. Right? I know you're getting frustrated, but that's my answer to the question. I get it. Like, it's probably not a satisfactory. Like, it probably doesn't sound like a good answer, but like,
But
so
then
what I would
how
say to
are
that,
you can you advocate against socialism, right? Like the only argument you have against socialism is that coercion is involved. But I could say, hey, people's preferences are subjective. Actually, people love coercion. Zizek talks about it all the time. Clearly, Zizek's onto something about coercion. People love coercion. Therefore, we should do more of it.
so okay, so what I would say, so I suppose I'll amend that statement about the fluoride. What I'll say is, and maybe this probably impacts a lot of the things I've said before, is we can't know what the better choice is if we're the government who is just unilaterally deciding, or we're some kind of god that's just unilaterally deciding whether we do X, whether we do it or not, right? The way you figure out whether a choice, I should say, is good or not is with, and this is why, is with private property, right? Is with, so if I'm a private owner of the water supply, and I decide if I'm making a choice between whether or not I want to put fluoride in it, well, my assessment of whether that's a good policy or not will be whether it's profitable or not, right? So that's the only way you can really make it a determination
Sure.
over whether it's a good or bad policy, right?
Your argument is that you have to find out through the market. People will reveal their preferences, and that will show you what people truly desire. But the point I've been trying to raise over and over, like, do you think that, take advertisement or something. Advertisements change how people perceive products. You can show advertisements and people will, in my view, irrationally or non-optimally perceive a product as better or worse. So to me, that seems like a very clear example of how markets naturally tend to try and distort people's preferences towards non-optimality. So I wouldn't naturally trust all of people's preferences.
What's an optimal, like, how would you measure an optimal preference?
So I don't believe in like an objective morality either, I guess, but I would look to things like happiness, income, lifespan, like things which are fairly universally valued. If I could make 99% of people better off, I'll take it. Right? So
okay. So
better off in the sense of like the things that virtually everyone prefers, there's more of that.
Sure.
So I get like what I guess I'm getting at is this. It seems like on the one hand, like you want to advocate against stuff like socialism, but the only argument you have for like maybe there's other arguments you have for the non-aggressive aggression principle, but the only one you have so far is that people prefer not to be coerced, and that's like a key moral axiom to you that we can't coerce onto people or we can't violate their preferences. And so I say, what if their preference is to be coerced upon? How would we know? Maybe it is all subjective. And if all that's true, then it just sounds to me like there's not actually any argument about how we can know anything about whether any policy is better or not. So, like, I know this isn't Austrian economics per se, but, like, if Austrian economics can't tell us which policy to derive, and if Austrian morality can't tell us which policy to choose, then it sounds like we're shit out of luck.
Yeah, okay. So, the fundamental position is that in order to establish what is a good in inverted commas, a good versus bad policy, is you need to have a price system, because you need to be able to economize resources, and you need to have factor prices and you need to be able to sell your product to end consumers, so you have profit and loss calculations, right? So the fundamental point is, if you on net you are producing, if you are making more income than you are expending in resources, what you are doing is you are taking a set of inputs that have a certain market value that reflects people's preference for them, and you are creating a final good which has a greater market value to people, i.e. it is worth more to them than the sum total of the inputs, right? So any statement that I make, like any kind of conclusion that you try to draw outside of that, fundamentally isn't going to make any sense, because you don't have any, like you said this yourself, you don't have any objective measure of what is preferable, right? So when you say something like, I don't have objective morality, but also we should like do policy X, Y, and Z, isn't that like an objective standard of morality, right?
I mean, I would agree that at some level, my preferences about people not dying and being happy is subjective, yeah. Like I don't think there is in fact any objective morality, and it sounds like maybe we're in agreement on that one. I guess I'm just trying to argue that, like, from my view, if the only argument here is about people's preferences, then I see certain policies which do involve some coercion, like some taxation, which seem to objectively make people happier, or objectively make people live longer. And so, if I can assume statistically those will make those people's preferences more fulfilled, then I can do that, right? Like if preferences are,
how do you measure happiness?
you ask people, literally surveys.
So do you think people are capable of lying?
Well, yeah, but I also think
Or
people are capable of making irrational market choices. So I don't trust any of these absolutely, but like I think people are generally happier with working teeth. So fluoridation is pretty cool.
sure. So do you think that so okay, so good example. Okay. So if people are happier with better teeth, right, or with healthier teeth, I should say, and fluoride is a means of attaining that goal. Do you think people would be willing to pay more for a water supply that includes fluoride than one that doesn't?
Historically, they haven't been, no. So that
Okay.
might, by your line, show that people don't like can't do this. But to my view, that's a collective action problem. It's something that each individual would choose not to, because the cost of one person to buy like fluoridated water is way too high. But you can't get half fluoridated water. You either fluoridate it or you don't.
Well,
So
so okay, you're not just simply produce like so then what's the argument against having a market economy where people can choose whether they buy fluoridated water or not? Like you could, I
well,
assume,
presumably because
fluoridated.
running 2 times the amount of pipes would be insanely expensive.
Sure. So that's a factor in. So what you said before is people prefer to have healthier teeth than not, right? I don't know. I would tend to agree with that, but then people aren't willing to pay the cost to derive that. Doesn't that just simply mean that sure people might have a preference for it, or may want healthier teeth more than they want non-healthier teeth, but the cost involved in attaining that isn't worth it to them? Isn't that just simply what my statement that, well, why not just have a private company that sells water have fluoridated water? If people don't want that, if people aren't willing to pay for that, then doesn't that just simply suggest that it's not a desirable goal?
I think this is all just getting back to our theories of preferences, that your theory of preference is momentary. It's whatever someone is doing at one given time. And my theory of preference is that I think there are predictable things about people that tend to make them happier. I want to satisfy those. And so those predictable things include working teeth. And even if in the moment they're not brushing their teeth, I assume someone wants healthy teeth. Even if someone eats a lot of sugary food and refuses to floss, I assume they want healthy teeth. Because I think people can have preferences that aren't revealed. People are often really stupid and habitual and make dumb choices all the time, but they can still be rational overall on average.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess it feels a little bit like we are circling around this morality bit, but I guess like with all that we've worked through here, like
Sorry.
what criticisms would you be raising of like a left economic systems that would survive all the conversation we've had here?
Give me a leftist economic system. So, like, what's an
Like,
example of one?
take single payer healthcare or something, right? Like, if we acknowledge that preference is subjective, and if we acknowledge that we can't objectively derive like the economic outcomes from first principles, then how do we know from in your logic that single payer healthcare is worse than having everyone directly buy healthcare?
Well, it would fundamentally come back to the problem of coercion. So, like, sorry, just to, I guess, go back slightly. Like you said that I don't believe, or that you think we both agree that there is no objective morality. I do believe in an objective morality. I believe that the non-aggression principle is an objective principle that is true at all times. And so, what I would come back to is, without knowing the specifics on the single payer versus private healthcare debate, is that ultimately single payer healthcare relies on government coercion, which I believe is objectively wrong, right?
Sure. How do you think that the NAP can be objectively derived?
So that's a very good question. I'm glad you asked. It can be derived from what's called argumentation ethics. I don't know if you might have heard of it. I don't know how often you debate AnCaps, but I'm sure by your reaction
Yes,
Sounds good.
I've debated this in high school. So uh, the entire argument for argumentation. Well, actually, why don't you give the argumentation ethics argument?
Right. So the argumentation ethics argument, and to be honest, I'm not the best at these, I guess, derivations. You should probably watch someone like Liquid Zulu debate on these principles, because he's very good at explaining them. But the argumentation ethics argument basically states that there are certain presuppositions that come along with making an argument, right? And one of those presuppositions is that arguing is preferable to not argue. This comes back to preferences, actually, because so this is maybe perhaps a little bit frustrating, because we're obviously disagreeing heavily on preferences here. But at any given moment, if someone chooses to argue with you, i.e., exchange propositions with you and attempt to find some kind of resolution, one of their presuppositions for doing that is that argument, i.e., a non-aggressive means of resolving conflict, is preferable to just say, "Oh, beating you overhead with a stick in order to get what I want." So, if we're having a debate over what's the best, which football team is better, we can either choose to, have an honest discussion where we exchange propositions with each other, or I could just say, no, my team's better, and if you disagree, I'm just going to beat you over the head into submission until you agree with me, right? So those are the two means that we have to resolve conflicts, right? We could choose to just not resolve conflicts at all. We could choose to just, not engage with each other. We could just agree to disagree. But if we're going to assume that we want to resolve this conflict, there's two ways we can go about it. We can either resolve it aggressively or non-aggressively. And a choice to resolve conflicts non-aggressively necessarily involves you having a revealed preference for non-aggressive resolutions over aggressive resolutions, right? And so what comes along with that is the notion that arguing for an aggressive means of conflict resolution is necessarily a performative contradiction, right? So this is something that so obviously Hans Hermann Hoppe was the first person to kind of discuss argumentation ethics. He talks about performative contradictions like ad nauseum. Fundamentally, making the argument that we should resolve conflicts aggressively is fundamentally a performative contradiction, because you are making a stated you are in the process of making an argument, you are presupposing that non-aggression is preferable to aggression, and yet you are making the statement that aggression is preferable to non-aggression. Right. So fundamentally, it's a performative contradiction. So, that's the, I guess, crux of the argument there, is what I would say.
Sure. So the classic problem to me of argumentation ethics is that, again, it assumes that all short-term behavior indicates long-term behavior or behavior in a given power context. So to me, the argument is very simple. Debating with words is efficient. Debating with violence is not efficient. I could only coerce maybe one or two people with a gun to hold my political views. But through argumentation, through putting out words, I could convince thousands of people. If my goal, if my larger long-term preference is changing minds, then my actual behavior will be using words, regardless of what I think about violence in general. More broadly, I could say that I prefer using words in arguments, but I might prefer violence in other situations. You would probably use words with me, but you might use violence against the home invader. That does not therefore conclude that you would use violence in a debate, nor that you would use words against the home debater, because preferences change in the context. So I guess I would just say, I can argue using words and also support government policy that uses coercion.
Okay, so the problem is that so what this comes back to is that it's a proof of sorts. The goal of argumentation ethics is to establish a proof of libertarian ethics, right? And so the point being that so it's about what actions can be justified versus not justified, right? It's not about what actions. So I can agree. You may prefer to argue with the long-term goal of, achieving your goals of, producing a society that involves some level of coercion, right? I think that was what you were getting at. But the problem is, in the process of making that argument, you have established a preference for non-aggressive behavior over aggressive behavior, and so that logical so that logical deduction is necessarily true beyond the scope of merely the argument itself. So to use another example, so Pythagoras' theorem, right? So Pythagoras' theorem doesn't simply hold true while I'm in the process of proving it, right? The proof is in order to establish something that is generally true, that is true beyond the scope of the actual discussion itself, right? And that's the logic that kind of pertains to argumentation ethics. So if the proof holds true that not that the choice to argue is necessarily presuppositionally, I would say, establishing that that non-aggression is preferable to aggression, or is justified. Sorry, non-aggression is justifiable, and aggression isn't. Then that proof would hold true beyond the scope of merely during the course of the argument.
Why? Why does preferring nonviolence for arguments mean that I prefer nonviolence in general? What's the logical leap? What's the logical deduction?
Well, it's not that. I know I'm using the word preference here, and I'm trying to, I guess, break that link, I suppose. But
sure, I mean, why does my behavior of nonviolence indicate that I would generally behave that way? Why does this generalize?
It's not about that. Sorry, it's not that you are, by making an argument at any given time, you are demonstrating that in general you prefer non-aggression to aggression. You may have aggressed against everyone you've ever spoken to, or you've ever had a disagreement with before, up until this moment, right? And then you decide to make an argument, and then from here on into the future, you will continue to aggress against people rather than resolving your conflicts non-aggressively. The point is that when you make an argument, okay, when you try and justify, because so the part that I missed, I suppose, in my explanation was that any proposition, justifying any proposition involves argument, right? Involves making justifying any norm, I should say, involves making propositions, which involves argument, right? So it's not about which actions are going to be taken, it's about which actions can be justified. And the point being that it is only non-aggressive actions that can be justified, because you presuppose the supremacy of non-aggression over aggression by making argument.
Sure, but I could be assuming that just in this domain. Like you said, I could have been aggressing on every single person until this conversation. Why does the fact that in one conversation I use nonviolent means indicate a preference for nonviolence? And you again said maybe it's not indicate preference, but whatever you want to call it, it doesn't necessarily hold true. Hamas leaders can get on television and say like whatever the fuck they want. That doesn't indicate that they have a strong preference for nonviolence.
Right, but I guess my point just there was that it's not just about your preference, right? And it's about what is justifiable versus non-justifiable. And in order to justify any proposition, any particular action, you have to be able to make an argument for it. You have to be able to establish, two premises and a conclusion for it, right? And so the only way to establish that is through argumentation, right? So I guess I'll summarize it with.
Sure, but the fact that the fact that I need to use argumentation to justify something like epistemically does not mean that I need to do so like for social policy, right? Why would having to do something in epistemology indicate that I do it for every like other thing that I believe? Does a parent coercing upon their children indicate their revealed preference for coercion in general? Like most parents will force their kids to eat certain foods because it's better for them. Does that indicate they generally prefer that? No.
For a special case, merely because, again, according to libertarian theory, children are not full self-owners yet, hence why they can't consent to various things.
Do you support Rothbard's approach to child ethics?
No, not entirely. Rothbard was wrong to state that a parent can simply abandon their child and allow them to starve to death. That was a very bad take from Rothbard.
Why?
He was wrong.
The child revealed their preference not to eat. If the child
Well,
preferred to eat, they would have crawled out of my home.
That wasn't what Rothbard was talking about. Rothbard was talking about how a parent can, like, his argument was that, you know, a parent shouldn't be like forced to care for their child, right? So the parent could be the one that abandons the child. Even if the child wants to eat, the parent could just say, no, I'm not going to feed you, and then just allow them to die, right? That was Rothbard's argument.
Yeah, coercion's always wrong. Sounds based.
Yeah, well, so here the problem is, and like this is where the
It sounds like there's other ethical principles that you care about.
no, it's not that. No, it's the notion that you can't starve your own child is actually within the scope of libertarian ethics. So I'm trying to get up my specific flow where it mentions that the rights of children. Cool. So more or less, the way libertarians now, moving on from, you know, Rothbard's position, which was, as I said, incorrect, is that basically what happens when a child comes into existence, or we give birth to a child, I should say. Well, actually, before that, while it's still in the womb, is that the mother more or less homesteads a guardianship right claim over that child, right? For the duration of its time being a child, namely the time through which it is not capable of exercising its or establishing or performing its own preferences for whether that's physical constraints. You know, obviously babies can't really, you know, do anything, right? They're just babies.
Sure, let's take like 12-year-olds. They clearly express preferences. They're dumb as shit. But, you know, if I don't give them food, they still probably die.
Right, but the problem is that a 12-year-old child, right, which is still mentally underdeveloped, is not capable of taking in the full scope of the consequences of their actions.
12-year-olds can probably understand that when they starve, they die. And yet, you'd have to coerce me to stop from starving my 12-year-old.
Well, okay, so are you suggesting that children will, like, deliberately starve? Well, hang on, I thought you said that children, like 12-year-old children, were capable of understanding that if they don't eat, they die. So are they capable of understanding that or not? Because you're saying that, oh, well, the child will...
And it sounds like if they want to sit around my house and slowly starve, that they didn't have a strong enough revealed preference to go get some food. Maybe they should go run away from home. That's literally Rothbard's theory of ethics.
Yeah, as I said, and he's wrong, right? Because...
But why?
The fundamental problem with Rothbard's position is that, or with that position in general, and where the libertarian theory has kind of been taken since then, is that, so I'll use an analogy here. So, or I guess I'll get back to the point that the child's preferences are underdeveloped, and the child fundamentally does not have a fully developed brain and is not really capable of actually... I guess the libertarian point is that the child itself is not really capable of, or the preferences, again in inverted commas, that the child maintains or tries to exercise are not purely, or are not based on rationality, right? Is the fundamental point.
No, I completely agree. People only reach the ability to form rational preferences at age 100. That's why I think socialism is only justified for people under 100, because past that, someone has finally developed the ability to rationally form preferences. How do you know, like I'm just bluntly, how do you know there's like an age at which it's okay to starve someone? Like, it seems like there's other principles here that come into play.
The age at which someone is able to, the age at which it no longer becomes acceptable for you to forcibly, you know, prevent someone from starving.
Yeah, I mean, like, in our society, we say 18. And I don't know, you know, exactly where it should be, but there's some line where we say, hey, you're no longer that person's responsibility, you're your own responsibility. So is that right or wrong?
It's the point at which someone reaches mental maturity, right?
Sure, but why? Why is someone who's 99% mentally mature? Can't they know they're starving? Do they have to also know, like, all other possible preferences? Do you think that 18-year-olds are fully rational? I know a lot of 18-year-olds. They're dumb as shit.
Well, again, it comes down to whether or not they're So, like you said, 99% mentally immature. There, I wouldn't really like. It's not really a spectrum, right? You're either mentally mature or you're not, right? You're either mentally underdeveloped or you're mentally developed.
So do you think at like 17 years, 365 days, completely unable to understand what starvation is, hit 18, now they understand what starvation is, and they can go off on their own?
I think people reach mental maturity at different ages.
Okay. So I guess the point I would just raise to this is like, to me, then that argument seems to imply that if someone reaches, say, mental maturity of understanding starvation, which you can probably, I bet you could do that with like 10-year-olds or something, that it would be okay to not feed people as young as like 10, 12, whatever. As soon as they reach that ability, it's okay not to feed them. It's not all going to be one age, surely.
Huh?
It's not all one age, right? Kids can understand starvation pretty quick. Why should I feed them?
Well, again, I would say that it's not just about starvation itself, it's about the full scope of their actions, right? So the child may choose to say, no, I don't want to eat for some other reason without taking into because again, they're underdeveloped, right? They're not capable of considering the full scope of their actions. So sure, they may be in some respects capable of understanding that they need to survive, but some other.
Sorry.
Yeah, go.
No, the question then was just, how do we then decide when someone is rational, when someone is fully developed?
It would be for a psychologist to determine.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get at is this is clearly a social choice, right? If I said people are only fully rational at age 30, you would probably protest and say, no, people reach maturity before then, right? They reach the ability to be independent before then. But
most people
don't. But you'd have
like intellectual disabilities, right?
Well, yes, and you'd have reasons for that because you'd be able to say, hey, I think people are mostly rational because they make good choices. The question of how you measure rationality, like literally, if you look at how psychologists measure this, it is literally ask people to go through a series of processes of like mental thought experiments and make the quote unquote right choice, or at least use good reasoning while doing so. It is a socially determined thing. It's not about like non-aggression whatsoever. It's just,
you can,
yeah.
I would say that you can establish good reasoning for like that would probably be the standard that again, like I said, the statement about when a child becomes a non-child, i.e. becomes an adult, makes the transition from childhood to adulthood, would be decided by psychologists and would be determined on the basis of whether they're capable of establishing or I guess formulating some kind of reasoning for their choices that the psychologist considers to be good enough, I suppose, by whatever standards that psychologist
in the free market for psychologists, of course, where the parent can choose any psychologist, and there's no overarching legislation for which people can be psychologists, right?
Well, okay, that gets back to the problem of obviously, we have disagreements about how the free market would work in that scenario. Because my point would be, if you have a psychologist that just routinely, so what are we talking about? Are we talking about a parent who?
There are literally people right now that run pill mills. I guarantee you that there would be psychologists who will release your children at age 10 because they performed really well on reasoning tests in a society with like no restriction on being a doctor whatsoever.
Would you say that? Well, yeah, no, I would disagree with that, because I think that if people have the value that, releasing children into adulthood at the age of 10 and leaving them up to their own devices is undesirable, that people would not want to see or would not want to patronize those psychologists.
Well, thanks to the miracle of Zoom, you can find those people all around the world. I'll just go to www.google.com and I'll search up psychologist who lets me starve my child, and I'll go to psychologist that lets me starve my child.com and I'll book a session. It's really that simple.
Yes. So when you decide, okay, based on this psychologist's opinion, I'm going to release my child into the wild, and then when they die, and you get put on trial for
trial by who? Who's going to coerce me for that?
You don't have to attend trial yourself, but someone could find you guilty in your absence, right?
Well, but then what are they going to do? Oh no, they found me guilty of starving my child. I guess as punishment, I'll have to abandon the other children while I go to jail. That's so tragic. I wonder what will happen to them.
No, you'd probably just be forced to starve yourself, right? That's
forced to starve myself. What, you're going to ban people from selling food to me? You're going to aggress upon my ability to purchase food?
Oh, well, you might just be killed outright. I'm not really sure. It just depends.
I feel like I would not have a hard time. Actually, you know what? The real thing here is my children wouldn't even be registered if I just kept them in the pit for their whole life. Who would even know?
Oh,
Who's
wait, so well, what stops you from doing that right now?
um uh, CPS visits and nurse visits?
Oh no. Well, no, but hang on. Well, okay, but hang on. So, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about someone who, because like, there's real world examples of this, of people just, under government, uh, while of people just, putting their child, giving birth to a child and then just keeping it in a cage for the rest of its childhood, until some point.
Yeah,
That happens within the scope of a government run society.
it happens,
Yeah.
and it's extremely rare. And child neglect is like relatively on a world historical scale. Child neglect is relatively rare nowadays, in part because of the extensive surveillance system. Kids have to go to school. You literally get like arrested if your kids don't go to school. As an idea, that would not exist in a society like this. Like all of the levels of surveillance that we do to make sure kids don't get fucked up seem like they would just be peeled back.
So do you think that in general people value not having children neglected and dying?
Most people do, but clearly a lot of people don't. Kids literally die of that in the hundreds every year with all the surveillance that we have. So they're revealing their preferences to starve their kids.
Well, so it's a weird argument that you're making here. So like, oh, AnCap would be so bad because there's the potential there that some
because it would be
people
worse.
starve their children. Well, yeah, I would dispute that.
It's
It's already
like
happened. But, so like AnCap is awful because it's possible that even though it's against the law, people might manage to starve their children. But
it's against the law that's enforced by private police in private courts with private psychologists being evaluated. Like, I feel like even a minarchist has a really good answer here. They can just say, yeah, I will have cops and a normal court, and it'll be fairly independent, and it'll have the ability to force you to feed your kids. Just like this amount of like abandonment of state structures feels like it's gonna fall apart at the edges. Guaranteed.
Well, it might if you had a society that was just completely, had no desire to uphold those laws, right? So this is what it comes back to. So, and I think this is true of any society.
So you'd be okay with people paying police? So if 99% of people have the preference to not let people starve kids, then you're okay with you're okay with them imposing that preference on the 1%.
Well, it's not, but that's not because it's a preference. It's because like it's a objectively derivable law that starve your children.
How do we objectively derive that starving my children is bad? We've only gotten to argumentation ethics. Is there a performative contradiction in starving my child? What's the performative contradiction of starving my kid?
Well, no, the basis for argumentation ethics is performative contradiction, but not every single.
Sure. Then what's the basis for starving my kid is wrong?
The fact that it would be a violation of their natural rights.
No one has a right to food. What are you, a communist?
No, but see, that's the problem with children, right? And this is why we're specifically talking about children. The problem with children is that they're not fully developed human beings who are capable of either comprehending or even physically enacting their own, or what would be their best or their preferences in the real world. Either their preferences are they can't enact them because they're not physically able to, but more than that, they're not actually fully rational beings who are, capable of reason at this stage. That's what makes them a child, right? That's what a child is. It's someone who is not yet capable of making rational choices. So what they need is a guardian, a steward who can protect them or preserve them up until the point. So this is what it's kind of about, right? So I was going to bring up this analogy before, but I decided against it. But I will bring it up now. So the way that we, I guess, libertarians have analogized childhood and guardianship is with. So let's say that you have a last will and testament, right, of someone, and they've kept all this money. I mean, I know you're a socialist, so you probably don't believe in inheritance, but bear with me. This person has kept their inheritance, locked up in some kind of encrypted box, right? And they have a preference for who will receive that money when the encryption is resolved. But up until that point, that money cannot be accessed by anyone other than the person who has been named as like the executioner of the will, right? Would it be okay for the executioner of the will? Oh, well, we don't know what this person's preference was yet, so I'm just going to, burn all the money, or throw it into a pit of lava and let it, and let it cease to exist, or prevent it from surviving and being given to whoever the person who named them in the will wanted them to get the money.
From an AnCap perspective, I'm not sure why like mismanaging someone's money isn't a violation of their non-aggression principle.
Oh yeah, it is, and that's my point, right? So it would be a mismanagement of their funds, right? And so
but that's not aggressing on them. Is your money part of you? If I break your hammer, am I hurting you? Like I think you could argue yes, but it's not a violation of your person. If we include stuff like breaking your property. Right? If we include stuff like breaking your property to be coercive upon you, why don't we include larger things like social structures, which keep some people so poor that they have to work for others as an imposition on their property, on their freedom?
Well, if people are forcibly preventing people from, it comes back to like force, right? And I agree that there are institutions which keep people poor, namely, taxation. And welfare and those kind of things.
Which is why the richest countries on earth have the most welfare, right? It's keeping them poor.
Well, no, it's just that in order to become a society that's rich enough to waste money on welfare, you have to have been highly productive previously.
Well, that social spending doesn't slow down economic growth, which is convenient because it also solves poverty. But I guess the argument you're giving here is mismanagement of someone's funds is a violation of the non-aggression principle. How do we get
property rights? Correct.
How do we get from there to starving kids is wrong?
Yeah, well, I was going to explain. So, what's being said here when you say it is wrong to, just because we don't know exactly what someone's preference for their property is at any given moment, it's wrong, therefore, to just completely, for the steward of that property to just completely destroy it, right? So that's akin to saying that even though we don't know what the child's preference is at the moment, right, we still need to preserve that child's life up until the time when their own preferences can manifest in the real world. Or
Why?
they can, like for what I just said, that if you were to do something to harm the child, right, or prevent the child from reaching the point where, or prevent.
But we're not harming. We're not actively harming the child. We're not even mismanaging their money. We're just failing to give them an investment of an apple a day so they don't starve. There's a difference between like mismanaging someone's money for their inheritance.
But what you're doing there is you're failing to preserve their life up until the point where their own preferences can, or until they can make their own rational choices, right?
Yeah, but what's wrong with that? Why is there a duty to preserve children's lives?
Well, you've homesteaded that duty by becoming their guardian, right?
Why?
That's what
why is that a part of the duty of owning a child?
Well, it's not quite owning. Like again, we'll it's not ownership; it's guardianship, and I know that's kind of a mild distinction, but it is a distinction. Why is that? Well, because it's what I've just said, right? It's the fact that the child is a latent self-owner. It is someone who, once they reach the age of once they reach maturity, they will be a self-owner and they will be capable of making their own decisions. We can predict that will happen. But until that point,
go ahead.
But up until that point, they're not fully capable of making their own rational choices. So up until they reach that point, we have to preserve their life so that they can, so that upon reaching that point, that they can then make their own choices, right?
So the argument is that they will eventually be a decision maker. It is wrong to fail to protect the property of a potential decision maker. So I have two follow-up questions. One, do you think someone with a lifelong disability, which prevents them from reaching adult maturity, can be starved? They are not a latent decision maker, by your logic. Say they'll permanently stay at 14 years or whatever, but they need to hit 18 to get released. Can I starve that disabled kid?
No.
But they're not a latent decision maker.
But they're a child, right?
No. But okay, once they hit 18, can I starve them then? Is there a year at which I can starve this disabled person?
Well, what do you mean by no? It would be the point at which.
But then it's not about disability making. Again, it's some other value here, like respect for human life or human happiness. That's really motivating this. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like I think underneath it, there's some other value which motivates your desire to say it is wrong to starve kids. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, whether it's wrong, I would probably agree that there is some other value that means that it's wrong to starve kids, but it is also the value that it would be a violation of the child's rights to starve them to death, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Could you repeat?
It would be a violation of the child's rights to starve them to death because they're a latent self-owner and are not fully capable of exercising their own will at this stage, and so you need to protect them until they're able to do that.
Sure. Do you? I mean,
while they're not able to do that.
What I was pointing to is a class of people who are not latent to make a decision, right? Some group of people, let's say even one, if you don't want to go to someone who's like permanently disabled, imagine a kid who's had a mental accident. They were 12, they were just about to hit the age at which they would have been able to understand starvation, and I could have starved them. But then, oh no, a mental rod slammed through their head, and now they're lobotomized. And now it's wrong to starve them for the rest of their life. They're no longer a latent decision maker. Is it okay to starve the kid with the mental rod through his head?
No.
Okay, follow-up question. Is it wrong to starve a cow?
Yes. No, sorry, no. Hang on. Sorry, hang on. I think I got mixed up there. Is it wrong? Is it wrong to starve?
Yeah. Can I starve my herd of sheep?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay, but none of them are.
When you said the mental rod kid, did I say that you could starve them? Because I meant you couldn't starve them.
No, you said that you can't starve the kid who has a metal rod through his head, but I can starve my sheep, even though neither of them are latent decision makers. So what other thing distinguishes kid with a metal rod through his head versus a sheep? Neither of them are latent decision makers. There's some other thing which distinguishes them. What's the symmetry breaker?
You have a guardianship, right? You are the guardian of that child.
Why would I not say I'm a guardian of a sheep? What differentiates them?
Well, it's just the principle that they're not the same being, right? You've established a guardianship right over a potential human being, or over. So the guardianship claim that you have or that exists over a child exists while that child is in the womb.
What's special about humans? Let's say aliens come down to Earth and they're body snatchers and they snatch up 50% of the bodies and then they leave. And so now half of the people on Earth are blue, and they're not human. And they don't have human DNA. There's nothing about them that links them to humans whatsoever. But they perfectly look like humans. They act like humans. They're just blue. Do I have the right to not starve the schmooman who comes down and has a child with me? And the schmooman child that pops out, can I starve the schmooman?
So hang on. So they're body snatchers. So what are these like beings? So do they have a will inside of them? Are they rational? Like what are they? Or are they just?
They're one for humans, but they're not quite humans. There's something different about them. They have a horn or something. I don't know. They're not human. Not the same species.
They have the ability to make rational choices, and I would say that they have rights, right?
Okay, so I can't starve the schmooman even though they're not human. So why can't I starve the sheep even though they're not a human? Sorry, why can't I starve the sheep? They're not a human, but I can't starve the schmooman.
Because
they're latent decision makers. Okay, but what about the human who's not a latent decision maker? Why can't I starve him?
So hang on. So no. So what? So the reason you can starve a sheep is because that sheep is not of the kind to make rational decisions, right? It is an instinctual being. It does not have rationality within its capabilities, right? Even within its theoretical capabilities.
Neither does the kid with the metal rod through his head. Can I starve him?
No, because you made a guardianship claim over that child.
Why can't I relinquish that? Where is the guardianship claim coming from? Again, sort of what I'm trying to get at is the guardianship claim is resting on something, and the something to me is very clearly not about latent agency or latent like rational consideration, whatever.
But you can relinquish that guardianship right.
How?
By making the statement, I relinquish guardianship over.
That makes my job a whole bunch easier. I relinquish guardianship over the kid that lives in my pit, and now he can starve with no legal repercussions. And when I go to the private court and they say, you starve that kid, I will say, but I declared I'm not his father anymore, so it doesn't count.
It would have to so it would be a public declaration, right?
I'll go out on my front porch and I'll say, I'm declaring all the children in my pit, none of them are my guardianships. You still can't come on my property to get them, though, because that's aggressing on my property, which is a violation of the NAP. So don't you pick up the kids in my pits, but you can throw them your scraps if you'd like them to survive.
Well, no, but that would be entrapment, right? So now those
entrapment? They started in those pits. I didn't put them down there. They fell down there when they were babies. I know.
But they fell down there while you were guardian over them, right?
Yeah, so... and then I kept care of them. I kept throwing them my scraps, and they survived. And now they live in the pit. This is an absurd example, but I'm just trying to point to, like, I don't think it's an absolute reverence for property rights. I don't think it's a latent decision making, which is why you care about people. I think there is like some innate moral desire within you, I'm not trying to say with all people or whatever, to try and value other people's happiness and ability to live like a full and fulfilling life. You don't want the kid to grow up in the pit because they couldn't have a fulfilling life. You don't want me to starve the kid because that would kill them and make them unhappy. I think it's so clearly more than just latent decision making. That's it.
Oh, it might well be more, but that's still a factor in that's what makes it illegal, right? So we can talk about there's morality beyond the scope of pure legal theory, and I certainly would agree that human flourishing and a desire to see people succeed in life and not die, right? That does go beyond purely the legal theory, but there is also the legal element to it, right?
Sure. I guess the argument I've been trying to give here is that I think I have values personally that go way beyond not wanting to coerce on people. I really value stuff like people's ability to pursue their long-term goals. And sometimes that requires stuff like a welfare state. Sometimes that requires investment in basic research. That requires like a really productive, prosperous society, which I think requires other things which require coercion. I'm trying to say, again, I think there's all these other goals that I do care about. And it seems like you're really, really, really trying to pare down the goals basically to a super propertarianism. I can't tell you to abandon that because I think it's all subjective, but I think there's a reason that people don't generally uphold that because it doesn't lead to like a fulfilling life for everyone. I take the view that everyone deserves some basic floor of survival, no matter what, whether latent decision maker or not. And we should just do that because otherwise people will just die. And that would make them sad.
I think my perspective on that would be that you should just simply go about your life and attempt to do that without, preventing other people from exercising their own free will. If that is a preference that you truly have, and it seems like I have that preference. I want to see people survive rather than die. Right? I want to see people flourish. I want to see people succeed, and I'm sure that there's a very large section of the population that feels that way as well. So if that's the case, then why not allow people to select the means that they best believe will establish that will create that society, right? Rather than having it be based on, government imposition to where, like, ultimately that's going to come down to some people's preferences for how that should go about being put ahead of others, right? Without really, knowing whether one is better than the other.
I guess to me, the oddity of the claims that are made here is, and I'll try and make this as simple as possible. On the one hand, it feels like you're trying to do, what is it? A foundationalism. You're trying to say there's these objective truths that I know before I do any empirical testing about how the economy works, about how people behave, and I know these with my heart. There's nothing that could shake these. That's like a very foundational belief. On the other hand, when it comes to evaluating policy and morality, you are almost entirely a like Najwan's going to get mad at when I say subjectivist or non-objectivist, and you have like very few rules for it that can be derived from like objective principles. And I find this a real oddity. To me, I think both are fairly subjective and like derived from experience, which are derived from like trying to observe a world in which I perceive people to be happier and better off. So I don't have much of a strong point here, other than it feels like there's a dissonance between I have no idea what people want. I have no ability to predict what people want. I have no ability to predict whether people in XYZ society will be more productive or happier or whatever. And at the same time, think that you have like a foundational absolute grasp on the truths of economics. It feels like if I just take the empirical view on both, I arrive at like some sort of happy middle, leaning towards the empirical side, where I can just say, I don't know for sure that my policies will make people better, but I have a lot of reasons to think so, probabilistically, so why not try? Why?
Yeah. I think like my fundamental insight would be that those policies that you're saying are necessarily good.
Probabilistically good, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, if it's probabilistically going to be good, then why not just simply enact them voluntarily? If they're good enough to where people are going to like them and are going to want them, then at that point, why is coercion necessary, right?
Because of problems like collective action problems.
I know you.
Well, I mention it because like collective action problems are a hard problem for AnCaps and minarchists to solve. If there is some policy which everyone would benefit from, the fact that they all don't individually choose to do so is not proof that that policy is bad. It's proof that they can't do that individually. So, like, the obvious examples for minarchists are stuff like police. The average person is better off when everyone pays into a justice system that protects everyone.
Agreed. Yep.
Okay, so I guess more of a minarchist on justice then, for you.
No. No. So I was saying I agree with the perspective that people are better off when they choose to pay into a system that allows them to receive, allows them to have law enforcement or, courts and stuff like that. Not that we should force people to do that.
Sure. So, okay, then not actually solving the collective action problem. But the reason I'm just bringing it up is that, like, to me, there are very, very obvious examples of where markets cannot function efficiently. Just from very actually basic principles, stuff like positive externalities or negative externalities, collective action problems all constitute really large problems for markets.
So the problem with, interesting that you brought up externalities. So there's a fair bit of, I guess, a lot of people who, haven't or, are discussing these issues with libertarians kind of just assume that we just don't know what externalities are or just like eschew them as being completely unimportant. So I guess the externality theory is twofold, right? So the solution to having an externality is to like internalize it, right? It's to include it into your evaluations over, what choice is better, right? So
sure, but take an edge case. Like I know some of the standard ones. Take a harder edge case, like air pollution. How do you internalize air pollution?
If it's causing harm against people, it's violating their property rights. So Rothbard, although he's bad on children, was good on a lot of other stuff. And one of the things he was good on is he wrote a good paper about air pollution. I can pop it into our chat if you want.
Sure.
Rothbard, air pollution. And basically he makes the point that, like, prior to, and again, I'm not an expert on this, so I'm kind of just, I guess, in terms of what I can recall him saying in this paper. But, previously there was actually a situation where people could make legal claims against those who aggressed against their, or who did, or who polluted the air around them, right? So the example was if you live near a factory, right, and you have, so I think this was a real example that Rothbard was pulling from. A lady had, her clothes out on the washing line outside, right, and she lived near a factory, and the soot from the factory blew across and dirtied all of her shirts, right? She has a legal claim against that factory for polluting the air, which caused her to encounter some level of physical harm, right?
So you could argue that, but the counter response from someone with an ideology like yours would be, well, her revealed preference of choosing to move near this factory is that she didn't actually care about the pollution that came out, right? That she's just cynically doing this to get money out of the factory. How do we know whether something is objectively hurting someone's health?
Well, okay, but if I think that's just a thing of like, so be it. If she's just said, "Oh, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that this factory is polluting the air to get money," then like, good for her. As far as I'm concerned, I don't really have a problem with that. Like, legally speaking, like if the factory is polluting the air, right, and she comes builds and justly acquires property, builds a home there, and then within the scope of her property rights puts her washing out on the line, and then the factory comes along and pollutes her, that's an aggressive action by the factory against her, right? And so she has a right, whether she has what we would consider to be upstanding reasons or not. Like, that's not really our...
Well, but the court is going to decide on that, and assuming that everyone has adopted an AnCap philosophy, I think that it would be really hard to win cases like these, because everyone's going to adopt a caveat emptor approach, buyer beware, she moved near the factory, she must not care about soot. But let's grant that the courts do actually care. They do actually care about these property. I'm granting that they do care about these property right disputes. How often do we think that poor people are going to win in a world of private courts? So just for reference, as like
much more often than they do right now. Much more often.
What reason do we have to believe this? Because when I look to the closest we have to private courts right now, arbitration courts, they have the win rate of about half that of regular courts for workers who sue their employers. So, why would it get better?
Well, I think it will be the fact that, so to kind of take it out of the context of purely courts, right? When you look around you and you find what businesses in society make the most money, right? Produce the highest revenue. So in a specific example, car manufacturers, okay? Whose profit margins, or not profit margins, I shouldn't say, whose gross profits year on year are greater between Ford and Ferrari, right? It tends to be Ford. And why is it Ford? It's not because they produce the most expensive good. It's because they produce the good that the most people are able to and willing to consume, right? So if we put that back into the context of courts, right? The courts that are going to be able to produce the most gross revenue and gross profit are going to be the courts who are able to attract the greatest number of clients, right? And most clients are in that, lower to middle income bracket. They're not the rich, expensive people who are able to afford, boutique services. Those businesses tend to be, very niche and not really that big or that profitable. Like, most of them in car manufacturers have to actually be bought by other firms because of their lack of profitability, right? So there's that factor. So when you look at markets in the real world, you find that, the markets that tend to be the businesses that tend to succeed the most are the ones, not the ones that I guess have the richest clients. They're the ones that have the most clients, right? So there's that factor. There's the factor that courts will. So what are courts in a private law society? What are they going to trade on? What's going to be their point of difference they're trying to establish for why people should choose them versus any other court? It's going to be the fact that they produce results efficiently, so for the lowest cost, and it's going to be the fact that they produce what people conclude to be the fairest results.
Why do you think,
right?
Okay, like bluntly, why do you think the second one is true when the whole of world history is rulers and rich people scheming, using their wealth, using their power to tilt course their advantage? Why would, imagine a world that's as it is today. No, let's imagine a world that's as unequal as it is today. Why would someone from the Tesla factory who sues in the court against Elon Musk have good reason to assume that the court that Elon Musk's company is tied to is going to have a fair and reliable response?
Why would they select a court that Elon Musk's company is tied to, right?
How would they be able to force Elon Musk to attend another court?
Well, it would be, so the legal, I guess the way that I guess we theorize about how society would work is that each person has an agency that they pay to represent them, right? So, or to represent their best interests, right? So, similar to having a lawyer, although because the costs are so dispersed, it would not be, nearly as expensive as, keeping one lawyer on retainer, right? Um, so what more or less what the expectation would be is that, okay, Elon Musk or the company Tesla, they have their agency that they pay to enforce their rights, right? And the company and the worker has their enforcement agency that they use to enforce their rights. And so these two companies, so when there's a dispute between the worker and between Tesla, the agencies come together and they either attempt to resolve the dispute without going to arbitration, because that's the cheapest way and the least unpredictable way of resolving the dispute. Or if they can't resolve the dispute in that way, then they do go to court. But the courts would be established. So you would only select a rights enforcement agency to patronize if your expectation would be that if it got to arbitration, the court that they were going to use would be one that was impartial and likely to produce a fair result.
So, question: Elon Musk has hired agency A. You have hired agency B. They both say you should go to a different court. Who wins?
Why would they? What? So these two agencies presumably, work together on. It's like they're like insurance companies, right? So they're insurance companies who work together on or have disputes that they have to resolve all the time, right? Why would they have this issue where every time there's a dispute between their clients, they have a disagreement over which court they're going to use, right? That would be highly
right now, people really, really, really want to win a court case under XYZ judge because it will make them more likely to win. They do whatever they can to make that happen. Like, that's why people get judges to recuse themselves if they have a conflict of interest. Why would we not assume that people would fight over which entire legal system to go to try and win for their agent? Why would the worker not go to the workers' legal system run by communists? And why would Elon not go to the AnCap court system, which always sides with employers? What forces them to come to somewhere in the middle?
The fact that if they don't come to somewhere in the middle, then they're not going to reach a resolution.
Yeah, but who cares? If Elon Musk doesn't reach a resolution, he loses nothing. If the employee can't reach a resolution, he loses everything. His job, he gets no compensation. So of course Elon Musk will always just stonewall. That's exactly what the rich do right now, actually, in arbitration courts, the example I was citing.
Well, okay, but here's the thing, right? That's why you have an agency representing you on your behalf, right? So that's why you.
But how does the agency fight back? I'm saying they represent me. What do they do?
What do you mean?
What do they do to pick a court that we both agree on? How does that get forced?
They would have. My point was before, they have a pre-existing agreement with all the other rights enforcement agencies, however many there are, whether there's 10 or 20 or however many in this particular area that they're likely to deal with, right? They would, because that's the most economically efficient way to go about their job, they would have, okay, here's the set process that we go through each and every time we have a dispute. Either internally, it's, two people both from our agency, like, if you have a car crash with someone who's also with your same insurer, this is the process we go through. We solve it internally, rah, 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 rah. Okay, here's the process we go to when we have a dispute and the other party to the client is someone from some other enforcement agency. This is the process that we go through, okay? And when you select the agency that you want to hire to do their job, one of your questions would surely be, okay, well, it's going to be how cheap is it? And it's going to be, okay, what's the process that they go through when they select, like when there's a dispute, when this sort of comes up. And even if you don't care, right, the courts, the agencies that are able to resolve this kind of issue the cheapest are going to be the ones that you're going to prefer, rather than the ones that aren't able to do that, because they would be more expensive and more unpredictable.
Okay, your argument is simply that all of the rights protection agencies will come to an agreement to use fair courts. That's the sum of what was said, as far as I can tell, because that's the economically efficient choice to make. But to me, that's objectively wrong, like obviously wrong. If you are, so as an idea of this, the entirety of the public defense budget in the entire country is on the order of $2 billion. Goldman Sachs spent $30 billion in 1 year, the same year that $2 billion is coming from. All the money on earth that goes to lawyers comes from corporations. Something like 90% plus of lawyers are employed by big corporations. They are going to set up a legal system which benefits them, which is going to give as few resolutions to workers as possible because workers don't have money. Why would that not happen? That already happens. Why would it not be worse in a system with no egalitarianism? No.
Hey. The lawyers are the one that sets up the legal system, okay? It's either in a government society, it's the government officials, right? Or the politicians, right? Who are the legislators who create the laws. They're the ones that determine what the legal system is and how it works, right? It's not the lawyers that determine that. They just function within the legal system and try to get the best outcomes for their clients given what the legal system is at that given time. So that's point number one. So this notion that the corporations would be the ones that are setting up the legal system, it's like,
why wouldn't they?
They're just client of the legal system versus...
Yeah, but why wouldn't they? What would stop them from creating their own legal system? Nothing. So why wouldn't they?
What do you mean nothing? Why would nothing stop them? Why wouldn't people...
Who is stopping them from creating the pro-corporate... Let's imagine a legal system where corporations fairly deal with each other, but they screw over workers every time. What is stopping all the corporations in the country from doing so?
Do you think workers would be happy with that?
It doesn't matter. They don't have as much... Workers have maybe 1% as much money for legal battles as corporations do. So what does it matter what workers care?
Well, that's why you have such thing as class actions, right? As an example. You have class actions.
Class actions win in the current court system. I'm trying to ask, why would corporations, who currently have 99% of the money, choose to continue to allow that? I'm trying. Okay, what I'm trying to get is this: law is not decided in some vacuum, free of power disputes. Right? It is decided by those who hold political power in our society. Why would we not assume it's decided by those who have political power in the future?
We have to bake in the assumption that what we're talking about here is an AnCap society, where the people that are there are pro-AnCap people who desire to have the legal system of an AnCap society. So
it doesn't even matter if they're AnCap or not. If this is what corporations want, why would they not do it? Like, I'm trying to point to, they already do this as much as they can, right? They already force as many people as possible to go to arbitration because it screws over workers. If you take away any limits on having to have class action lawsuits, any legal force to take you to court, why wouldn't they? What is stopping them? What market mechanism can possibly stop this?
Stop them from preventing people from going to court.
Well, yeah, the court. Remember, public courts are abolished. So who's forcing them to create a fair private court system?
Well, I mean, they're not obviously being forced in the aggressive sense of the word, but what's forcing them is the fact that people, like, as I said before, okay, the companies that are most successful aren't the ones that cater to whichever individual client gives them the most money. It's the companies who are able to have the greatest number of clients profitably within the scope of their business, right? The most number of people patronizing them, the most money coming through the door, right? So on the whole, like, I agree, like, the corporations have an outsized amount of money versus one individual worker. I agree with that. Obviously, that's kind of self-evidently true, right? But at the end of the day, one corporation is still one client.
Sure,
right?
But what I'm saying is that every corporation, literally every corporation, has the incentive to create a structure where someone says, hey, I was sexually harassed, please treat me kindly. Hey, I was not paid for overtime, please pay me back. Every single corporation, every single business owner has the incentive to be able to ignore that. In fact, again, I'm saying people already do this, right? There's more wage theft in this country than quote unquote real theft. They already do this. So why would we not assume they would do it more when there's fewer limits on them to not do this?
And the problem with the society, like the status quo, is that the barriers to entry, right, to being involved in this field are vastly higher. Like, in order to, like, lawyers are expensive because of the extremely challenging process you have to go through just to become a lawyer in the first place, right? So,
do you think that getting rid of requirements to like that, lowering bar exam requirements or reducing legal school requirements would increase access to the law for everyone in a way that would lead to workers winning cases in the corporation owned legal system?
well, it wouldn't be a corporation-owned legal system, right? And we also have to like consider the point that part of the reason that corporations are as big as they are today is because of the ability that they have to exercise outsized influence on the legal system we have today. Because they like.
But okay, let me ask you like that. Why do corporations have outsized influence right now? What thing about corporations gives them power?
Their money.
Okay.
They have, yeah.
Why would they not have that money in an AnCap society?
Well, but okay, so here's the thing. It's not so much just that they have the money. So I agree. The thing that gives them the power is, or the reason why they have power is money, but it's not purely money, right? It's also the fact that we have a government that has the monopoly on violence, that it is extremely valuable to have an outsized influence over.
Yeah.
And
can you think
that?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I kept interrupting.
And on top of that, that government has the ability to just unilaterally dictate laws to people, based without necessarily that much say from the people whose the laws are pertaining to, right?
Do you not think that it would be a very good return on investment to shift the legal system to be in your favor? Let's say that you could spend like I don't know how many judges there are in this country, but let's say it's 100,000. Let's say that in a system where bribery was completely legal, you could send $100,000 to every judge. That's affordable, and every judge would now side with you. Why would a corporation not do that?
Well, so why would anyone that was going to be on the opposite side of that deal want to engage with that company, right? Like, if they know that
because it's about power. I guess what's the reason that this is all odd to me is this is all about power. When feudal lords held power in the past, they created legal systems that served them. When rich people had power in the past, they created legal systems that served them. Like literally, the democracy was created to counteract a legal and a non-democratic system which privileged the rich over the poor. The original system in Athens was created, this sort of sortition selection of random citizens, just because it selected poor people as often as it selected rich people. But because in an aristocratic system, like existed all over Greece and existed all over the world, the rich ruled. So I guess it seems like all of world history says those who have power will use it to shape the legal system to serve them, but it won't be true under AnCapistan. And that's what's sort of odd to me. Like it's about power everywhere else, but in AnCapistan, the market functions perfectly. Come on.
Well, it's not so much that again, I've made this point before that collective bargaining or workers standing up for their own rights is not something that I'm against, right? So when we talk about the collective action that workers are going to be able to take if companies are routinely abusing their rights, which at the end of the day, if we're accepting the premise that these corporations are going to be willing to spend exorbitant sums of money on shifting the legal system in their favor, they're then going to use that to abuse workers' rights as much as they possibly can, right? So there's going to
and they did in the past.
Yeah, but again, they had the backing of a government who was again funded forcefully by workers, by the money or the productivity of workers.
Actually, so this all sounds like to me something that they would want to set up again, right? They hired private militias. They could just hire larger and larger private militias. In fact, most big corporations in the Gilded Age did, and then they would use those to kill and break up workers' strikes. It sounds like if they all got together, maybe if they all found out a way to solve this collective action problem, they would just create a new state, because it sounds like it really serves their interests. So, what's stopping them from creating a new state?
Well, the fact that what we're talking about here is an AnCap society where the people that live within it, desire to not live under government, right? So,
I mean, how do you think government originally formed, actually? Like, why did people ever accept the imposition of hierarchy?
Well, for one reason or another, they believed that they were going to be better off with it, right?
Do you think that all the people in early human societies that were hierarchical were there for voluntary reasons?
Probably not.
So, to me, it seems like you can coerce people. Like, most of human history is people conquering territory. You know, that the Roman Empire didn't need people to love Rome. They just needed them to not hate it enough to rise up. I can imagine a corporate government doing that.
Right. Well, again, so there's a lot of presumptions that are coming along here. First of all, is that the corporations that we're talking about are going to be as large as they are today. And my argument is that, simply put, corporations are only as big today are only as big as they are today because of the advantages that they're given by their ability to, manipulate the legal system, and by the government's the fact that the government picks and chooses favorites. It selects which businesses are going to succeed and which ones are going to fail. And as soon as you gain any kind of success within the market, then your first priority has to be manipulating the outsized influence that the government has into your favor, right? But as soon as
do we know this is actually true? Like, this seems like an empirical question. Do we look at states like Texas, which have way less regulations than states like California, and they have smaller, on average, corporations? I know you probably don't have it for America, but like, do we have data like this at all to indicate that when you liberalize the system a little, that the corporations get smaller? Because if you don't see it happening step by step, why would we expect corporations to suddenly get way smaller when we abolish all the regulations?
But it's also their number, right? So, yeah, I mean, the number of corporations that are in society today are fewer than what would presumably be in a society where the barriers to entry into the market are lower, where there's fewer regulations to have to comply with in order to start a business.
I'm saying, how do we know this, right? These are all empirical questions. So, in my view, the Gilded Era has some of the largest, most powerful corporations on earth. They literally hired private armies. No corporation nowadays has quite that power. And yet, the Gilded Era had some of the fewest government subsidies, some of the smallest welfare, literally ever in human history. Like, it was literally smaller than we think most prehistoric societies were. So, it seems like corporations still get plenty big in a fairly libertarian society. Why would we think that going another step will suddenly make them way, way, way less powerful? Where's the evidence for it?
What we're dealing with is a society where people fundamentally, value liberty, and they're willing to defend it in order to achieve that, right? So, I guess the difference between a future AnCap society and perhaps the societies of previous generations is simply that those societies in previous generations didn't have the, I guess, moral or legal foundations to figure out that this was desirable or good. They just didn't have the knowledge yet to know that that this is what we should be striving for, right? And so the goal is to, garner as much support as possible to create such a society, and then protect that society. Again, I'm not denying, okay, that it's impossible for, let's say we were to establish Ancapistan, that it would be impossible for that society to get, I guess, overthrown, or for it to devolve. Probably is perfectly plausible and could well happen. But that's, I guess, not the question. That, I guess, first of all, that doesn't answer the question of whether or not establishing such a society was good in the first place. And second of all, I suppose it doesn't have to be an inevitability if the people in that society are willing to uphold their principles that they believe in. They're willing to fight for those principles, right?
I mean, it's possible that that's the reason why that this utopia has never been reached before, was just people didn't believe enough in it.
It wasn't that they believed it wasn't like, if they just believed in it a little bit. It's that the theory didn't exist at all, right?
I mean, it's true that modern AnCap theory didn't exist, but it's also true. Like, I'm just if you want to look at like pre-Enlightenment Europe, for example, it spent like 1.5% of GDP, give or take, on social spending. Gilded Era America spent 0.1, 15 times less. It was one of the most libertarian societies, literally in human history. Yes, it had like regulations, but it had fewer than virtually any society that preceded it. Like as soon as we had writing or oral tradition, we created regulations. And I'm just like across all of human history, it seems like we've never seen this vision emerge successfully. Um,
Well,
which
that's actually not quite true, right? We do have examples of ANCAP or proto ANCAP societies existing historically.
did they work?
Yeah, pretty well. I think
Why
the
are
best
they
example.
dead?
Well, okay, so that's that's an interesting thing for a socialist to say, right?
Yeah, I think
Um,
that the central planning model failed, which is why the Soviet Union is dead. That's a big part of it. So to me,
yeah. Well, okay, but if we're going to say that, okay, only the societies that still exist today are the ones that are good, or that will
not all of them, right? It's just a general process. Like it's in fact very similar to the market process. I think there's a revealed functionality of human societies that societies with really bad economics tend to not do well. So, where are the perfect little ANCAP societies? In fact,
well,
why don't I turn around the old argument that why don't you go live in a commune? If ANCAP economics works so well, why don't 1,000 ANCAPs, 10,000 ANCAPs go to Vermont, go to somewhere in South America? I think they tried the latter one and set up a society that works really, really, really well.
well, yeah, they're trying to. So there's a variety of different projects. Obviously, there's what's happening in Argentina at the moment. There's New Hampshire, and I know you might bring up the Bears example.
The Bears example is
And
really funny, yeah.
yeah, I know. I don't know if you ever did a video on that or not, but it's my understanding of that is it's kind of a weird, um, like New Hampshire kind of has a bear problem. Anyway, we don't have to get into that, but um, I guess my point would be first and foremost that there are examples of societies, whether it's seasteading, whether it's New Hampshire, whether it's Argentina, where people are pursuing the goals of establishing such a society. And I don't subscribe to the notion that in order to that if you are obviously the if you then why do you participate in society, that meme, whatever it's called. Like, I don't really subscribe to the notion that just because you live under a certain system and you participate in that system that you thereby consent to it. And that applies to
I agree,
socialists as
but don't you think that's a
well.
performative contradiction? I don't believe in performative contradictions, but you do. Don't you think it's a performative contradiction to think that you have the best vision for society, one which would work if people believed in it strongly enough, and then you don't act on that?
Well, no, not when the consequences from acting on that would be, coercion, right? Or you would face some kind of level of systemic, I guess, oppression for attempting to, right? Um, so, if I was to just today decide to stop paying taxes, right? Sure, that would be pursuing my vision, but I would also be subject to, uh, imprisonment eventually if I just continue to refuse to pay taxes. So you could say that if the society I lived in gave me a choice between, okay, you can either pay taxes or not pay taxes, and I chose to pay taxes. Well, I mean, choosing to pay taxes is kind of an oxymoron, right? But if the government genuinely gave me a choice, then it wouldn't really be taxation. But I guess I'm trying to set up a hypothetical where you know I could just instantaneously stop paying taxes and still gain everything that I had a right to, and I wouldn't have any coercion faced against me, then you could maybe make the argument that that would be some kind of contradiction in my reasoning versus my actual actions. But that, first of all, that wouldn't actually, I guess, kind of break the principle itself. It would more just mean I was a hypocrite, right? Um,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the argument is particularly powerful. I just think that for someone whose one of two justifications for the non-aggression principle is based on performative contradiction, it feels like it's a way bigger problem to be a hypocrite on that one for you than it is for me. I will happily accept being a hypocrite, but for me, it's not a big moral deal. For you, it's like one of the foundations of your ethics. So that's all.
Well, it's not purely just being like you can be a hypocrite about lots of stuff, and like I wouldn't really care, right? It would be more so. It's more so that. So I guess the distinction between argumentation ethics and any other kind of hypocrisy, I suppose, is that being a hypocrite in that case, like you're undermining your own actions that you're doing in the process of making your argument, right? So, if I'm a smoker and I make an argument against smoking, my making of an argument against smoking isn't a performative contradiction. It's, I'm just acting as a hypocrite when later on I light up a cigarette, right? So that's kind of the difference there, I suppose. Is it's not the contradiction. The performative contradiction is when the contradiction is built into the argument itself. It's not merely when you then go out and do actions which contradict your stated principles prior, right?
Sure, that's fair. That's fair. That's a misapplication of argumentation ethics. Okay, this conversation has been getting closer to 3 hours.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah.
So I did want to ask, maybe, do you have anything that you want to shout out? Do you want to give like a closing statement?
I don't really have a closing statement prepared. All I want to say is, first of all, I appreciate you taking the time to have a bit of a chat. Obviously, I was the one that kind of called you out on X and said that we'll have a discussion. And to be honest, I didn't say this at the start because I didn't want to come across like I was making excuses or anything. But this is the first time I've actually live debated libertarian ethics ever. I've been an AnCap for 3 years now, I suppose. I was kind of a COVID, one of those people that became an AnCap through COVID. That was kind of there's a lot of people that fall into that boat, and so I've spent a lot of time, discussing or debating on, Twitter and other platforms. But this is the first time I've actually had the opportunity to sit down and have not face to face, but a live discussion with someone who I disagree with on these issues. So, I probably haven't performed as well as I would have liked to. There's a lot of stuff that I probably didn't get my point across as well as I could. But I appreciate you taking the time to have a chat. I feel like it's been, a good faith debate on both sides, hopefully. My only shout out is probably to, I mentioned him before, Liquid Zulu. He's probably, he's my favorite, AnCap theorist, modern day one, or I guess online presence one. So, he's on all various platforms, YouTube, Twitter, X, Discord. He's got his own website, which if you look up, it's called liquidzulu.github.io. If you go on there, a lot of the principles that I've tried to put forth probably unsuccessfully today, he goes into a lot more detail and a lot more successfully than I can. So that's probably the one guy I do want to shout out. But other than that, no, that's probably all from me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming on. I'm glad it was a pleasant conversation. I hope maybe I poked and prodded at some ideas so that you can move up the statism chain and you can embrace minarchism and not have all the annoying conversations about bears anymore.
All right, we'll see what happens. But no, to be honest, I'd be keen to as I said, this is my first time ever debating on live, and I've certainly got a lot to learn about it. So I'd be keen to maybe one day organise to do it again, and maybe we can. I can put forth a better case than what I have today. But no, it was good nonetheless. I appreciate it.
Sure, and I will say that speaking of theory, there's if you'd like to read about post-Keynesian economics, which we haven't really touched on in the conversation here, but if you'd like to read about post-Keynesian economics or a critique of our economics from first principles, the first one, there's a really good book called Introduction to Post-Keynesian Economics. It's readable by the general reader. I'd be happy to send it over in PDF format. There's another one called Capital as Power, which is something that I come very close to myself, which broadly critiques the idea that you can, from first principles, derive really economic views. And more broadly, it critiques both a simple subjective theory of value, neoclassical economics, and Marxian economics all in one. So if you'd ever like to, I'd be happy to send the book over, and you can accept the truth and the good news.
All right, sounds good. I can't promise that I'll be a believer straight away, but we'll have a read and see what happens. Awesome.
Thanks for coming on.
All right, cheers. See ya.
Cheers. I saw someone in chat say that this got dry after the first hour, and I don't think that was actually his fault. I feel like we were discussing things, but after like the first hour, we'd already tread over like morality, some economics, and like the utility of empirics, and then we were sort of just treading over morality for the last hour. We made it. I sure don't feel stronger. Yeah, my revealed preference is that I wanted that debate to be over, but I should have wanted it to be over sooner. I guess something that I was considering is I've often had this conversation with AnCaps and with libertarians in general who make this argument about preferences that you should really highly prioritize immediate preferences over long-term preferences. And I feel like that's like one, I have this feeling, and I can't prove it, that's like the heart of a lot of these conversations. That like, one, it's a really strong belief that property is inviolable, plus two, the idea that you shouldn't give validity to the idea that people's long-term goals can be at odds with their short-term goals. Like, it's almost a categorical refusal to accept the idea that like stopping someone from ending their own life, that stopping someone from getting addicted to a drug could actually make them better off. Because if they accept that, then like coercion becomes acceptable. So bring on Victor again. We need more LTV debates. Okay, something that I've said over and over again is that debates about the LTV very much feel like they fall in like, and I say this with no shade towards Victor, they very much fall into the like reasoning from first principles perspective, because all of the empirical evidence for the LTV is garbage. It's like it's objectively garbage, worthless garbage. It literally amounts to, look, there's a correlation between size of an economic sector and amount of labor hours that went into it. Okay, that's just a spurious correlation, because when one thing is larger in one spectrum, it will be larger in the other spectrum, because all employment, all firms need workers. It's literally a spurious correlation. The second one is that there's a correlation, there's like, basically that prices don't change as much as supply and demand change, and that was just due to sticky prices. And there's, what's the third one? I'm always forgetting it. It's somewhere in Scheich's book, but just the three categories of evidence are really, really, really weak. Fake socialist, how far you've fallen. I actually, even when I argued for the LTV, I had a really hard time feeling like I was being intellectually honest in those defenses. Unironically, I feel that it was very useful to me to try out all of those arguments and then see that they were completely bunk and then turn very hard against them. I don't know. I do think there's a utility of making that argument. I would rather have just had the correct views all the time. The correct views being my views, of course. Which reminds me that if you want more people to see the correct views, if you want more people to see the good word, that you need to click the like button immediately. Immediately. Charlotte says, it seems to be the closer we get to planning, the better things get. Okay, I will say, I do actually maintain this view. There's an argument, I used to say that exact line, and I will say the same argument, but for socialism, that like, there's an argument to me that when we look at effective socialist policies, and I won't say that every socialist policy is effective, but effective socialist policies, the more of those that are adopted, the better things are. This is an argument for an incremental approach to socialism, that we should adopt XYZ policies. They'll bring us in that direction. And so long as things are getting better, seems like an argument for keep going in that direction. Because we can never know the truth beyond observation. Explain the white chairs. So this one is clearly the KKK chair. I don't know. I got these both from IKEA in the what is it, like the returns section, and they're both great. But I really wanted to get a different cover for this one because it makes me think of like a Klan robe, and I really hate it, and it looks ugly. But I never did because I'm moving out of the apartment, so I don't need the chairs anymore. And yeah, originally I was going to get these for like a table, like a large table, so that I could play a board game on it. But again, moving out of the apartment, can't do that. Anyway, those are the two cuck chairs, so that I and a friend of mine can be cucked at the same time. Charlotte, you are getting so mad. So mad. Wait, before we get onto that. Charlotte's still so mad. Don't forget that. Charlotte is big mad. The thing that he was referring to about the Bears, if you haven't heard of, There was a town in New Hampshire where there is a libertarian migration project. Literally thousands of libertarians have dedicated themselves to moving to New Hampshire to try and take control of state politics and move it in a more libertarian direction. There was one town where there was a high concentration of them, and they took over the local government, and they stopped funding all the things which kept bears away, like garbage collection and hunting and all the other like things that governments do, because they wanted to cut the budget by like 50 or 60% or something. And as a result, this is a dramatized reaction, but the amount of bears went up like 20 times or something. It's crazy. There were so many goddamn bears because no one was doing pest control, and they went back on their principles. They started funding pest control. So it's like, it's so goddamn funny. Bears are cool. Yeah, bears are cool, but it is not cool to have them like tearing up your town. Bears are cool when you're like 40 to 60 feet away from them, at least. Charlotte was big mad. And Charlotte, if you're still listening, you're coping and you're seething and you're a coward and you're afraid to debate. Okay? That's right. Because you won't debate me about why the flowcharts are actually cool as hell. By the way, one thing that I didn't get to focus on too much in the conversation was, I mentioned it, but I didn't show the details of it. This is a graph on the difference between arbitration courts and normal courts. In arbitration courts, workers win 20% of the time. In normal courts, workers win a third of the time. That's a 15 percentage point difference. Then, when you win in a normal court, you win $176,000 on average. If you were in an arbitration court, you win $36,500 on average. So your average winning from suing your employer in a normal federal court is $50,000. Your average return from suing in an arbitration court is what? I can't do that math in my head. $36,500 divided by 5. $7,300. Literally $43,000 less. It's crazy how much going through a court that is controlled by a corporation reduces your ability to win. It is so, like, when I look at stuff like this, I'm like, oh, the legal system is all about power. Clearly, it would be bad to give all the power to people who want to screw over workers. That sounds like a bad idea. No bueno. But I guess I just don't have enough faith in the market. I flashed and laughed. I was laughing the whole debate. I wasn't just doing that to be toxic. Also, the flowchart is so useful because when I do this into the future, I can know exactly what's coming. And I want to think about what arguments worked and what didn't. I didn't even take down the arguments for the last hour because they were so unproductive. Anyway, the flowcharts are perfect and you're coping and seething. And I'm correct and you're wrong. Why do you hate companions and guilt? Oh my god. Oh, it's over. Sorry, I was just in a haze for like an hour. Afghanistan. I'm not anywhere close to that, Charlotte. Relax. I love a good flowchart, says Tyrannox. Okay, I feel like the one on Austrian economics is like a little bit dry, but I'd really like to have this one for other conversations as well. That like the vote blue no matter who type conversation. I would love to have an argument, like a flowchart for every time I've had this argument, this is how it went. And therefore just be able to be like, okay, I know how to win this one. Because I feel like it's very hard to do that unless you take notes on the conversation. Something practice makes perfect, like the stream. Use it to program a debate bot. That's right. There are 52 watching right now, but there's only 54 likes. Some of them come from people earlier in the stream. You should like the goddamn stream. Start with Duverger's law and say this is a mathematical fact. Thoughts on Venezuela possibly annexing a chunk of Guyana? My belief is Venezuela chill out. It's so funny that every single person involved in this conflict is a nominal socialist. They're The president of Venezuela is nominally socialist. The president of Guyana is a democratic socialist whose party has some Marxist-Leninist ties, and the president of Brazil is a social democrat from a nominally socialist party. Literally every single one is socialist, and Venezuela is just deciding to do the dumbest goddamn invasion for no goddamn reason. So I stand with the Socialist Republic of Guyana against the imperialist pig dogs of Venezuela. Maduro will go in the dustbin of history like the capitalist scum he is. Something, I'm anti-imperialist. Maduro and Arif, the greatest socialist beef since Khrushchev and Mao. The thing that's going to be so funny about this is if people who spent like 4 bajillion years arguing that the only reason that Ukraine was invaded by Russia is because Russia felt threatened by like NATO expansionism, they're going to immediately turn around and say, actually, Venezuela has a rightful claim to this land, that it's a claim that's been passed down since the Bolivarian Revolution. You just don't understand it. It's a legal claim that goes far beyond. It's so funny. The rhetoric is. I don't know. It's gonna be funny in like a horrific way. That like there's never like, oh, I just principally believe that people who run a democracy should not be invaded by people who want to override that democracy unless they're doing human rights abuses. That's basically what I believe. And that like concretely explains. I don't know. I mean, I guess that doesn't quite do the Israel-Palestine national liberation to even be able to establish a functioning democracy is, I guess, the first step to having one. But more broadly, the idea is just like, hey, it is bad to override the locals in imposing a democracy. And it's like, it's crazy to see people justifying the invasion of Taiwan because people on both sides are Chinese. It's crazy to see people justifying the invasion of Ukraine because both sides are Slavic and they have like Russian ties. And you're going to see the exact same thing in Venezuela. People who didn't know a single thing about Essequibo are going to know exactly the ethnic history and the Venezuelan legal history from the 1800s in about a week from now. And they're going to tell you that it's anti-imperialist to support Venezuela's annexation. Have you seen the questions of the referendum? Which one? Crimea, Donbass, Essequibo? I don't think Essequibos have a referendum. Which referendum? Oh, do you mean the 2014 one in Crimea? Because that one did have a confusing question. Oh, the 2023 Venezuelan referendum? No, I had not, actually. I just don't want to get too deeply into this one because I don't know enough to have good opinions. Okay, these questions are actually... Whenever you do a referendum, the rule has to be that, like, to me, it has to be that you should be trying to give something for the lowest common denominator to understand. Dory's last brain cell says, cheer 1 in case no one's told you lately. You matter and I'm proud of you. And they used 1 bit. Thank you for your half a cent, Dory's last brain cell. I appreciate it. These questions are so goddamn funny. Chat, can we get a vote going on? Do you agree to reject, by all means, in accordance with the law, the line fraudulently imposed by the 1899 Paris Arbitration Award, which seeks to deprive us of our Guyana Esquiba? Can we get some ones in chat if you agree? Can we get 1 in chat if you agree that, by all means, in accordance with the law, we should reject the line fraudulently imposed by the 1899 Paris Arbitration Award? This would be like going up to like the average Frenchman and being like, "What are your thoughts on Corsican nationalism?" do you think that it would be right for Corsica to secede from France, but then not saying that but just referring to like the Treaty of Vienna? Oh my god. God. 1840. Sleepy SDL? No. I was just this seems like, bluntly, whenever someone gets into, oh, you have to respect this territorial dispute because of very long ago legal disputes. Chat, what on earth is 5? Yeah, sorry. Do you agree with the creation of a Guyana Essequibo state and the development of an accelerated plan for comprehensive care for the current and future population of that territory, which includes, among others, the granting of citizenship and identity card? Question 2. Venezuela, in accordance with the Geneva Agreement and international law, consequently incorporating said state on the map of Venezuela territory? Oh my god. It's going to be interesting in a sad way. There's no path for moving heavy vehicles. The invasion, yeah, I have no idea what's going to happen. Anyway, this whole thing is so silly. Whenever someone starts bringing out old treaties as to argue what should be the rightful territory of XYZ country, it's bullshit. Whenever you have to use dead people and like the territory that they thought they owned as like the rightful local control, I think it's a really weak argument. The arguments the only arguments that make sense to me for local control are trying to undo historical crimes, which, and I want to be clear, historical crimes that are still hurting people today in some material way, not just something you didn't like that happened in history. Or 2, something that is failing to represent local democracy. And that's it. And I guess 3, human rights. That's it. So either undoing some past human rights violation that still hurts people, undoing some current human rights violation, and democracy. That's it. Oh, wow. You would go back on the Grey Warden Accords and abandon those nations to the blight? I have no idea what that means, and I choose to believe it's nonsense. Yeah, Najwa, this is the other thing that's so funny. Maduro is choosing to do this right as Biden was easing up on sanctions on Venezuela. It's so goddamn funny. Maduro had a minute to like bail out his dying country from the insanely bad sanctions that we placed on them and use high oil prices to buy himself back into the good favor of like the local hegemon, and he's instead deciding to invade his neighboring country. Oh my god. It's Dragon Age origin stuff. Don't know what that is. Don't care. Do you agree to reject the proposition that we deny accepting the previous acceptance of the denial of the proposition to deny? So true. I would fight and die for the flowchart, says Callum McAllister. Maybe I should check out responding to some of these the Liquid Zulu videos. That was the guy that the AnCap mentioned. 5K, not huge, or 4K, not huge. I don't care about any of the conch shit. I refuse to care about the conch shit. But there's some that did decently, like why socialism is literally impossible. David Friedman is not an AnCap. Oh my god, David Friedman, I'm pretty sure, literally advocates for private courts like the guy I was talking about before. He's not like, if he's not AnCap enough for you, then like, maybe he's like slightly too minarchist or whatever. Oh my god. If he's a Scottish guy, could be. Popular. Yeah, it's the most popular one is why socialism is literally impossible. Sort by views. I did sort by views. I just did. You stinky moron, Red Charlotte. What do you do? Oh my god. Watch it. I've got other things to do. I'll put it on the to-do list. All right, 1 minute. 2x speed? That's a 20-minute video. I'm going to be here for an hour. I do need to start being faster on things. I need to find my flow, okay, where I don't simply respond to everything that I don't like. Kissinger fucking died. Oh my god, finally. That old fuck. I am so goddamn happy that this warmongering buffoon died. Rip Bozo, pack watch moment. Oh my god. This is like A fun fact, he lived for so much longer than it was expected that he not only outlived the guy who wrote his obituary. His obituary was written in 2010, but he outlived the guy who wrote his obituarist's obituary. This man did not goddamn die. Heart fueled by hate living unendingly. Literally some sort of robot genocide machine. Pull up the Bourdain quote. The Bourdain quote's coming up. Relax. Jacobin hated this guy so much, and I gotta give it to them on this. The hater energy of commissioning 5,000 copies of a book which is nothing but a selection of obituaries on Henry Kissinger. They ordered them, I think, back in 2016, and they just sat on them until the guy died. They literally wrote up a whole bunch of obituaries for years on how much the guy sucks and all of the crimes that he helped. I love Bhaskar. Oh my god. Jacobin, not always top tier, does a lot with like freedom of speech among socialists. Oh my god, this is a top tier play. Hater energy off the charts. The Onion gave a fitting send-off to the iconic napalm rights advocate. Some of you may have been aware of this meme, okay? This wonderful, excellent meme that Death is looking for bodies, and he says, is Henry Kissinger even in this thing? And I have to say, unfortunately, this meme has been laid to rest. Fortunately, there's a new version. We're fishing for Clarence Thomas, baby. Oh my god. He's in there. It took a few coins. I want to read the Anthony Bourdain quote. Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands. You will never again be able to open a newspaper and read about that treacherous, prevaricating, murderous scumbag sitting down for a nice chat with Charlie Rose or attending some black tie affair for a glossy new magazine without choking. Witness what Henry did in Cambodia, the fruits of his genius for statesmanship, and you will never understand why he's not sitting in the dock at The Hague next to Milosevic. While Henry continues to nibble nori-noris and ramaki at A-list parties, Cambodia, the neutral nation he secretly and illegally bombed, invaded, undermined, and threw to the dogs, is still trying to raise itself up on its one remaining leg. God damn. Correct, by the way. This meme is a little inaccurate, but not by much. To say that Henry Kissinger caused 3 million deaths is, I mean, you can't attribute deaths to one person per se, but the places where he caused death, to say that it's on the order of 2 million would be pretty accurate. If you account for all of the events involved, and I'll go down the list now. This is some of what I prepared beforehand. It's really bad. He is responsible for some of the worst, most horrific crimes in U.S. foreign policy history in the 60s and 70s and 80s. It's really, 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 really goddamn bad. Some pictures from the DSA account. In 1968, Kissinger undermined the Paris peace talks, where Ho Chi Minh and a few people who were selected from, I think it was a communist hero of the French resistance to the Nazis, were selected to try and negotiate a truce. He leaked those plans to Nixon, even though he had previously shat unendingly on the Republicans and Nixon in particular, because he wanted to have a position in power. So the peace plan, this is a little bit oversimplified. Kissinger was not the sole reason the peace plan failed. Peace plan might have failed on its own accord, right? Might have not worked out with Ho Chi Minh, might have kept going, but he had the chance to try and end the Vietnam War, which had been going on for about 10 years at the time. In the 10 years after 1965, so not quite this, a little bit longer, 1.45 million people died in Vietnam. Million. Fucked. They repeat the Anthony Bourdain quote. I just want to note that the bombing of Cambodia is regionally attributed to have killed 100,000 people. I think. Let me pull up the map. Not the Cambodian one, doesn't have a good map. The Laos one has a good map to understand. During the Vietnam War, he was involved in an intensive amount of bombing in 2 places in Laos. And Barrel went on for an extremely long time period. And I don't know whether it's the combined operations or just Barrel Roll. I couldn't get clear numbers on it. But either one or both killed around 200,000 people in Laos. And it was solely to try and prevent the North Vietnamese army from winning. So it was bombing for about a decade. And thanks to incredible perseverance from North Vietnam, so I will say, sometimes the coverage that you get of this is that North Vietnam persevered because they were wily and they understood the jungle. They understood the jungles of Vietnam. No, they didn't. They were really, really, really good at jigging new roads, at repairing roads and sending trucks through. They built, I think it was like a 4,000 mile pipeline or something. They did a really excellent job resisting the bombing, and they essentially kept the campaign going despite insane amounts of bombing. More bombs were dropped on Laos than any. I forget if it's Laos or Cambodia, but I believe it's like first and second most bombed countries on Earth. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, and Red Charlotte is correct. Without the bombing in Cambodia, there would have been no Cambodian genocide. It's hard to understate how much this killing has fucked up these countries. The Laotian bombing killed 200,000 people directly. It's killed 20 to 30,000 civilians in the years since, just by all the unexploded ordnance. It kills something like a dozen children a year, or more. It's really, really fucked. And I think it only started in Obama. Literally only started in Obama, but I could be wrong. It was either like 2005 or 2013 when we finally started funding in any serious amount the demining and the debombing of the area. It took half a century for us to take account for the horrors that we wrought here. Just an evil man, and he was directly involved in setting up these operations, directly involved in keeping them going. So 1.4 million, then we've got another 200,000, then we've got another 100,000, then we've got another 50,000, give or take. Some other fun actions that he took was Operation Condor. We don't have perfect estimates of those killed in Operation Condor, which was a series of support for right-wing autocrats in South America, particularly military juntas, military dictatorships. But one estimate, as released in the Archives of Terror from Alfredo Stroessner, was that 50,000 people were murdered and 30,000 people were disappeared across the southern cone of Latin America: Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, Chile. So all the best success stories of Pinochet, all the success stories of that military dictatorship in Brazil, one of the people that like the Lula movement emerged from, that Milei, one of the people that he denied was the death toll of the quote unquote dirty war, really the white terror against a huge number of people in Argentina. Something like 30,000 people disappeared or killed in Argentina. That was one of the people that Milei was downplaying the evil of. One of the legacies of Kissinger. I think, do I have this one on standby? I don't think so. The guy, Alfredo Stroessner, the guy who kept these files, was deeply fucked up. For an idea of who we were empowering, Stroessner was the dictator of, let me check before I say. Yeah, Paraguay. Stroessner was the dictator of Paraguay, and he was so into torture that when the torture of the head of the Paraguayan Communist Party was happening, he got the torturer to call him up. The torturer had a chainsaw and was dismembering the leader of the Paraguayan Communist Party with a goddamn chainsaw, with the leader of the country listening on the phone. Anyway, Kissinger's legacy. Really fun. Love this guy. Burning in hell. A few others was in Vietnam. We were actively involved in the suppression of political dissidents. The program that I'd point you to, if you want a name to refer to, is the Phoenix program. Estimates are around 26,000 killed, based on people who were either, like some of them were members of the Northern Army. A lot of them were just communist people or socialist people or people who had sympathies with them. We were involved in a huge amount of political repression, political incarceration, torture, killing in Vietnam. Again, Kissinger took power in 1968, basically, within the foreign policy. He didn't shut this down whatsoever. He was completely for this. He didn't give a shit the fact that we were supporting a military dictatorship in South Vietnam. He didn't give a shit that we were supporting a military dictatorship in South Korea. South Korea helped do some of the war crimes in South Vietnam. He was happy to mix and mesh them together. In addition, if this wasn't enough, he was also involved in a genocide in Bangladesh. He gave go-ahead and support to Pakistan, which was a U.S. ally because they stood against Israel, they stood nominally against socialism, and something on the order of 300 to 500,000 people were killed as a result of the war in Bangladesh and the horrific actions by the Pakistani military. At the time, Pakistan was controlled both what we would now call Pakistan or West Pakistan and East Pakistan or Bangladesh. And just hundreds of thousands of people killed. Completely evil. There's estimates again as well that hundreds of thousands died due to rape. Sorry, not died due to rape, that hundreds of thousands of women were raped. Just incredibly, incredibly evil. And throughout all of this, I want to be clear, I'm giving you the death numbers. Usually you can take the death numbers, multiply them by 5. That's the number of people tortured or illegally incarcerated. Actually, just fucking evil. Just fucking evil. And Kissinger was there. Kissinger was not giving a shit. When people think about the crimes of the Cold War, so like I would take a gander that something like a third of the crimes that come to their mind are because of goddamn Kissinger. So yeah, I'm glad this man died. Bluntly, I'm so glad this man's in the ground. He should have got tried first, but Jesus Christ. We often talk only about the dead, but the wounded, displaced, and so on are unimaginable tolls of human suffering. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the dead just to try and give like some barometer across all of this. But in general, you can just multiply that and how basically Kissinger's death toll, if you want to give him full credit for all the killing, something like 2 million people. If you multiply that by like 5, that's the displaced, that's the tortured, that's the disappeared, that's the politically detained. Just millions of people. Millions of people. Deeply evil. So I think it's worth remembering. It's worth remembering Kissinger. And his sandwich of death. Because this really is one of the legacies of Kissinger, that his approach to politics stuck around. After doing all of these things, I shouldn't say doing all of these things, after failing to condemn, failing to try and stop, in fact, often supporting all of these things, often directly have a hand in controlling these things. He wasn't tried. He wasn't depersoned. He wasn't made a political nobody. Obama and Biden talked positively about his death. Biden was talking about his fierce intellect. He did it in a backhanded way. Biden wasn't giving him much praise, but Jesus Christ, the idea that this man would be praised by the sitting US president, the idea that Hillary Clinton in her book, this fucking kills me. Hillary Clinton in her book said that Kissinger shared the same view that she did of a just and liberal world. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot that a just and liberal world included 80,000 people killed across South America and like 300,000 tortured or politically imprisoned. If he shot an American, he would go to jail, but he directly killed thousands of innocent Laotians and he got to live a long life of success and happiness. I think it's, like, unironically, this is a tangent. One of the reasons that I advocate so strongly for a strong UN is because I don't think that any world power should ever be able to have someone like this get away with it. Brezhnev was never tried for his crimes in Afghanistan. Nobody in senior Soviet administration was ever tried for their crimes in Afghanistan. Nobody in senior US administration will be ever tried for any of our crimes. There's a decent likelihood that we are living in the American century. It's not clear. China might pull ahead. It might return to old economic growth. It might solve its demographic problems. But it's a decent likelihood that we're going to be living in the American century and that China's not going to fall anytime soon. The warmongers are not going to get justice in the world that exists as it does right now. Unless we have a system that is so strong that a war criminal anywhere can be forced to be extradited, there is no hope for real justice. We need a world where there's a federal body directly elected by the people all over Earth, which has the ability to compel the release of people for trial. And that's a dream. That's never going to happen. Not in real life. But we should damn as well try to get as close as we possibly can. Because the fact that this man wasn't tried for any of this, the fact that, in fact, many of the people that were collaborators weren't tried for many of this. In Argentina, there were trials. In Brazil, everyone was pardoned. In Chile, Pinochet was tried, but I believe not convicted. There were trials, but the vast majority of people involved got off basically scot-free, or if they did get punished, it was usually stuff on the order of house arrest. Or, again, mass torture. Mass killing. All Kissinger's actions, as Noah already says, point to a dude who had zero care for human life, period. No, yeah. I think that something worth considering is when you look into... Okay, like when you if you ever take a minute to like read his math, I think it was either undergrad or master's thesis. His entire master's thesis was about differentiating between legitimate world structures and just world structures. His argument is that a legitimate world structure is simply one which is accepted by countries or world powers. It's legitimate because those who have power believe in it. He was a realist without compare. His focus was not on building a just world order, it was building a stable world order that people respected because it was legitimate, because power holders didn't want to change it. And that led in part to, what's odd about that is that led in part to oh God, what is it? It was Trump's advisor's quote. Trump advisor. Should have pulled this one up beforehand. There was a quote on the order of, "We make history, you merely cover it in the news, and we're going to keep making history while you're trying to catch up with all the history that we're making." It's a weirdly enough, his realism was paired with a will to power ethos, because if you accept the view that the legitimate world order is simply that whichever the world power accepts, then you are the world power. Don't accept it. Change it. And suddenly it's no longer legitimate. Suddenly you get to change everything. It was like a realism tinged with imperialism. I don't know how else to frame it. It really bled into a lot of modern U.S. policy. It's part of the reason the U.S. is so comfortable with invading other countries without getting a declaration of war. You know, it's not just him. We've been doing that for decades, but he kept it going. He kept it going. He escalated it. There are, I don't subscribe to great men of history, but in as much as some person can be a very, 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 very influential man in history, this man wasn't. If it wasn't him, might have been someone else, but he had a very big role in supporting the pseudo-realism of empire. Because I will say, one of the things is that in defense of realism, the types of things that we were doing around the world weren't even necessarily good realism. If you want to be a world hegemon, you can't be seen as tainting yourself with all these sundry political affiliates, or else they will come to hate you as well. A huge part of the reason that so many countries, so many leaders, so many intellectuals around the world came to socialism, came to communism, was because of all the evil shit the US was doing. Were you a benevolent hegemon, you would have had a different outcome where you didn't need as much military intervention. The blowback is a related idea that stuff like funding. Kissinger was one of the big guys in favor of normalizing and working with Muslim theocrats, Muslim nationalists across the Middle East. That did not pay dividends, but all he cared about was winning in the moment and creating history and changing the situation of the world to be a legitimate one that the U.S. was more in favor of. It was not it wasn't pushing for a just world. That's it. Islamists to fight communists, fascists to fight communists. I think it's that Stroessner guy I mentioned before was almost people talk about Argentina being the place where all the Nazi war criminals went, but a lot of it was Stroessner. A lot of it was Paraguay. Elections were so heavily rigged in favor of Stroessner's Colorado party that the opposition had no realistic chance of winning, and opposition figures were subjected to varying degrees of harassment. Okay, classic US Democratic ally. Love it. Stroessner's Paraguay had become a haven for war criminals, including Joseph Mengele. Thank you, Kissinger. Really appreciate that. Something. Really glad he's standing up for Jewish interests. And non-communist peaceful opposition was crushed. Given Stroessner's affinity for Nazism and harboring of Nazi war criminals, foreign press often referred to his government as the poor man's Nazi regime. This man ruled Paraguay for like 50 years. Like when we say like fascists to fight communists, basically open fascists in this case. Likud wanted to assassinate him in the 70s. Not a good guy. Nerodia says the shit he pushed for and got done was so audacious, I don't believe a lot of it would have happened without him there. Yeah, it's hard to know. There's a fine line between like great men of history and sometimes influential men really, really do matter. Like, wasn't Joseph Mengele assassinated? I thought not. Yeah, it was someone else. It was you're thinking of like the Nazi hunter, I think, but it wasn't Joseph Mengele. I don't remember. It's someone else. It says Mengele died of a stroke in the 70s. So that's cool. I think that like this will be an odd example, but like the Palmer raids, if you ever read about them in history, they were like the first mass political incarceration in the United States under the new Bureau of Intelligence. They were a precursor of stuff like COINTELPRO. They were hugely influenced by J. Edgar Hoover, you may remember his name, and the leader of the Labor Department. The leader of the Labor Department was sick, his wife was dying, and his mother was dying. And so he wasn't in office very often. And Woodrow Wilson was also sick, and his wife took a lot of control. And so as a result, that gave a lot of independence to the new Bureau of Intelligence to do whatever they wanted without oversight from the Labor Department, without oversight from Wilson. And so they arrested like 20,000 people in one night because they wanted to, and they drew up a list of 40,000 subversives in the country. Like very directly, there were links between one person being sick and an enormous political event. So you can have influential individuals without it being great man theory. They were born from their circumstances. No, I agree. I guess the thing that I would say is like, I tend to think of these things as multipliers. The trends of history are large, and it's very rare that one man can stand against the trend of history. But men of history can multiply or shift in one way or other, like a trend, or they can fight against the trend a little bit. So like Kissinger embodied the turn towards empire in post World War II American thinking, and he shifted it very much towards the idea of believing in like universal intervention. There was another really good comparison that like basically every other American interventionist philosopher, like people like George Kennan, people who were responsible for the domino theory, the containment theory, of the ideas that we really have to fight the communists. All of them eventually turned against U.S. foreign policy. They were like, wait, this shit sucks. Kissinger never did. And whenever he was at the wheel, he was always arguing for the most radical opposition to the Soviet Union, the most radical opposition. So it's not saying the Vietnam War wouldn't have happened without Kissinger. To be clear, it started before Kissinger. The Vietnam War already happened before Kissinger had real power. But it's possible that it would have wound down into a settled peace of some kind in the 60s or early 70s without him. It's also possible that it wouldn't have escalated to the killing of like millions of people. It's hard to know. I mean, you can never know. You can never know. But the subversives who wanted weekends. Yeah. Great man theory assumes innate greatness, that the great men are born innate. I guess that's, I haven't actually read into great man theory in ages, so I don't remember. I actually literally don't remember. The Reagan administration didn't want Kissinger as he was perceived to be insufficiently anti-communist. Man. Yeah, I feel like it's a really underappreciated element to the degree to which, like, America, okay, I feel like, okay, again, underappreciated element. During World War II, I think it was something like 60% of American soldiers said that they weren't fighting Nazism for ideological reasons. They were fighting Nazism because it was a threat to peace, something along those lines. America was a deeply conservative society. For an idea of how conservative, the Ku Klux Klan had a peak of 3 million members in the 1910s. For reference, the Socialist Party had a peak of 100,000 people in the 1910s. The Communist Party had a peak of about 60,000 people in the 1930s and 40s. The Ku Klux Klan was an order of magnitude larger. Eugenics were the law of the land in 1 and 2 US states. We euthanized or sterilized, I think, like 100,000 people. We were a deeply, deeply, deeply conservative society. It is hard, I think, maybe with retrospect, to think of how radical the break FDR was. FDR's break was so radical that it persuaded many socialists to abandon their line of only voting for only socialists. It literally, he was so radical that it helped persuade the communists that a popular front was possible, and that the Communist Party actually dissolved from I think it was 1940 to 45, so that they could run for FDR. It is incredible how much of a break he was with prior American tradition. And that break stuck around until at least the 60s, and then we went right back towards the more conservative side of things. The religious started voting again, or not started, the evangelicals started voting. FDR was class traitor to the ruling class. I mean, he wasn't a socialist, but he did govern pretty far left for what was politically feasible. I don't know how much more he could have gone left without facing repercussion, is what I would say. Given, again, how conservative the country was at the time. It's like, I want to be, okay, so sometimes when we talk about, like, the Red Guards in Mao's China, people talk about how there were, like, people were dragging people out and beating them because they were insufficiently pro-Mao. America did not have anything like that. But if you had that, but say 2 orders of magnitude less, which doesn't sound like a lot, but is still enormous from modern standards, like, colleges were actively firing people who were associated with the Progressive Party that backed the liberal, not socialist, but the liberal vice president of FDR. They were canceling them. They were kicking them out. They were firing them. Newspapers were doxing them. Newspapers were getting them fired. Wives and husbands were divorcing over it. Like, it's really hard to emphasize how bad the atmosphere of anti-communism got after FDR died. Truman sucked. Truman did so much to create the modern, deeply conflictual Cold War. It's very possible, in my view, that if FDR had lived till, say, 46 or 47, if Stalin had died in 46 or 47, because he also heard it, that you might have seen a Cold War that looked more like the war between America and China today. The sort of great power through economic ties, mostly soft power, which would have been enormously better for the human race. I just want, like... It's really hard to underestimate it as well. Like, FDR was left enough that he was talking about wanting to decolonize countries and give them over to UN control away from Europe. That went out the window. Swap FDR's and Stalin's death dates, please. Next patch. Yeah, when we run this one again, we're going to speed run socialism next time. So please fix this. Devs, please patch. Stalin nerf, please. Leftists cannot depend on top-down leadership. I agree. One of the reasons that FDR was able to do as much as he did is because when he was in power, it normalized left opinions. And that, in part, led to an emergence of the Communist Party. It's hard to underestimate how large the Communist Party grew and how quickly. It had maybe 20,000 members in the early 30s. By the late 30s, it had 60,000 direct members and maybe 250,000 members in affiliated groups, either front groups or like mutual aid associations and benefit associations, stuff like that. So you're talking about like a tenfold increase of power, and that led in part to an enormous increase in the aggressiveness of labor movements. I'm not trying to say it was all the Communist Party. There were also a lot of independent, like the unions got more radical in general, workers got more radical in general, but like just trying to give an idea of how large the shift left was. it would have been way better for China to continue its opening up. Sadly, under Xi, it's become more nationalist and isolationist. Yeah, I will say that something that I've opposed is that okay, in North Korea, there's sort of two broad policies. One is the Sunshine Policy, and I forget the name for the other one, but it's like the normal conflict-based, sanction-based policy. Sunshine Policy is the policy that liberals in South Korea want for North Korea. It basically means like try and roll back the sanctions, try and actually increase economic integration, try and normalize things as much as possible, in part so that you can like get information across to North Koreans, so that there's more border crossings, so that it's not so trapped. It's not so like just desperate. I generally take the view that sanctions seem to have a pretty poor track record for changing policy and a really good track record for fucking up people's lives. The US isn't engaging in many sanctions on China, but mostly what we're doing is trying to start an economic war over the chips and over a bunch of other stuff. And it's been nice to see that winding down. Like Xi visited America and tensions wound down. I'm really hoping that leads like in part to Xi not feel, okay, I don't feel like we should do too much appeasement, but there is a degree to which us being hard on China makes Xi think that he should be hard in response. That it's sort of the same thing you see in the United States. When China does something mean, Biden will say something mean as an escalation to prove that he's a strong leader. And Xi does the same stuff. We see this all over. Like you're seeing this in Venezuela right now. That Venezuela is considering an attack on Essequibo in part because elections are coming up in 2024. Maduro wants to be seen as a strong leader. So I think there's a degree to which failure to open up leads to the nationalistic response. Sanctions are a wartime measure deployed in peacetime. Yeah, I think it is economic warfare. I will say, like, I have no problem with economic warfare besides its efficacy. Like, the timeline was Newsom went to China. I think it's more complicated than that. I think that in part it's that Biden came in, relations cooled, especially it felt like the Ukraine war was a period where there wasn't much ability for tensions to cool, but they did cool broadly over the Biden administration and then more recently as well. I don't know. I would much prefer an economic hegemon fight. World War II would be best be fought just using degrees of how much we can fight over giving stuff to African countries. If the entirety of the Second Cold War was like who can give better development aid to Africa, I would be so goddamn happy. Oh my god. Jades mentions Japanese internment about FDR. We were talking earlier in this stream about how every intellectual gets one human rights abuse for fun. Just one denial of a genocide for fun. Now, FDR, everyone's got to do it. Every great world leader has to have at least one group that they put into a concentration camp. No, it was pretty unambiguously an evil action. Didn't Maduro get primaried and had his party disqualify his opponent? I think it was in the opposition party, but I don't recall. China probably calmed down because they don't really want military dominance. They want economic dominance. I think, that's the view that I take, that opening up tends to encourage less hostile, less military, less hard responses. All right, what should I put on? I'm gonna take 30 seconds and pee. The next thing that I want to talk about was Elon Musk losing his goddamn mind. The speech is so goddamn funny. I'm just gonna put on some music. I don't have any videos queued up. I'll be back in literally 30 seconds. Oh my god, Mike muted. I asked Nerodia if they said the Penis Drager debate. Oh my god. Yeah, I wanted to look at that one as well. I don't know. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Why does my camera keep blurring? Answer me that. Live Hassan reaction. So true. So, for context, Elon Musk has been getting a lot of hot water because he just openly embraced an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Here's a review of the tweets. There was a video in which this guy, the dad, called out his son, this guy, for posting that Hitler was based or some shit like that. And he said, you want to say shit like that? Say it to these Jewish people. Say it to their faces. And it's this big moment where he doesn't embrace hate. And it's funded by Stand Up to Jewish Hate. All right. This would only make you mad if you are completely goddamn insane. Hitler fan. Oh my god. Hitler fan Breaking Bot says, okay, I will say it to their face. Jewish communities have been pushing this exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want truth said to your face? There it is. And Elon Musk, one of the world's richest men with one of the world's largest platforms, says, you have said the actual truth. Understandably, dozens of companies pulled advertisements from Twitter after Elon Musk embraced the theory that Jewish people are importing minorities who hate Jewish people and they deserve it. Anyway, he went on a speech recently. It's a New York Times, interview with the New York Times. Pretty classy affair.
You could hate my.
I wanted to play 3 clips from it and just give you an idea of how insane this man has gotten. I don't know if he's on something. I don't know if he's just generally mentally unwell, but this debate was a clusterfuck. So, first clip. This is the smallest one. He doesn't even get his interviewer's name right. And I want to be clear about this. This is an interview with the New York Times, okay? Really big, world-spanning magazine. This is going to be seen by millions of people. They're going to repost it. He's got to know that. What preparation does he do beforehand?
My guts next. You could not trust me. It is relevant. The rocket track record speaks for itself. With respect to Tesla, we make the best cars. Whether you hate me, like me, or indifferent, do you want the best car or do you not want the best car? So I will certainly not pander. And Jonathan, like, the only reason I'm here is because you are a friend. Like, what was my speaking fee?
You're not making any. First of all, I'm Andrew, but
yeah, sorry,
it's okay. Second of all, we've known each other.
So, this is incredibly funny. This is in the first 6 minutes, by the way. I don't know if you were watching his head movements or his arm movements, but very odd movements altogether. Gets the guy's name wrong. This is, again, an interview that's on the world stage. And he gets the interviewer's name wrong. Okay, I could see that happening. It is, as someone mentions, it's Jonathan and Andrew. It's not an easy mix-up. It means that he just didn't remember. I don't know. Maybe this is him entering his anti-Semitic arc, and he's just calling everyone Andrew. Okay, he's calling him like he sees them. But it got way worse.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift. Maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
F-Y.
I understand that, but there's a reality too, right?
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda
no,
Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, no.
Look, I stumble over my words a lot, but it is funny to say yes, no, yes, no. Again, world stage. Please prepare for this shit.
Totally. So no. Actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do? It's going to kill the company.
By the way, these are a whole bunch of tee-ups. The question that he gave here, this was a softball. It was, oh, you think that part of your company is restricting your ability to support freedom of speech. That's what he's talking about here. There's a part of your business that relies on advertising. You don't like what those advertisers force you to do. Maybe you should fix your model. How does he respond?
This advertising boycott. No, totally. So no. Actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do? It's going to kill the company.
And you think?
He says, there's no way we can do that. It's going to kill the company.
And the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
But those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say, we didn't kill the company.
Oh, yeah?
They're going to say...
Tell it to Earth.
Tell it to Earth! I love... There's something so funny about, again, world's richest man, and just doesn't get anything correct about, like yes, his business is based on advertising. You are a social media company. News companies have to do this shit too. It's evil. It sucks. And we'll talk about that in a second. But like, this is your business model. If it kills your company, they're not going to say, oh no, this social media died. They're just going to blame you for anti-Semitism. Nobody's going to give a shit. No one has any sympathy. Jesus Christ.
But they're going to say, Elon, that you killed the company because you said these things and that they were inappropriate things and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right? That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
Okay.
So this is like, I don't know if this is egomania or delusion or whatever. It's literally just, Elon, when advertisers kill your company, they'll say it was your fault because you said anti-Semitic things. And he says, let's see what Earth thinks about that. Earth doesn't give a shit. What the idea that, like, oh, everyone's going to side with Elon because he's such a victim. He's a victim of all the oppression by advertisers who won't let him speak the truth. Okay, what truth were you speaking, Elon? When anyone looks into this with any investigation, they lose all sympathy for this. Like, nobody but only conservative media has sided with Elon about this one. Not centrists, not the big corporations, nobody.
This goes back to...
We'll both make our cases,
right,
and we'll see what the outcome is.
What are the economics of that for you? I mean, you have enormous resources, so you can actually keep this company going for a very long time. Would you keep it going for a long time if there was no advertising?
I mean, if the company fails because of an advertiser boycott, it will fail because of an advertiser boycott, and that will be what bankrupted the company, and that's what everybody on Earth will know.
Just repeats what he said previously. What's again, this is a world stage. He has to have had prepared statements. Like, there's a guy whose job it is to prepare statements for this and just give you some blah, blah, blah stuff that'll get the advertisers back on your side. All you have to do, yeah, he sounds drunk or like in some way, what's the depressant? Something about his speech pattern is akin to like being drunk. It's really weird. Now, part of this might just be that he has an accent, so I can't speak to that. But like the facial movements, very weird. The slurring of speech, the repeating of simple statements, like. He could just be saying stuff like, yeah, I apologize. I think we're gonna move back to the old moderation, or we're gonna move to he could literally just lie, just say, yeah, we're gonna be adopting harsher moderation policies, and then stop tweeting. Literally, all he would have to do to bring Twitter back into the blue, back into the black, is not tweet. That would get him 75% of the way there.
What do you think then of the? Again, this goes back to the idea of trust, though.
Then it'll be gone, and it'll be gone because of an advertiser boycott.
But you recognize that some of those people are going to say that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, and I just wonder and ask you and think about that for a second.
Tell it to the judge.
But the judge is going to be.
The judge.
Tell it to the judge. By the way, he is currently trying to sue Media Matters for bringing up that Twitter is promoting ads next to hate. His argument is literally that, it's on the order of they're defaming us, they're trying to materially destroy us by showing that we serve ads next to hate. Yeah, dog, I've seen the ads served next to hate. Oh my god. When he loses that case and puts Twitter another $1 million or $2 million or $10 million in the hole, it's gonna be so goddamn funny. But beyond that, nobody, like, I've seen so little sympathy for him. It is so goddamn funny. Like, the defense for him is literally never that his statements are correct. It's that the media has gone too hard on him. Conservative media doesn't even feel comfortable defending his statements. They just want to attack the liberals for attacking him too much because he's on their side. That's how bad it's gotten. They can't be pro-Elon anymore. They just have to be, liberals are too anti-Elon. That's their position.
Judges the public.
And you think that the public is going to say that Disney is making a mistake?
Yes.
And they're going to boycott Disney?
They already are.
Well, there are some that are for lots of different reasons. But you think that this is going to, that you have the, this goes to actually the interesting of power and leverage.
Let the chips fall where they may. Let the chips fall where they may.
You gotta love the silence during all of this. He's Sephiroth posting. This is literally the thing that people talk about happening to you if you stay on Twitter in a beef for too long. You start posting like you're a goddamn video game villain, like you're a Final Fantasy villain. Let the chips fall where they may. The judge of the people of Earth shall decide. They shall see the boycott tear us down. Yeah, XXX Sephiroth, XXX. Remember when many thought Elon was some liberal good billionaire? Maybe he was, and then he got completely insane. I don't know. But this brain rot is insane. Insane.
Can I ask why that is the approach? And I ask it because you've been
What's the other approach? Well,
you've been very particular about the approach to Tesla. When you think about the engineering involved in that, the approach to SpaceX, the approach to some of the stuff you're doing with AI has been very specific. Right? There's not a let the chips fall.
Sorry, I don't know what that sound was, but it made me laugh.
Where they may approach to those businesses, I don't think.
No, we focus on making the best products. And Tesla's gotten to where it's gotten with no advertising at all.
I understand that.
Tesla currently sells twice as much in terms of electric vehicles as the rest of electric car makers in the United States combined. Tesla has done more to help the environment than all other companies combined.
I don't know what's up with the jilted speech. Again, could just be nervous or whatever, but like,
it would be fair to say that, therefore, as a leader of the company, I've done more for the environment than everyone else, any single human on Earth.
No delusions of grandeur, but he's simply saying that as leader of Tesla, which he didn't found, by the way, he bought it and kicked out the original owners. And yeah, maybe he didn't get advertisement. All he did was attach it to his world-famous brand and incidentally promote it all over with everything that he does and drive a Tesla and do everything that he can with his fame. No advertisement whatsoever. But whatever. Yes, he, more than any other individual on Earth, has done more for the environment. No ego problem here.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about that?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you personally how you feel about that, because we're talking about power and influence and
I'm saying what I care about is the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil. Fuck them. Okay?
Let me ask you this, because I think part of this, by the way, there's some people who said, look, owning X to begin with has just created problems, that you've created so many amazing things that are changing our world. And I know you want to make X this fabulous town square free speech platform, but that unto itself, that has created such a distraction of all of these things. This is the conversation we're having. We're not.
I do just want to say, to anyone on here who uses Twitter, do you think that Elon Musk has moved Twitter more towards the wonderful conversation, town square side of things, or the someone is yelling misinformation in your ear constantly 1984 crap? Like, for all the freedom of speech that it's brought bots and accounts promoting misinformation. Like, I think the average quality of tweets has gone down by like 2 times since Musk took over. It's insanely bad. Oh my God.
Focus, or we're not talking at least yet, and we will. On Tesla, you have your Cybertruck deliveries tomorrow and everything else that you're doing. But
Yes,
is there any...
it will be the biggest product launch of anything by far on Earth this year.
Is there any part of you, though, that...
Yes, the 10 polygon truck, which literally can't fit. Its truck bay is like 20-30% smaller than real trucks. So the only people buying it are people who want an ugly truck. So you are serving neither the people who need a real truck, nor the people who want to look like they drive a truck because they're a worker. You are serving like the nerd who wants to drive a truck demographic. Oh my God.
It just says, you know what? I just shouldn't have done this, or maybe I should sell it or give it away or do something else with the X piece of it.
Yeah.
Given the propensity for some of the things that you do and say on that platform to create these issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of all the posts I've done on the platform, I think there might be 30,000 or something like that.
Right.
Once in a while, I will say something foolish. And I have. And I would certainly put that comment that you said the actual truth among perhaps one of the most foolish, if not the most foolish thing I've ever done on the platform. And I did do my best to clarify afterwards that, I certainly do not mean anything anti-Semitic in that.
Yes, Elon Musk did not mean anything anti-Semitic when he said, you said the actual truth about Jewish communities pushing dialectical hatred against whites. Honestly, the best saving grace for Elon is literally that he needs to take the Roseanne Barr approach, okay? He needs to say, yeah, man, the Quaaludes and the ketamine, man, it's got me off my rocker. Yes, I accidentally endorsed the Jewish question, but man, I was just talking about the truth, man. Like literally just go down my brain is rotted route. And then he did Pizzagate posting. Yeah, no. And then, was it yesterday or the day before that he posted about how Pizzagate was real?
The nature of the criticism was simply that the Jewish people have been persecuted for thousands of years. There is a natural affinity, therefore, for persecuted groups. This has led to the funding of organizations that essentially promote any persecuted group or any group with the perception of persecution. This includes radical Islamic groups. Everyone here has seen the massive demonstrations for Hamas in every major city in the West.
Oh my God. Look, in addition to being anti-Semitic, blatantly, obviously, along with unbanning every goddamn Nazi, he has given more platforms to more Nazis than literally any other person on Earth, without exaggeration. And it's so fucking frustrating to hear people say, oh, there's this big pro-Palestinian protest. I will call it pro-Hamas. I will not elaborate. I will not go into detail. And I think that sucks is that for basically every pro-Palestine protest, you can probably find 1 in 100, 1 in 200 people who are actually anti-Semitic. I totally believe it. There's a lot of people who are anti-Semitic in this country. There's a lot of people, including on the left, who are anti-Semitic. In fact, if you took a random sample of people who are on the left, I think it's something like 1 in 12 of them would say that Jewish people have too much power. I totally believe that there are anti-Semitic elements of those protests in the same way that there are anti-Semitic elements of virtually any large protest. But to say that the protests were uniquely pro-Hamas, when the overwhelming majority of them have been chanting to the tune of Palestine should be free, have been chanting for a ceasefire, I don't know. It's so frustrating when, I don't know, it's not quite analogous to the BLM protests, but it's literally the element to which it's people only ever talk about Portland is burning, XYZ city is burning. They only ever talk about the violent elements. And then they generalize that to all of the protests, even though the vast majority of protests were nonviolent. And in this case, it's a much higher proportion that weren't even that were not just nonviolent, but were also like actively not anti-Semitic. In fact, the groups that are organizing these protests tend to be way less anti-Semitic than like the median American group or the median right-wing group. If you sampled the average right-winger in this country, there's a 1 in 2 chance that they'd say that Jewish people have too much power. Just look on Elon's Twitter. You can see it every goddamn day is people talking about how Jews have too much power. He goddamn said it. Anyway, let's listen to the anti-Semite.
That should be jarring. Well, a number of those organizations received funding from prominent people in the Jewish community. Right. They didn't expect that to happen. But if you generically, right, without condition, sort of fund, if you fund persecuted groups, in general, some of those persecuted groups, unfortunately, want your annihilation. And what I meant by that, when I subsequently clarified, is that it's unwise to fund organizations that support groups that want your annihilation.
That's a really good point. It's really bad of the Jewish community to fund anti-white hatred towards people that want their annihilation. I feel like, I don't know if this is like just reactionary brain rot, but whenever you start to monolithize communities, like, why is the Jewish community funding XYZ group? I feel like the Jewish community deserves blowback for funding XYZ group, which is, again, what he said. Then it gets absurd. It would be like people talking about how, evangelicals keep funding conservative groups, and then they're surprised, like evangelical women keep funding conservative groups, and then they're surprised that abortion gets taken away. That would at least make some sense, because it's like they're actually doing that. It's ideologically consistent. But this one is just like an amalgam of like Jewish people funding anti-Jewish groups, funding anti-white hate, like things that, one, aren't happening, and just this huge amalgamation of all the funding that's going. The vast majority of Jewish money, where it actually goes in the United States, is center-left. The average like Jewish mega rich person in the country is like center leftist. They vote Democrat, they're socially liberal, they're neoliberal. They're not giving money to like the DSA. They're not giving money to the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The PSL is the one that did all of the actually anti-Semitic, like pro-Hamas rallies. They're not giving money to those types of organizations overwhelmingly. I don't know. It's silly to monolithize this when it's clearly not true. And when you look at groups like AIPAC, right, which also claims to represent Jewish interests, it's overwhelmingly funding bigots on the right.
Is this coming across clearly?
Yeah, no, it is. My question to you, though,
I think logically this makes a lot of sense.
Is there any part of you, just tell me what happens, though, once all of this happens?
Let's say you fund a group, and that group supports Hamas, who wants you to die. Perhaps you should not fund them.
Right. But you do.
Thank you.
You do appreciate.
Okay, I'm stopping it there, but it's the light applause that fucking kills me. It's the and the nervous laughing because oh my god. Man is bombing. I saw someone describe this. I just wanted to show this description of he's incapable of understanding the interviewer. He keeps repeating himself like he's some kind of fugue state. I think that overstates it a little bit, but Jesus Christ. It was the repeating of it. It was the grandeur. Oh my God. One more thing before the third clip. Oh shit, did I not actually grab the time? God damn it, I fucked up. This one I thought was really funny. Musk didn't shave, and I saw Vosh briefly cover. I clipped into Vosh. I saw him covering this, and I was like, God damn it! I had this covered too because it's so goddamn funny that he didn't manage to get all the hair. And I saw Vosh getting mad at chat, and I left. But the thing he was getting mad about is anytime. So, okay, I need you to look at the other guy. Like when you do when you look at how Elon Musk looks on this interview versus how the other guy looks on this interview. This man is manicured. He is thriving. He is vibing. He is moisturized. He is so smooth. And Musk.
But you do.
Is not looking great.
You do appreciate that when you.
Not looking great. Not shaving. That's the pic I used for my AI insomnification of Musk. Oh my god. I mean, some of this is just that he's old, right? He's like 60 or something. But not looking great. He needs more sleep. But this one is, I do feel like, worth mentioning as well, because this is the thing I saw Vosh arguing with his chat about. This is the type of thing that gets caught if you aren't letting people handle you, if you aren't actually following your instructions. And that's what I think you saw through these clips, is that he's not letting, he's not like listening to his instructors on what to say. He's not listening to them on trying to help him look good. Like, what is the outfit that he's going for? What is the look that we're doing here? He is just not accepting outside influence. And I think that's really apparent in when you contrast Elon's approach to like anti-Semitism on the platform, which is basically, I will tacitly endorse it whenever it comes across my feed, versus like all of the other people in Twitter who are all about downplaying that and trying to get the advertisers to come back. It is so clear that he's not listening to anyone. He is losing touch with the reality. He's like breaking off. That's what makes him a great leader. Elon is unbought. Elon is his own man. Elon tells the truth. The liberal and neocon media is too afraid to tell. Okay, you joke, but Glenn Greenwald said this, and I'll get to that in a second. I think... Where's the third clip? 1 minute. No. God.
Think then about the economics of X. If
God damn. All right. Well, I don't remember where it is, but I had a third clip lined up. But the TLDR is more of the same. It's grandeur. It's him talking insanely fucking weirdly. And it's him it's the clip where he says "fuck you" to Bob Iger. 1 minute. I can find that in the transcript.
you're clarifying this now, but there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go fuck yourself.
Again, part of what's so funny about this is that the tweet is so fucking stupid. And he is at a conference of some of the richest, most influential media people on earth. This is his job. Like, this is the time when you kiss ass and downplay your real political views. Like, bluntly, what's so frustrating about this is that if he was a smart Nazi, he would just hide what he believes. He could have done the, I care about free speech shtick and refused to tweet about anything and gotten away scotch-free. This man could be running, he could be boosting all the Nazis in the algorithm and saying, well, that's just what people want. It's just what's popular nowadays. He could be lying out his ass and getting no shit for it, but he is literally too dumb to hide his power level. He is literally too dumb to keep it on the down low. Man is just not good at being a Nazi. Low-quality Nazi Elon Musk. This is... What's the line we read earlier? This is a poor man's Nazi Twitter feed.
What was my speaking fee?
You're not making any...
Oh, God, this is the first clip.
But,
yeah.
Oh, wait, it's the other mention of Bob. 1 minute. Bob. Give me the transcript. Bob.
leaving. We talked to Bob Iger
I hope
today.
they stop.
You hope
Don't advertise.
you don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
Wait, so we just watched. Why am I going insane?
I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs.
Okay, so that's why I was getting so confused, because it's yeah, Elon's rubbing off on me. I'm going insane. I'm freaking out. Head's moving crazy. I'm slurring my words. Sorry, the reason I got it confused is that the first clip was tied up in it. That's what was driving me insane. I'm sorry. It's, again, he literally curses out Bob Iger of Disney in the audience. Now, I will say on all of this, I do have some sympathy for the idea that, like, it would be nice to have messaging and media independence from the mega rich, right? Like, that would actually be nice to have. That is the exact line that your favorite red-brown pundit, Glenn Greenwald, had to say. So here is Kaneko the Great, who is basically a fascist. I don't know how else to describe it. He is a fascist who writes posts defending Russia, who writes posts defending that trans is all a mental illness. Very popular guy. Insane clout. Ben Greenwald, quote, and the video is below. What went wrong here is not what Elon Musk said. What went wrong was not Elon Musk embracing the Jewish question. It's so revealing that so many journalists are aghast that anyone would dare tell Disney and major corporations to go fuck yourself when they're trying to limit, censor, and control the flow of political content. So what's frustrating is that there's a kernel of truth here, that it would be really, really, really nice to have money out of politics. It would be really nice to have money out of advertising as much as possible, to have publicly funded media, to have media that just follows the news. But what's insane is that he's running more or less a media company. This would be like the CEO of Google getting up and cursing out Bob Iger. And to be clear, the thing that these companies are getting mad about is not like, they're not getting mad. What's the old meme? It's they're not getting mad about centrist milquetoast views. Conservative. I have been censored for my conservative views. Glenn Greenwald is doing this bit. Me. Oh my God, you were censored for wanting lower taxes? Conservative. Not those views. Me. So, deregulation, right? Conservative, not those views either. Which views exactly? Conservative, oh, you know the ones. The thing that people are getting mad about is not Elon Musk being like, I'm a Republican and I support the Republican Party. They're getting mad about him doing Nazi shit. Like, they got mad when he let the Nazis back on, and then they came back because it seemed like that died down. They got mad about him promoting neo-Nazi. Like, they got mad about him promoting the JQ. What's so frustrating about this from Glenn Greenwald, who, by the way, Glenn Greenwald has previously called Tucker Carlson a socialist. He's said that Trump is associated with the socialist movement in the country. He has spent his entire career for the past 2, 3, 4 years shitting on actual socialists like Lula. He's been shitting on like the left wing of the Democratic Party, the left wing of like the Squad, shitting on them as like sellouts, while simultaneously going, I think he went on at least like once a month to Tucker Carlson's show. The guy is just a red-brown fucker. He doesn't give a shit about any of this. He didn't say any of this shit to Tucker Carlson. He's not like, oh, Tucker Carlson, you're driven by money. You only say things because that's what the right-wing media wants you to say. He only says it in order to defend Elon Musk, because freedom of speech is only a useful thing to bring up for people like Glenn Greenwald when it's in defense of Nazism. Bluntly. Let's hear from Glenn Greenwald.
Who works in media. Now, anyone who works in journalism, anyone who works in media, and who has worked within the standard model of how journalism has operated in the United States for decades, which is the model of corporate advertising, knows that that model imposes extremely severe restraints on what media outlets can and can't do. There are certain journalists that they can't hire because the journalists will say things that will offend corporate advertisers on whom they depend in order to survive as a media outlet. Of course.
Which way do you think those journalists overwhelmingly lead? Do you think the problem that news outlets are having is hiring too many employees For liking corporations too much? For liking tax cuts too much? Or do you think they're having trouble hiring employees who despise those corporations? For hiring employees who want to tear down that system? Like, it's so funny that there's so many progressives on Twitter, so many writers on Twitter, who just don't get goddamn jobs, and every conservative moron can get a job because there's so much money on the conservative side of things.
Relying on corporate advertisers severely restricts the kinds of opinions you can air, the types of perspectives you can permit, the kind of reporting you can do. And what's so amazing about this is that if you're a journalist, the thing that you should hate more than anything is any force or any influence that tries to limit your freedom to speak. Your reaction, if you're actually just a journalist in terms of your composition, your comportment, your personality, your mentality, when even thinking there might be someone or something trying to limit your freedom to speak, should be exactly what Elon Musk said there. Go fuck yourself. There was only one time in my entire journalism career when I perceived that somebody was trying to limit what I wanted to say. That was when The Intercept refused to published my article right before the 2020 election that reported on and analyzed the documents from Hunter Biden's laptop and what it revealed about Joe Biden. And when I saw The Intercept wasn't going to publish my article unless I made radical changes to it that gutted the entire thing so that it was no longer critical of Joe Biden, I quit.
The thing that's so funny here is that The Intercept publishes articles that shit on Joe Biden literally every day. The Intercept the other day published an article saying that Joe Biden had removed all limits on weapons sent to Israel. The Intercept is not running cover for the Democrats. The Intercept was mad that his article was using the shittily sourced Joe Biden documents, or Hunter Biden documents, and he wrote a hit piece trying to tie all of this together in like the classic crime family thing. He's just doing the conservative bit. He literally just adopted the conservative line on the Hunter Biden documents and then used that to grift his way into conservative sphere. And yeah, Najwa is correct. He outed Reality Winner. No. He portrays himself as this like persecuted journalist who got in the Intercept for his hard-hitting reporting, but it absolutely didn't happen. A big part of why he got ahead in journalism was just because it was him, right? That he was sought out just because was it Chelsea Manning had just seen his name, or was it that Reality Winner too? I don't know. Very, very frustrating. He was the Assange bagman, yeah.
And I didn't contemplate or deliberate much at all. What went wrong here is not what Elon Musk said. It's so revealing that so many journalists and people who call themselves journalists and work for media corporations are aghast that anyone would dare tell Disney and major corporations to go fuck yourself when they're trying to limit and censor and control the flow of political content.
I feel like, again, this is all posturing. Everyone, at least I hope, all left-wing journalists would be happy to say, fuck you to Disney. The reason that we're laughing at this, the reason that we're, like, if anything, concerned about this is because it shows Elon is going insane. That he doesn't have the composure to play the game. That's the point. Najwa says Bellingcat is pretty anti-US Israel. No. Bellingcat spent a huge part of the early war in Ukraine documenting Russian and Ukrainian war crimes and trying to find faces and names and unit numbers and IDs for those who had done war crimes on both sides. It's not trying to say like, oh, they're doing both sidesism or whatever. It's as in like, this is what people would say on the pro-Russia side is they're only doing that to give credentials that they critique Ukrainian war crimes too. But the reason that they're shitting on Russian war crimes is because there's on the order of 10 to like 20 times more Russian war crimes per soldier than there are Ukrainian war crimes. It is insane. I think the UN has documented 400 war crimes by 400 war crimes by Russia and something like a dozen by Ukraine. It's crazy. So like, it just, all the outlets that they want to say are like bought and paid and pro-US shills are not actually. Whereas Glenn Greenwald, when have you seen him shitting on Tucker Carlson? When have you seen him shitting on Donald Trump?
If you aren't willing to say that, to corporations who are trying to limit what you can say, don't bother calling yourself a journalist. And so I think it's very telling and interesting that Musk got to the point where he said it, but I think even more telling is the fact that so many journalists were horrified. We need way more journalists willing to say, go fuck yourself to people who try and limit what they say. The problem is that the people who are hired by these major media corporations and who thrive in them and succeed in them are people who have the opposite instinct. Their instinct is to assuage and serve and placate establishment power, not to defy it. Even though the purpose of journalism is to be adversarial to establishment power, once journalism started getting corporatized, no longer owned by families dedicated to journalism or local communities, but major corporations that have all kinds of other interests besides their media division, and what kind of attributes are awarded to major corporations? People who avoid controversy, who avoid conflict, who avoid displeasing and angering powerful people. That's the corporate.
By the way, Elon censored critical reporting on Tesla. He literally, I think it might have actually been an Intercept story, I'm forgetting, but there was a report that came out about the driving system on Tesla. I believe it was this one, about the driving system on Tesla not being up to snuff and leading to some crashes. And he literally, like, systematically suppressed that article from being published on Twitter. It is so insane that you're going to point to Elon Musk as this free speech warrior when Musk has, like, people forget this too, but when Musk was letting back in all the Nazis, he also banned a whole bunch of lefties. It's so frustrating that we are pointing to the world's richest man who bought a platform because his daughter was trans and she was spending too much time on Twitter, and he just bought Twitter as a meme, and now he's a free speech warrior. The only reason that he's a free speech warrior for people like Glenn is because it gives Glenn the clout that he needs to survive.
Corporate ethos. And the corporatization of media meant that that kind of attribute was imported into journalism. And that's why no one almost who works for large media corporations or the media corporations themselves has the courage to say this. They're shocked. They think it's a sign that he's unhinged, when in reality it's just.
It is a sign that he's unhinged. To be complete, like, to be completely clear, like, yes, keep the mask on. If you're gonna say fuck you to Disney while also running a if Vox Media came out tomorrow and said fuck you Disney, I would think that is malpractice for the progressive cause. Like, yes, kiss ass in public and do as much dirty shit as you can against Disney in private. Like, yeah, very bluntly, Elon needs to learn to play the game. He's doing a bad job as a Nazi. I agree with Glenn in one sense that it makes sense to critique and have people willing to say fuck you Disney, but the fact that Musk was willing to say this is a sign that he's not all there, because it's going to fuck him. Like, it's not the thing that's getting, the outcome of this is not that Disney is going to stop doing political influence advertisement. Disney is never going to advertise on a Nazi platform, period. It's that simple. Disney's not going to change. The only thing that's going to change is Twitter is going to get even less money, and Musk is going to go deeper in the red. Yeah, no. And Najwan is correct. He made Substack redirect to newsletter. Yeah, no. He Testing. There we go. Sorry about that. Mike got fucked. Twitter needs Disney more than vice versa. Yeah, it's like, I guess what's frustrating is, insofar as you think Elon is a free speech warrior, you should want him to be an effective warrior. And that seems what's sort of silly about this. I've actually taken this argument on stuff like PACs and whatnot. I think that insofar as, like, an anti-PAC candidate is taking, like, cut the stream. That's right. They're cutting it out. Did you just get transed? I don't understand. Insofar as, like, you can take shitty corporate money and use it for for actually genuine anti-corporate ends, I think there's some utility to that. I don't know. I very much I am completely on board with the line that like you should be using whatever methods you have to get your message ahead in the very cutthroat, attention driven, zero sum game media infrastructure. And he's not doing that. He's just going to bankrupt himself. If you think Musk is a free speech warrior, he's going to be a free speech warrior losing like $1 billion every year because of Twitter.
It's a sign of how cowardly and craven they are. Now,
anyway, I thought that was my headphones. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, Musk also loved this completely. Exactly, he says, through the Glenn Greenwald brown-nosing. So if you're wondering why Glenn Greenwald is doing this, why all the conservatives are doing this, it's because brown-nosing to Elon Musk. I guess what's so funny about this is that in the same speech where Glenn Greenwald is talking about how important it is to say fuck you, he doesn't give a single criticism of Musk. Right? He doesn't bring up any of the censorship that Musk has done. He doesn't bring up the fact that Musk doesn't let people unionize. He doesn't bring up the fact that Musk has actively tried to prevent unionization in his companies by using unfair labor practices. He's literally doing the thing where he can't criticize because that's where the money and the clout comes from. The exact same thing that he's criticizing in the speech. It is extremely funny. So, anyway, Elon Musk is losing his mind. He's freaking out. He's going crazy. And in addition to that, he is one of the richest men on earth that you're going to see every goddamn conservative sucker up to. Good night, Fudge Smith. Hope you have a great evening. When are you going to watch the episode of Doctor Who where they dismantle capitalism? Is that an episode? I feel like I've never enjoyed any of the clips that I saw from Doctor Who. Want to see how hard the Myanmar junta got clapped? Do I? $270 personnel surrendered? I can't tell if that's a lot. That is a lot of guns, though. Jesus Christ. Well, I completely unverified information that some random chatter sent me, but big capture, I think. Maybe 100 weapons. Like a dozen mortars. Firearms. This account is pretty good. I have not been following the Myanmar stuff just because I feel like there is a problem with covering stuff live. I do not have the chops to cover what is appropriate. All right, before I get too sleepy, boomer moment? This isn't a boomer moment. My mic got disconnected. That was me pre-transition? What was you pre-transition? Elon is ruining ketamine's good name? Didn't Disney make record profits? I do think that that's worth considering, that like some conservative boycotts, like that on Bud Light, seems to have been effective, but the overwhelming majority of the boycotts have been completely ineffective against ires of conservative hate. Like, bluntly, ideological boycotts do not seem to be very effective. It's part of the reason that BDS focuses on 5 companies. Don't eat cyber hummus. Because a very, 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 very targeted boycott can work, but only at the margins. It's very hard to get people to do behavior with it's very hard to get people to be consistent enough to do an effective boycott. The same season happens an episode about how the housing crisis caused students to live in a house that eats them. Then they punch out a racist. They talk about how the Romans are gay as fuck, and they make fun of Trump. I feel like this sounds too political, okay? Like, I love my political media, but I want it to be as political as not as that. I love purely political media, and I love media that's as political as H. Bomber Guy, but there's an uncanny valley in between where there's media that is sincere and trying to make a sincere political message, but it's also doing so in the context of like a zany show. And unless it's done subversively, I can't enjoy it. I'm too irony pilled. Here's the video of the base itself before they laid out the weapons. Oh no, I'm turning into turning into the Vaunch here, pulling up all the videos live from my chatters. Here's the base itself. This just looks like a house. Is it this larger building? I mean, I guess that's good news. Have you ever seen The Thick of It, SDL? Speaking of Peter Capaldi? No, I haven't. You should link of it. You should link of it. Oh, losing my mind. Elon's not the only one going insane. You can see the white flag on the truck. Yeah. I saw. So like that all seems like good news. It does also seem like this is just one operation. Is the? This is way larger than the current conversation can handle. But is there any reason to believe that the military junta could fall from this or be seriously threatened by this? Because like I guess it's nice to see these things, but I guess I fear that they can't ultimately win. I fear that it's me. When are you streaming till? Probably till this next segment, probably ending in around 40 minutes or so. I wanted to talk real quick about some TikToks. So, those of you who follow the news may be aware that North Korea held elections all over the country for local offices a few days ago. Suffice to say, he and his party won. I titled this as Kim Jong-un wins just 99.9% of the vote. Is it Jover for Kim, who led his coalition to the worst electoral performance in 6 decades? Washed politician. It's Kim Jong-gover. So, this is a graph of the of the yes votes in North Korean elections that brought yes votes to a 67-year low of 99.9%. You may notice the scale for this begins at 95% because even in the elections, the last election they reported no votes was 1957. North Korea hasn't reported a single no vote. They haven't officially reported the percent of people, the number of people, or even that any no votes occurred from 1962 to 2019. And I can show some of that in a minute. But it is actually fucking insane that anyone will call this a free and fair democracy when they claim that the candidates, and there's a little bit of complexity here, but they claim that the candidates they select have 99.9% approval. It is incredibly funny. Yeah, history is over. So true. North Korea is liberalizing. By the year 2522, Kim Jong-un may have lost his majority support. So I wanted to talk about 2 TikToks that came up partially in relation to this. The first one is a TikTok by an account which is enormous, named Madeline Pendleton, who has 1.7 million followers, and this video had 282,000 likes.
I made a video talking about how, as an American,
the summary of the video is first US bad, then it goes into 3 sections. One is on North Korea, one is on Iran, and one is on Afghanistan. The Iran one's pretty decent. The one on North Korea and Afghanistan really suck. And then she closes out by again saying US bad. So I just want to note, I'll let her play for like 15 seconds and then I'll clarify it.
I made a video talking about how, as an American, if I want to be on the right side of history 99% of the time, the easiest way to do this is just to not agree with anything the United States government is telling me.
I'm gonna replay that just because it was low and it's really bad.
I made a video talking about how, as an American, if I want to be on the right side of history 99% of the time, the easiest way to do this is just to not agree with anything the United States government is telling me.
the easiest way to be on the right side of things 99% of the time is just to not agree with what the United States government is telling me. And she makes this even more explicit at the end of the video.
The States tells me a country's my enemy, it's probably not. The United States tells me somebody's my ally, they're probably up to no good. This is the simplest shortcut to having a pretty good opinion about foreign policy that you as an American can take if you don't have time to research things. Fortunately.
So, I've seen people defend this video by saying, well, she did say the word shortcut. Okay, she also said the words 99% of the time, and she repeated this at the end of the video in even stronger terms. So we already start off with something that I want to be clear is really goddamn stupid. The US has done good foreign policy things, and some people might disagree, but say defense of Ukraine, I think the first Gulf War could arguably be defended that, hey, Iraq invaded another country, and we undid that. We did a lot of evil things during that, but so did Iraq. And the initial invasion was illegal and did even more evil things. The fact that the US does evil stuff does not mean that the US is always evil. And I would just note, the US lies to you all the time, but so do other countries. For an idea of like why this matters, a very small one. I feel like almost every lefty has an idea of how bad the drone wars are. The US only admits to about 1 in 13 of the deaths caused by its drones. That's really low. We have a really shitty drone transparency program. We don't release the full locations, dates, times, bombs, whatever, of every drone we use, which makes it way harder to verify who has been killed and who hasn't. Do you want to know what percent of airstrike deaths Russia admits to? If you guessed 0%, as in they haven't admitted a single civilian killed by Russian airstrikes in the entirety of the Syrian civil war, you would be correct. So, I guess I just want to bring up a simple idea. Countries lie, especially great powers, because they have power to preserve, and it is useful to lie for that. How many does China admit to? I think that China admits to 0% of their airstrikes. I'm sure that China's done some airstrikes, but it's China's military involvement is enormously lower, like literally 3 orders of magnitude or something on that order, lower than Russia or China. Russia or the United States. Anyway, just the idea that US bad is sufficient is completely bullshit. Unless you want to stand with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, unless you want to stand with like the Srebrenica massacre, unless you want to stand with like total non-intervention in Kosovo, right? Like,
Fortunately, I do have time to research things. And that is why when this person said, if you don't like it here, you should try going to North Korea, Iran, or Afghanistan, I had to laugh. These are hilarious examples of other countries to choose, and I will explain why. First of all,
okay, speaking to agree with her. One, it's really funny because they are completely different. North Korea, Afghanistan, and Iran like have, yes, should you go to the fascist communist country or the fascist Muslim country or the authoritarian Muslim country as a communist? Really good critique there. You nailed the whole communism thing. But second, I just think the argument of, oh, you love X, why don't you go where they have X, is so goddamn funny, because the whole point is that you want to create that here, right? Like the whole point is that you want to create that weapons. Sorry, I was reading from chat. You want to create that political system here. You don't want to go there. You want to replicate it here. You think it's good there. You want to bring it here. I really despise location-based politics. Whenever someone says, oh, you're from Britain, why do you have an opinion on American politics? You're from America, why do you have an opinion on XYZ politics? It's dumb as shit. Debate people on the merits. So I just do want to agree, this comment is bullshit. I'm totally for her roasting this.
North Korea, I as an American am not allowed to visit. I think I spent a lot of my childhood assuming this was because North Korea didn't want people going there and seeing what was going on. Actually, people from other countries can and do visit North Korea, but you know who's not allowed to visit North Korea? Americans. And it's not because North Korea won't allow us, it is because our own government will not allow us. Instead.
So this is mostly true. There, since 2017, has been a ban on using the US passport to move into North Korea for anything other than basically humanitarian or reporting purposes. And to get those two, you have to ask the State Department for a special exemption, which means that the people let into North Korea are overwhelmingly going to be those who are strongly pro-US. This is bad. I will say that it slightly misrepresents it. So for an example of the details, just pulling it up so I can show. The The TLDR is that US citizens can't go to North Korea because it's really, really hard to do so. You can go if you have special needs to do so. You have to apply to the State Department. It is also, to be clear, not US citizens per se, but merely people using a US passport. So if you have a dual passport, you can go there using the other passport. So I think this is really bad, and this is an authoritarian policy, and it should be removed. So yeah, it's good to call this out. At the same time, slightly incorrect, but for the purposes of being correct on TikTok, it's like, I don't know, 98% accurate. So not terrible, actually.
Instead, they are content to make sure anything we think we know about the region comes from one source, primarily Radio Free Asia, a fake news source started by the CIA with the expressed goal of being anti-communist propaganda. Any weird story you've heard about North Korea, like that everybody there has to get the same haircuts? Yeah, that probably came from Radio Free Asia, which to this day is funded entirely by the United States government. So, babe, I cannot go to North Korea because the United States will not allow me, because they do not want Americans to see the disconnect between the propaganda machine that they have created, telling you things about North Korea, and what actually happens in North Korea. The second
Okay. I actually despise the second section of the North Korea bit, because yes, it is completely correct to call Radio Free Asia fake news, as long as you're willing to call, again, a shit ton of other state media fake news. Here's a funny example of nonsense from Radio Free Asia. This account, Bad DPRK Tanks, is like an actual Juche stan who will defend anything that North Korea does. Completely garbage account. Very funny and useful example, though. Yeonmi Park, who you may have seen, is one of the strongest conservative advocates against North Korea and advocates against liberalism and leftism in general. She says, in North Korea, even the very basic right to love one's own mother is banned. If we allow our country to move in this direction, we will end up like North Korea, where individuals don't matter and only the state, and the interest of the elite become the center of everything. In 2017, Mother's Day was banned in North Korea. Radio Free Asia 2020. North Korea gives extra food and cash on Mother's Day to encourage births. Oh my god. Anyway, Yeonmi Park, fucking moron. Radio Free Asia puts out a shit ton of bullshit. Oh my god. Radio Free Asia sucks. So did, like, the Voice of America. So do a lot of these other state news. At the same time, if you ever cover North Korea and the entirety of your statements on it are, you've heard a lot of fake news about North Korea. That fake news was funded by the US government. They don't want us to go there and see a disconnect between the propaganda and the reality. You are doing defense for North Korea. I want to be very clear. North Korea has hundreds of thousands of concentration camps. North Korea has some of the worst development on Earth. North Korea has an incredibly undemocratic government. There is no practical freedom of speech. You can't start an independent party. You can't start an independent press. You can't even publish things that the government disagrees with. There's monitoring down to your phone. For an example, phones have an app, and this is not an exaggeration. Phones have an app, every single one of them, that will take a screenshot of whatever you are doing at random intervals. Korean policemen have the authority to investigate that phone and look through those screenshots. So you want to do a little group chat with some other subversives? You want to do any criticism of the government? They have access to that. It's really hard to like, this is one of the most evil, invasive surveillance governments that has ever existed on Earth. It is really, 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 really bad. And you can get sourcing from that from way more than Radio Free Asia. So when your critique of a comment that says, hey, move to North Korea, dumb as shit, is actually the US government is lying to you about North Korea. They don't want you to go there and see the disconnect between reality. You have to at least acknowledge that North Korea really, 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 really fucking sucks. Jesus Christ. For an idea of why I care about this, I spent like way longer than I'd like to admit writing this article, Is North Korea Actually a Democracy?, in which every single source but one, and I will say, it's funny enough, it's a source that Tankie's also cite, every single source but one that is used for any major statement comes from Korean news stations. It is really hard, just from official Korean news sources, to conclude that a democracy in which there's only one candidate per seat you can only vote yes or no to, which reports 0% no votes in every single election until this year, and which reports 0.1% no votes in this election, is a real democracy. Can you drop the linky? Yeah, sure, one sec. Anyway, I'm going to play the TikTok.
Example, Iran is somehow even more perplexing for you to bring up, because if you know anything, you know that the democratically elected prime minister of Iran was overthrown in a violent coup by the US government. Why? Because he was going to nationalize the oil fields in Iran, and that would mean trouble for American business. So instead, we overthrew him and installed a right-wing dictatorship that was sympathetic to American interests. A puppet government, if you will. That so violated and infuriated the Iranian people that they overthrew our puppet government, dispelled all of the Americans, and put in instead a reactionary government whose main goal was to oppose US intervention in any capacity. Everything you don't like about Iran, babe, you don't like because the United States government did it. That's
Oh shit, I'm muted. God damn it. Completely love this section. No notes. Completely correct about it. Yeah, leftist Mike. Completely right about this. Yeah, this really fucking sucked. I will say that the attitude, I think, is part of the appeal of the video. It's the like talking truth to power while sort of using the sass, and I mostly like it. I will say that there is a downside of it's sort of the John Oliver effect. When you say something with a joke in it, people just accept it without interrogating, and it's more generally a problem with like video essays. Like when you say something, people will accept it without interrogating. It's frustrating because the stuff about North Korea is said with a sassy tone, so people don't criticize it. And you're going to see the same thing in just a second about Afghanistan.
That's right. My country, the United States, destabilized all of Iran for decades, dismantling their democracy because their democratic voting process led to a result that was not favorable to us. Not exactly the most ethical course of action, if you ask me. And last, Afghanistan. I can only assume you must be extremely young to include Afghanistan on this list, because if you have been alive for nearly as long as I have, I am 37 years old, you will remember actively the United States' efforts in your lifetime to destabilize Afghanistan.
We didn't destabilize Afghanistan. We took control. We conquered it. But yeah, we did also destabilize it beforehand.
CIA was so heavily involved in Afghanistan, funding and training covert terrorist organizations there to fight against communism in the region, that we actually kind of created a big problem for ourselves. What was it? Say it with me. The Taliban and Osama bin Laden. Yes.
Okay, so without getting too much into the details, the people that we funded often fought against the Taliban. Some of the people that we funded, some of the weapons that we funded did go towards eventually supporting Osama bin Laden, the Taliban, Al-Qaeda. It is a complicated situation. I will say that if you want to mention this, you have to mention that Russia invaded and led to an invasion which killed 2 million people. The Soviet Union. Because, like, yes, we were doing evil shit. So was Russia. So was the Soviet Union. I mentioned that in part because of something she's going to bring up in a later segment, which you have to comprehend. The war in Afghanistan was so bad that it reduced life expectancy by like 5 years, and it caused millions, like the largest number of refugees, I think, in that decade. It was incredibly bad. The war crimes were absurdly bad. Hundreds of thousands tortured. Like, just deeply evil campaign.
All of that came from CIA funding in Afghanistan. Then our government proceeded to bomb the shit out of Afghanistan in the wars that followed 9/11. We didn't like what we had created, I guess, displacing nearly 6 million people in Afghanistan. So everything you don't like.
So I wanted to mention this one because the number is correct. Here is the number of refugees by various wars that the US was involved in. 5.9 million Afghans have been displaced internally or fled the country. So, number is correct. But I do want to note that this number is not mostly due to US bombing. If we look at a graph of those displaced, part of the reason that I was saying you have to talk about the Soviet involvement is look at the number of refugees that resulted from the Soviet invasion. The UN only started recording the number of refugees from Afghanistan in 1979 when it was 500,000. By the time that Gorbachev started to pull out in 88, there were 5.5 million refugees. And the UN wasn't even recording internally displaced persons at the time, but if it was anything like the scope that we had nowadays, you might be talking on the order of another 5 to 6 million internally displaced persons, meaning people that have been kicked out of or unable to stay in their home. When you look at when the Taliban take control, not a huge increase in refugees. When you look at when the US invades, there is an increase in refugees that goes back down because people were settled. Internally displaced persons goes back down because people were allowed to settle. In fact, the start of the modern refugee crisis begins after the Taliban begin resurging in 2006. You see the internally displaced persons, it grows from about 30,000 to about 5 million by the time the US withdraws. And the number of refugees was slowly declining throughout this period. That spiked too by 3 million people. 3 million people fled the country after the Taliban took it. Why am I mentioning all this? It's just because the US invasion of Afghanistan was illegal and evil. The US violence and the violence in Afghanistan was overwhelmingly the result of the Taliban. This is again from the Brown's Cost of War project. They are not a pro-US imperialist institution. And it's very clear from graphs like these, the vast majority of civilian death in Afghanistan was due to Taliban. This is what anti-government, this red section, Taliban actions. In fact, this red portion represents 77% of those killed. Of those who have a known killer, pro-government or anti-government, only 22% were killed by pro-government forces. That's the US and the Afghan government. It's just it's worth mentioning this because who's displacing Afghans? It is not overwhelmingly US violence. We weren't bombing people out of their homes and away from their homes into mass displacement. It was overwhelmingly the Taliban. The UN similarly has a graph in 2021 of those killed as a result of violence. The Taliban accounted for 40% of the civilian casualties. ISIL, which also is active in Afghanistan, accounted for another 10%, and other anti-government forces accounted for another 16%. You'll note that pro-government forces only accounted for 25%. So, you could argue the US invasion was illegal. The US was overwhelmingly not the reason for the mass displacement and destabilization of people. In fact, Afghans agree. When polled, I will say, this source does have some ties to the CIA, so you might take it with a grain of salt. Basically, all sources that did reliable polling of Afghanistan, except Gallup, have CIA ties, so take it with a grain of salt. Most Afghans blame the Taliban for Afghanistan's violence, is their tagline, because in their poll, 53% of Afghans blame the Taliban for violence, and only 12% blame the United States. When asked for support for the government or the Taliban, 92% of Afghans chose the government that the US set up, the pseudo-puppet government. Only 4% chose the Taliban. Sympathies for the Taliban were on the order of 10%. People in Afghanistan despise the Taliban, in part because they were the main reason for destabilization. They were basically an international, theocratic fascist group that was doing terrorism against civilians, that was killing the overwhelming majority of civilians. Deeply evil. Now, I do want to note, the Afghan invasion was a huge failure in creation, essentially in nation building, right? The US failed to nation build. The US also failed to win hearts and minds. However you want to phrase it, we did a really shitty job. Here are some headlines from Gallup News. Why the Taliban's takeover is likely? Well, because nation building was never going well from the perspective of Afghans. Afghans' life evaluations were getting worse for years. They led the world in saying that their life involved mostly suffering since 2017. Law and order, meaning security from terrorist attacks, has been declining for years. Something like 77% of people said they felt unsafe in daily life. We completely failed in Afghanistan. Hope among Afghan women has faded. I'll show this graph in just a minute. And in 2018, nearly half of Afghan women expressed the desire to leave their country permanently if they could. It got even worse under the Taliban. For an idea of how bad it was, in 2019, 87% of Afghans said their life was mostly suffering. Nowadays, it is 98%. It is so bad. So I just want to be clear. The US did a really, really, really bad job. The invasion was illegal. It was unjust, and we did a lot of evil actions while in Afghanistan. The Taliban did even more. They were deeply evil. They were the immediate cause of the mass displacement of people. There's a reason that when the Taliban started fighting, that's when the displacement began. The displacement did not begin in 2001. It began in 2006. And it spiked when the Taliban took control.
Like about Afghanistan right now, yeah, that's directly the result also of the United States. This is what I mean when I say, if you want to know what opinion you should take about foreign policy as an American to be on the right side of history,
If you want to know what opinion you should take as an American to be on the right side of history,
USA bad is the opinion that will get you to the right place 99% of the time.
USA bad is the opinion that will get you to the right place 99% of the time. She explicitly says US bad is the reason that you should believe things. And it's frustrating. She talks at the beginning of the video about how she has time to do research, but clearly goddamn not. Clearly, if you're not critiquing North Korea whatsoever, clearly if you are blaming the US for mass displacement, you did not research. She just says US bad as like the correct view 99% of the time. And what's the thing that's frustrating is if she had said something like 50% of the time, I wouldn't have gotten that mad. Because honestly, if you gave any number in like 30 to 60%, yeah, US actually does a lot of evil shit. You should innately distrust what the US government says. But when you say 99% of the time, you are explicitly adopting a view that whenever the US says something, you should assume the opposite. That's fucking insane. That is like actively insane. Campism is a brain rot. So there was one more TikTok video that I wanted to look at. That one was bad in my view, but it was bad for campist reasons. It was bad for basically failing to interrogate some of the claims that she made. She was correct about the North Korean passports. She was correct about Iran. She was wrong to fail to criticize North Korea or say that the only reason that we don't want Americans going up there is because we would be like, oh my God, the media is lying to us. North Korea is great. That's fucking dumb as shit. And the statement about Afghanistan was correct in that the war was legal and unacceptable. It was correct that we did fund some of the insurgents, which would eventually go on to end up fighting against the United States. Though that was overwhelmingly not the case. The Taliban came from different groups, different roots. And then she was totally incorrect, in my view, about the origins of mass displacement in Afghanistan. The origins of mass displacement in Afghanistan were not a result of U.S. bombing. They were a result of the war by the Taliban against the United States. Now, you could say maybe it's justified resistance, but they were killing tons of civilians. They were actively terrorizing people. Really, 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 really evil. I know we didn't fund the Taliban. We funded different groups, and some of the people of those groups would move into the Taliban. We didn't directly fund the Taliban or its direct antecedents. It was illegal in SDL's heart. It was illegal in its aftermath. Charlotte wants to say it's not illegal because of some obscure UN resolution, which did not fully authorize the US's actions. But yeah, it was illegal. It is not fair to argue that it was a self-defensive action to invade another country. It is actually literally against international law to invade another country. So, last video. This is a video by
it's election day and the
commie dad, who far smaller. But I had to find a proper Tankie TikTok because the last one was merely campus. This one is actually Tankie. The reason why I picked this guy is he is a supporter of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And he believes that North Korea is like a perfect democracy. It's so bad. The PSL are basically modern, the PSL, when you think of campus, the PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, are bad in every goddamn respect. They supported the annexation of Crimea. They supported the annexation of the Don. They supported the they failed to condemn the 2022 Russian invasion. They also failed to condemn the 2014 Russian invasion. They only oppose China because it isn't abolishing private property. They support its actions in Xinjiang. They support all of its actions basically worldwide. The only thing they're mad about is that she isn't doing full communism. It is like when they are like campists, they're like so bad campists. Actually, they have a statement where they shit on the International Criminal Court because it is an imperialist power used to attack the resisting powers. General Milosevic was an anti-imperialist fighting back against U.S. imperial forces, according to the PSL. Anyway, TikTok from a guy who wants to tell you all about why North Korean elections were really cool.
Election day in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So here comes all the silly propaganda from Western media.
I'm the propaganda.
This guy has such style. Look at that jacket. Yeah, I need one of those. Anyways, you will see a lot of silliness in the media today if you follow North Korea. For one, let's point out the red and green boxes. You'll see this brought up a lot, how you can only vote yes or no. Oh no.
You can only vote yes or no. Oh no. Who cares? You can only vote yes or no. I love it. I love his style. Like, unironically, leading into it, so good. You hate this 10th speed Zizek?
So that's true. But you have to remember that elections everywhere in the world do not work exactly how they do here in the United States. And many people out there realize that the elections here in the United States are far from democratic. In fact, that's why many people don't even bother to show up to vote at all, unlike in places like the DPRK.
Okay, I have to note, very small thing. Non-voters in the United States non-voters in the United States are overwhelmingly not showing up because they don't think democracy works. They're showing up because they are centrist, they are young, funnily enough, young and centrist and non-voters in general are more likely to think that democracy isn't important. Bluntly, when you look at countries which have compulsory voting, like Australia, they still only reach 90% turnout. Do you want to know what turnout North Korea asserts? They don't just assert that 90% of their citizens turn out, or even 95%, or even 99%. North Korea asserted that 99 plus, as in on the order of 99.6% plus of their citizens turned out. That's the percent that they reported turned out in this election. 99.6. That 4 in 1,000 people did not vote. Ridiculous. Like, just, the idea that you have that level of turnout is ridiculous. And it actually gets more ridiculous as he'll explain why it's actually totally okay that you can only vote yes or no.
Or Cuba or China, where voting actually matters. Do people actually show up and vote?
Voting matters in North Korea, China, and Cuba, he says. Let's hear why voting actually matters.
The reason why you can only vote yes or no is for one, if you vote no, then if enough people, I don't know the exact percentage, if it's 50% or 51%, but if the majority vote no, then there will be a new election. There'll be a new leader to pick from, okay? Second of all,
what he's saying is correct. You can, if you get 50% no votes, cause a re-election. Do you want to know how many candidates have been voted down in North Korean history since 1990? Do you want to take a guess about how many fingers I'd have to hold up for how many candidates have been voted down? The answer is literally 0. Not a single candidate has been voted down in North Korean electoral history. So yes, you could get 50% of the population and vote down your candidate. No one's ever done it, though.
It's not this whole advertised campaign of me versus him for, a year or 2 years and all this advertising and money spent up. It's done at the local level where people are nominated. So the debates have already been done. They've already discussed Bob versus Joe.
Okay, this is a big thing that North Korea defenders will point to. He doesn't say it explicitly, but they talk about people's mass meetings or something along those lines, that they think that the candidates are selected by mass meetings of people with open debate between the different candidates. In fact, these mass meetings are so infrequently mentioned. They're so unimportant that official North Korean media... 1 minute. North Korean media mentions voters' meetings, which is the term that they use, 9 times since 2015. This institution, which Tankies think is so goddamn important for selecting candidates, that's in fact the real location of democratic will, that the final election is just a little finishing vote. It's a rubber stamp on whichever candidate you pick. The real power is in the people's meetings, in the voters' meetings. These voters' meetings are so under-discussed, they are mentioned 9 times since 2015. This would be akin to, like, mentioning primaries in the US system 1 time per year. That is the order of what we're talking about. This would be if NPR had mentioned the word primaries once per year. Like, I do not know how to underscore how bad this is. If this was actually a real thing happening, you would expect nonstop wall-to-wall coverage because this is where real political power lies. You would expect political parties to, with their own presses, to be running articles about how important it is that you show up to these meetings and you fight for your candidate. It doesn't fucking show up. It doesn't happen. By the way, here's what the articles that mention the voters' meeting sound like. At the voters' meetings, all constituencies of the country for the nomination of candidates for deputy to the 13th, I forget what the SPA stands for, but it's the Parliament of North Korea. All the voters nominated Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un as the candidate in reflection of their determination and will to entrust their destiny and future entirely to the Workers' Party of Korea and remain true to its leadership with loyalty. Ah, yes, I love my real debate that's happening at the local level beforehand, where all the voters choose Kim Jong-un because they will remain true to its leadership with loyalty. One of the articles from 2014 is Kim Jong-un giving a speech to voters throughout the country about the voters' meetings. I keenly felt the steel-strong faith and will of our service personnel and people to place their absolute trust in the party and follow it to the last, and was greatly encouraged by it. Super normal thing to say, Mr. Kim. Like, these are a joke. The idea that the real power happens there is a joke. They don't talk about them. Kim Jong-un treats them as a joke, and the only time they're ever reported on in official media is to say that the voters went there to affirm their support for the leadership. It will be as if every single mention of primaries in NPR was to tell you about how much people love Joe Biden.
They virtually already come to a consensus. That's why now all that's left to do is to go vote and shore it up. So headlines like this, they're trying to suggest something nefarious is going on. North Korea cites rare dissent in elections, even as 99% back candidates. North Korea on Tuesday.
Okay, before we get too far away from this, I want to remind you, he said that people turn out in Cuba, China, and North Korea because voting matters. Then he said this voting is just shoring up the result. You've already got consensus. So why are people showing up to the let's shore up the result election? Why are literally 100% of voters turning up to the election, which is just a rubber stamp? If real power is in the people's debate that happens beforehand, why are 99.9% of voters showing up for the rubber stamp? There's no why it doesn't matter if you show up. Surely a lot of people would defect in that case. Like, come on, man. Come the fuck on.
So headlines like this, they're trying to suggest all that's left to do consensus. That's why now all that's left to do is to go vote and shore it up.
Only thing left to do is go vote and shore it up. Which is why 100%, literally 100% of voters decide to go and shore it up because they think shoring it up is just so important.
It's rare dissent back candidates. North Korea on Tuesday made a rare mention of dissenting votes in recent elections, although analysts dismissed it as an attempt to portray an image of a normal society rather than signaling any meaningful increase of rights in the authoritarian state. What is a normal society? Just because they do things different than we do does not mean that they are not normal. This seems a little, racist.
Okay, two things here. One, that's actually a good critique. They shouldn't have said normal. They should have said democratic, because that's what Korea is not. Doesn't matter whether they're normal or not. It matters whether they are democratic. Two, calling this racist is unironically racist. Look at Taiwan. Some of the best elections on earth. Some of the best e-democracy, electronic democracy on earth. Proportional representation with a multi-party system, deeply competitive. That shit rocks. Why can't we do that? The idea that, like, oh, when they say normal, they're just saying Asian people can't do real elections is actually so fucking bullshit if you know anything about, like, electoral democracy in Asia. There are really, really, really good movements like Taiwan, which went from being a one-party, right-wing, authoritarian, almost fascist state that was backed by the United States to whoop right over to getting single-payer healthcare, having excellent democracy, having some of the most innovative ways at trying to bring out real civic debate. And the way you know there's real civic debate is because the parties are shitting on each other. You can't find parties shitting on each other in North Korea. In fact, fun fact, you can't find a single picture of the second largest party leader in North Korea's on the internet. There's no picture of the party leader of him online. They are so unimportant that they only get mentioned about once a year in North Korean media. Oh, sorry, actually, wait a minute. He's going to talk about this.
And authoritarian, by what measure? The United States has something like 850 military bases around the world. That's pretty authoritarian.
Authoritarianism is not, in fact, when you have military bases. Just note that when someone says North Korea is authoritarian, his first instinct, his literal first instinct is to do a whataboutism. Oh, you called North Korea authoritarian? Well, guess what? The US has a lot of military bases around the world. Okay, let's say that were true. We could be a big, bad, evil empire. Does that mean that North Korea is democratic?
And aren't we something like a quarter of the world's prison population?
Yes, that is authoritarian and bad and evil, and we should reduce that. That makes us more authoritarian.
1 out of every 100 Americans is in prison or jail, y'all. Talk about authoritarian? And did you know that these people...
I don't know what it is about tankies and the noise, but that sound was burned into my mind when I watched this yesterday because it is identical to Caleb Maupin's. North Korea's authoritarian? Burger King.
People can actually recall their politicians if they're not actually... And did you know that these people can actually recall their politicians if they're not doing a good job? Wouldn't that be nice?
One of the funniest things about this is that literally 1 in 2 US states have recall elections. And you want to know which states those ones were? It's the western states and the northern states where the progressive movement was strongest. Because they fought for it. We didn't used to have it. We didn't used to have recall elections until the progressives fought for it and won it. So yeah, if we build a movement large enough, we literally can write that into state constitutions. We did it before. It didn't exist in the US before 1912. But anyway... Recall elections in the US and in most countries are actually really, really, really rare. So it like, you would expect recall elections to be really rare in North Korea. Something like, I think there's something like a million elected positions in the country, but every election cycle, there's on the order of like 20 recall elections. It is abysmally low, and recall elections usually lose. I think there's been on the order of like 100 people ever recalled in US history. It is incredibly low, but basically because people who are popular enough to get elected are generally not then suddenly be turning unpopular enough to get unelected. So I would actually expect recall to be very rarely used in North Korea, but given that literally every position in North Korea can be recalled, you'd expect at least one person to be recalled, right? I have asked every single Tankie that defends North Korea's democracy for an example of a person being recalled. Just one. You can count with a whole bunch of fingers how many examples I have received.
And if you don't want to go into the polling place to vote, you can stay at home and the mobile teams will come to you.
That is actually pretty cool. They have a little mobile voting booth that they'll bring to people. The only thing that's uncool about the mobile voting booth is that it's the voting system. The part of the reason that the turnout is so high seems to be the voting system is used as a means to check that someone is still in the country. So they come to your house to make sure that you're still in the country. So, not a fan. But it is actually pretty cool to have really hot, good voter access systems. You know what would be easier than having this whole home voter system? Mail-in ballots. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I'm talking to you right now. Mail-in ballots. Put them in the post, Mr. Kim. You can fix democracy. Yes, it might cost you. It might bring you down to 99.8% of the vote, but I think it's worth it. I think we can all agree that real democracy is worth it.
How nice. In the United States, we can't wrap our heads around anything being... How nice. In the United States, we can't wrap our heads around anything being any different than our system. We have a system that is based on fighting, a system based on competition, where they have a system based on cooperation. Yes, there are more than just one party in the DPRK, but there they seek, like in China and other places that you'll hear, other than the United States, they are based on cooperating with one another, on coming together to work out the best ways of moving forward.
Bluntly, I think this is one of the most anti-democratic things that someone can ever say. In any, literally any effective democracy, when there is political disputes, parties will form, factions will form, and shit will be flung. The simplest way to determine that a real democracy exists is shit in the news, is shit on social media, is attacks that go beyond the line all over the place. This idea that, oh, we simply have a democracy where everyone came to agreement, and they all decided, literally all 99.9% of them, to vote for one candidate, is bullshit. If you believe that, then you are a gullible moron. Jesus Christ. The reason that you need multiple parties is fairly simple. People need a simple way to vote for their broad politics. It is hard to elect a single person who represents all of your politics. In particular, it is hard to elect a single person that represents all the politics of a county. It is hard to elect a single person that represents all the politics of a state. North Korea's legislature has 600 people, all of which were allegedly elected with 100% of the vote, from 99+% turnout. The idea that you could achieve consensus among 99% of the population on the exact response to political questions.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Thank you, the Norwegian 76. I can't see if you've chatted anything, but if you come over to site chat, I'll check it out, and I'll check out Twitch chat in a minute. It's incredibly funny to me that anyone can say, wow, yes, it is true that 99.99% of Koreans agreed with the candidates that came out in their districts. That must just be a really effective consensus decision-making procedure. I'm sorry, do you have a consensus procedure that can bring 9,999 out of every 10,000 people together? Because if not, what the fuck? This isn't just 9,999 out of 10,000 people who are all furries agreeing that furryism is cool. This is people picking a candidate for their legislature. Of course, there should be dissent. Bluntly, I think that any decision which doesn't have dissent is a democratic failure. I am completely in favor of the party system. There is no way to encapsulate that without competition.
And if you're curious at all to actually learn a bit about how the DPRK's elections and how their party systems work, you can read their constitution. We'll read a couple spots here. It says Article 6, the organs of state power at all levels, from the County People's Assembly to the Supreme People's Assembly, are elected on the principle of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballot. Article 7. Deputies to the organs of state power at all levels have close ties with their constituents and are accountable to them for their work. The electors may recall at any time the deputies they have elected if the latter lose the trust of the former. That sounds nice.
Look, there's something to be learned here, actually, that I've talked about this a little bit with the Soviet Union. A lot of Tankies are very legalistic. And that might not sound like it means much. It means that there's an overemphasis on procedure and process. The idea that you can learn anything about North Korean elections by reading their constitution and not reading how they actually occur in practice seems really silly. If you read the US Constitution or even election law for US states, it would tell you very little about the parties in the United States, whether there's real competition, what the media situation looks like. Don't trust constitutions. Why would you trust government documents? Why would you trust like the documents? I don't know. There's something about putting too much faith in legal documents, which is so like hard for me to grasp. It's like my anarchist bone sticking out. I innately want to say anyone who is like, wow, how should I figure out whether elections in this country are democratic? I should read their constitution, where the constitution says, every election here is democratic, and there's full faith placed by the people in the legislature because it is so democratic. And there's recall elections all the time, guys. Come on, man. Have some criticism. Be ruthlessly critical of some shit, at least.
Article 8. The social system of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is a people-centered system under which the working people are the masters of everything, and everything in society serves them.
Wow, that's really cool. Now that the Constitution said that the people run everything, I sure am convinced that the people run everything. No further investigation needed.
The state shall defend the interest of the workers, peasants, soldiers, intellectuals, and all other working people who have been freed from the exploitation and oppression and become the masters of their state and society, and respect and protect human rights. And now you are getting into the meat of it all, the reasons why the imperialist press and our politicians hate on North Korea so much. I mean, read all of that again. Go on, check out their constitution for yourself. Here's just a little bit more.
That's true. America is so afraid of people learning that North Korea is super democratic. They're afraid of Americans traveling over to North Korea and walking into the democratic procedures and saying, wow, I can't believe that 99.99% of you all agree that this candidate is really cool. Can I talk to the 1 in 10,000 of you who thinks otherwise?
Real quickly, all citizens who have reached the age of 17 have the right to elect and to be elected. Citizens are guaranteed freedom of speech, the press, assembly, demonstration, and association. Citizens have freedom of religious belief. Citizens are entitled to submit complaints and petitions. The state shall investigate and deal with complaints and petitions impartially as stipulated by law. Citizens have the right to work. All able-bodied citizens may choose an occupation in accordance with their wishes and skills and are provided with stable jobs and working conditions. Citizens who have the right to relaxation. Citizens are entitled to free medical care. Citizens have a right to education. Sounds like a terrible dictatorship, doesn't it?
This is one of the other things that you'll see. So when someone said North Korea is authoritarian, he pivoted to, but the US does authoritarian things. Yeah, we do. That doesn't mean that North Korea isn't authoritarian. Then Tankies will read off a list of the cool things that socialist countries have done. They'll be like, wow, look at all this social spending. We've got single-payer healthcare. We got single-payer education. We got vacation days. So how could something be so authoritarian when they're nice to workers? Being nice to workers or being evil to workers does not mean that you are democratic or not democratic. I think it requires a society that is nice to workers to be mega democratic, but you can have a society that is very nice to workers and has no functional democracy. There is no direct link between the two. Like Bismarck as in the imperialist conservative minister of Germany, created one of the world's first state-run healthcare systems, in part because he thought it would suppress the socialists. It would take the fire out from their belt by giving people a welfare benefit. He was wrong. It actually emboldened the socialists, as welfare programs usually do. But the idea that welfare equals socialism and socialism equals not authoritarian is so bullshit. I don't know how anyone can read this and be like, wow, that really convinces me. People have the right to medical care. They must have the right to control the political leadership. What? Anyway, average PSL member. Good point, Najawin. I was promised free healthcare, but do I have to quarter soldiers in my home? Why are you linking me a Weebly? So I know that was kind of mundane and like very deep divey, but I think it's worth noting how large campism is. That campus video had 280,000 likes on TikTok. If, as on other platforms, it's a good measure of thumb to assume that 10 times as many people viewed it as liked it, that's 2.8 million views on that video. Neptune says, I don't know if you saw yet, but it seems a temporary truce ended. The IOF is back to bombing all across the strip. No, I have not seen that. I was refusing to look into it because I thought it could look really bad. And I wanted to hold out hope. Tyrannox says, von Bismarck is one of those historic figures who was obviously bad and left some real long-lasting negative consequences, but whose achievements I can't help but admire. Bismarck was a competent imperialist. I feel like one of the underappreciated elements is that Bismarck was an imperialist in an era when most imperialists were inbred aristocratic morons. So yeah, fairly low bar, but he did go above the bar. Anyway, as I said, it's frustrating to see a campus video with probably 2.8 million views. It's frustrating to see, it was like 500 likes, maybe 5,000 views on that one. Much smaller, but still a lot of views and a lot of support for a video which is just like dead wrong about North Korean democracy. The video that he did on North Korean democracy didn't in fact cite a single source from North Korea except the Constitution. And it just read off the Constitution as if that was fact. I guess what's frustrating to me in part is that I try really hard for the purpose of the content that I create, the streams that I do, to show you the documents. I don't simply want to tell you the truth. I want to show you the truth. I don't always do a perfect job, but I think there's like a duty, an epistemic duty to prove to you that don't just take my words on authority. Take my words because I have the evidence for it. And ideally, you should be looking to the evidence yourself, but I know that no one actually does so. That's, in fact, part of the argument that I have to provide you the evidence to look at, because otherwise you won't actually do it. 99% of viewers will not click a link in the description. It is just objectively true. It's actually worse than that. It's like 99.9. Very few people will check sources. So if you're not providing sources, if you're not showing people the evidence, it's just so disingenuous. And that's part of what frustrates me with TikTok in general, and with a lot of like Twitter left media in general. There's a real focus on getting people mad, getting out a statement, being really aggressive, and just being very extreme. It's all about like, very rarely do you see stuff like this that's moderate. This guy didn't say, well, I think North Korea is a democracy. Yeah, I'm sure it has some problems. Yeah, all democracies could have some improvement, but I think it's a stronger democracy than that of the United States. There is no moderation. It is North Korea is democratic, and the US doesn't want you to know it because they're racist. They don't want you to see a thriving socialist country that gives people free healthcare. It is like, on every issue, it is as extreme as possible. Same for the campus video. The campus video wasn't hedging its bets. It wasn't hedging its facts. And I think that's actually, I actually think that's epistemically dangerous. I think that building an audience of lefties and of any ideology, but because I'm on the left, I think it's particularly bad because I'm here and I have to deal with the consequences of a bunch of people who don't care about like investigation, who don't care about having to look into the sources. Like, unironically, I would prefer the debate bro cult to like any of this TikTok shit where you just trust shit because it appears on your screen, because someone was saying it to you in a sassy voice. That shit sucks. So frustrating. That reminds me, I don't know, for those of you who are here who remember, if you remember when we did that, I reviewed a video by Second Thought on authoritarianism, and he said that he was that he is one of the strongest critics of socialist countries, of nominally socialist countries. And he says, in fact, that he did a podcast on it on the D program. And I went and watched that podcast, and it does have criticisms. I will say that. It does have criticisms. You want to know what those three criticisms are? 1, too much repression of religious people. Pretty good point. 2, not enough production of consumer goods. Decent point. And 3, not that they weren't democracies, but that they were democracies led by old people. That's the criticisms. I clipped out some sections. I was going to go over it maybe on tomorrow's stream, but Hakim's argument in that video, as in a lot of other videos, is that the Soviet Union is democratic, but it was led by old people, from the original revolution, because they were just too popular. The people kept electing them in because they just loved them too much, and that led to ossification and a loss of touch with the younger generation. God damn it, man. Like, how are you going to call yourself the biggest critic of places like the Soviet Union when your criticism amounts to, please give me more Funko Pops, please stop oppressing religious people? 2 for 2. And 3, I think they should elect more young people in their free and fair and open democracies. Ugh. Yeah, no, it's the Stalin tried to resign 3 times nonsense. It's the idea that you're completely right to your next. No. So what's frustrating about it is that when they actually do dig into the procedure of democracy, they usually end up defending that, like, oh yeah, there were no party choices, but that's good because they had to elect a socialist. Hakim says that explicitly. Hakim says that it's good that non-socialists can't be elected. And like, I get why someone who strongly believes in an ideology wouldn't want to let people who disagree be elected, but like, you are explicitly curtailing democracy by saying that only communists can be elected. His justification is that if you elect a non-socialist, you are trying to elect someone who is opposed to the will of the people and the good of the people, and therefore it shouldn't be allowed because a capitalist is against the will of the people, against the good of the people. And it's just, I don't know. If you think socialism is that cool, if you think that giving everyone social benefits, if you think that giving prosperity to all, if you think that central planning will raise everyone's living standards, if you think socialism will be, in short, a big step towards utopia, why should we be so scared to run free and fair elections? Like, the options here are either that 1, socialism sucks and we have to rule by force, in which case I would not be a socialist. If I had to do socialism by like forcing it upon the people, it would no longer be the democracy, the radical democracy that I seek to inspire. Or 2, socialism is so cool that we don't need to force it on people. And it's like, I don't know. Nerodia says, maybe that's how the Soviet Union was not very socialist. The people weren't allowed to pick between good socialists and bad socialists they got. Unironically, I feel like a really, really, really underappreciated element in Tankie discussions of the Soviet Union is whenever they discuss why the Soviet Union failed, they'll always mention stuff like sanctions. And there were sanctions. There were major problems with, like, the US banned import of computers to the Soviet Union. But the Soviet Union could have been building its own computers. It was an enormous country. It could, like, there were other options. The sanctions did hurt. At the same time, there's a real under-discussion of how the lack of democracy led to stagnation and just endemic corruption in the Soviet Union. Virtually every position was corrupt in the Soviet Union. You had to bribe people to get into hospitals. You had to bribe people to cross internal borders. You had to bribe people to get ahead in line. Like, it was just a deeply corrupt system. And a big part of that is that there wasn't good turnover of local positions. There was the ability to vote for people in local positions, but because there was only one candidate running, note the similarity with North Korea, one candidate running per district, unless you can get a majority of people to oppose the guy who's currently running or wait till that guy dies, you can't kick out the corrupt guy. Like, in fact, the first election with contested ballots was under Gorbachev. It took until the fucking 1980s to have more than one candidate per ballot. And the minute, literally the first election that they had 2 candidates per ballot, 99% of ballots had 2 candidates on them. The people of the Soviet Union yearned to choose between multiple candidates. They were so dead set on it. They immediately jumped for it. It's so frustrating to me because people will be like, no, you don't understand. This was a really democratic system. They loved only having one choice. It's just because everyone loved the system so much. They built consensus and love for the system. Okay, and then the minute the people have another choice, they take it. Within the party, the internal choices of who got to be the candidates was just about court politics. Yeah, no, it's worth considering that the structure of most communist countries was there was decent, good election of the first layer. Usually that would either be local politics in China or after Stalin's direct democratic reforms in 1936 in the Soviet Union, that would be basically the parliament of the Soviet Union, the Supreme Soviet. That level, and then within that, there would be 2 or 3 tiers within that of more and more power till you get to usually the standing or steering committee, central committee, something like that. And that would be the one where real power is. Who gets chosen to go up is party loyalists. It's never like people being picked because they have the right ideology of socialism. They're being picked because they've brown-nosed with enough people. It literally selects for careerists. It literally selects for people who just want power. Xi Jinping said that were he in the United States, if he was in the United States, he wouldn't have joined the Communist Party. He would have joined the Democratic or Republican parties. He like explicitly laid out that he thinks the only purpose of joining a party is to have power. And what's frustrating is that in the same video, again, maybe I should just wait to cover this more tomorrow, but Hakeem says that this is a problem modern communist countries are solving. What? No, they're not. Xi Jinping just ran 3 terms in a row. He broke a rule that had been enforced since Mao. He's literally doing the ossifying right now. The problem was not solved. God damn it. Papers, Please is a great game for more than one reason. I will say Papers, Please does not have the most insightful critique of like democracy or lack thereof in like the Soviet countries, but it is a great game. Xi Jinping was a regional bureaucrat in Henan province, great politicking to get where he is. No. So Xi Jinping is a great example because he seems to have been a very competent bureaucrat. But note that's the thing. Everywhere he went, he was competent. He went to the suburbs of Beijing and he was a competent administrator. He went to, was it Henan? I don't recall. It was an eastern province. He went to Henan, competent. He went to Shanghai, competent. He went back to Beijing, competent. Every time he was competent. But note, he wasn't selected for being politically astute. Think about Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders didn't rise because he was a competent administrator. That was part of it. But he rose in large part because of his politics, and he was able to brand his politics successfully and win over support. He oversaw the Olympics, which won him a ton of cred with the party. It's all about the activities that you do competently. He wasn't even competent. I want to be clear. Competent relative to his peers. He was competent enough, and he brown-nosed. The things that are selected for to rise through the Chinese Communist Party are not who has the right brand of socialism to win over voters' hearts. It's who is running the state the best. Okay, I will read Twitch chat. Someone is getting mad about it. You're right. Okay, I actually can't read all of it because of how Restream bot works. 1 minute. Twitch.tv. Lock done. Left. That's me. There are 2 options. Cardboard Golem says, it might not have been easy to understand Stockton left when he said Tankies were, I forget the term he used, but it meant they rely on the state of legalistic. Tankies are legalistic. There's an overemphasis on legal rules and forms. It's like a politician, says Cardboard Golem, lying about what they're going to do and relying on that as proof. This was a big thing in the Soviet Union. I've talked about this before, that like, as a comparison with like, say, people like Hitler. Quote from Wheatcroft, 1996. Minute. The purposive deaths caused by Hitler fit more closely into the category of murder, while those caused by Stalin fit more closely into the category of execution. Stalin undoubtedly caused many innocent people to be executed, but it seems that likely that he thought many of them guilty of the crimes against the state and felt that the execution of others would act as a deterrent to the guilty. He signed the papers and insisted on documentation. Hitler, by contrast, wanted to be rid of the Jews and communists simply because they were Jews and communists. He was not concerned about making any pretense at legality. He was careful not to sign anything on this matter and was equally insistent on no documentation. Part of the reason that we have such good estimates of Soviet death counts is because they kept pristine documentation of the gulags, of the camps, of the prisons, of those they executed. The only groups that we don't have great numbers on are the Polish executions and a few prison liquidations, because those were mass actions where they failed to document things in great detail. Najwan, you're right, they did document things, but I want to be clear. The level of detail the Soviets did was crazy compared to what the Nazis did. The Nazis documented deaths on the order of registered inmates to concentration camps and death camps, but not for the non-registered. They didn't register deaths for... They didn't register individual deaths for mass killings, is I guess the key analogy I would draw. They registered total numbers, but they registered those numbers for the purpose of reporting a quota. There's literally a file somewhere in now the Russian archives for every single person tried by the NKVD, with like a photo and a case and everything. It's like both documented, but the level of documentation that Hitler did was really low, and they tried to burn it as much as possible. Like they literally had a bone crushing machine specifically for denying the evidence. I'm not trying to. I won't overstate the difference, but it was a big difference. Returning to Twitch chat briefly. The person who was mad about Twitch chat, Cardboard Golem, says his Twitch chat is ignored, even if he is a stickler for not integrating chat across multiple platforms. He should integrate it, at least for reading, so we don't feel pointless in contributing. He doesn't even display it for his stream. He should integrate it for his personal site chat so they can reply in his own view so he can react. I thought about adding it, but I do want to encourage people to join the site chat. So I am going to be annoying about it. Neptune says crimes of the state. Did I misspeak? Bernie didn't do anything, says Najawin. I don't dislike Bernie, but in terms of administration, he wasn't competent. That's actually the argument I'm making, is that his competence was like, it was decent. He was apparently a decent administrator of Burlington. But the main thing that won people over to him was the politics. It was his socialist message, his populist socialist message. That's the distinction I'm drawing, is that those who rise through the communist system because of indirect control, and because it's not about elections anymore, it's about selection within the political class. That is a selection for brown-nosing, loyalty, and competence. Whereas elections tend to select for people who invigorate people, who win the hearts and minds. And that tends to select for people who agree with ideologies of the broader public. Big difference. More broadly, that's why I advocate for stuff like proportional representation, because under a proportional representation system, it is far easier to vote for a party and just say, I have this ideology, I will vote for this party. Under the current system, you have to do stuff like vote for the closest party. So like me, a socialist, has to vote for the Democrats. So I don't get to vote for the exact politics that I support. I have to vote strategically. Having as purely political voting is ideal. If you want to have a political system, if you want real political democracy, you need direct political votes. It's really that simple. All right. Pretty cool. 60 viewers across two websites. I will probably be sending you off, though, because I am getting tired. It is past my beddy by time. Let's see if... Who is streaming? It's Riverboat Jack. That's right. I'm sending you over to the Riverboat yet again. We're boosting her up. They call her the Riverboat Jacking It Up, because she is jacking up the subscriptions. She is jacking up the views. It's nearly 7 a.m. to your next. Oh my God, are you a Euroid? I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. You have the paper for this debate? For the Sam Cedar debate? Well, thank you for acknowledging us, says Cardboard Golem. I still think the positive encouragement for your chat would be better than the negative. I think that's a fair point. However, I think that encouraging people to join site chat is more important. I weighed it and I said, one, there wouldn't be enough room for chat if it was all on one screen, because I want a text to be really big so it's really visible. And two, I want people to join site chat. That's my reasoning. Hillary Clinton had competence but horrible politics. Oh my God. Resident liberal Najawin is very mad about that. These streams have a grip like a siren on me. Oh my God. I'm sorry, T-Rex. Get some sleep. I'm going to be sending y'all over to Riverboat Jack. I'm going to post the link in YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Actually, that is a good question. I feel like I haven't done any questions about what I'm doing right and what I'm doing wrong. While we're closing out, if anyone who's still here wants to tell me any suggestions they have on topics, content, whatever, feel free to send it over. I will be probably looking at chat for just a little bit. When is the next stream? I'm gonna say Friday. I might follow through if my voice hurts. Hopefully, the Amazing Atheist debate should be Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. So that might be when the next one happens. I'm going to set up the hosting, so I'm going to stop streaming, but I will be in chat if you have any suggestions. I'll be reading it. And sending you over to Riverboat Jack. You can either click the link or let it be hosted. Let it be hosted.